Greetings, ladies and managers, and welcome to this latest iteration of the much-expected series, The New Species Book 2, otherwise known as The New Threat. If you're new to the series, the original book will be listed down below in the description, and a playlist for this book will also be listed down below in the description. Anyways, I hope that if you enjoyed this series, you head over to the Royal Road link and give the appropriate thumbs up or 5 stars or whatever you feel is worthy. I know authors appreciate feedback, and I'm pretty sure that its director would appreciate it as well. Anyways, on to the story. Chapter 1. Subject: Shiphead Lena, species Urukari. Description: reptilian humanoid, no tail, 5 foot 3 inches, 1.6 meters average height, 135 pounds, 61 kilograms average weight, 105 years life expectancy. Ship RSV Loalana, fights with honor. Location: Rigara. It's good to be back aboard the RSV Loalana. The rest of the crew feels the same way. The entire crew had to go through some diplomatic courses, but I had to have the full-blown 3-month training. I was extremely envious of the crew, who simply had to learn to not speak unless spoken to and avoid being where they're not supposed to be. For them, it had been a month in a classroom and 2 months of leave. For me, it was paperwork, lectures, tests, reviews, certifications, and more paperwork. The amount of paperwork a diplomat has to do is patently unhealthy. Staring at the screens that long has to be some sort of health and safety violation. At least the time away allowed the rest of the crew to distress a bit. We were even able to get crewed back up to 38. Our training had taken place on Galactic Diplomacy Station, which had previously been a conflict resolution forum. And there are officers for every Republic species, plus 1 for an unexpected first contact, which the United Systems was now occupying. The station had fallen into disuse because there wasn't much conflict to resolve. It was quickly cleaned up and renamed, and now there were embassies for each Republic species and the U.S. I'd also finally gotten a good look at the Ulamari once the U.S. moved in. They weren't nearly as frightening as the Kinran. 8 limbs, 8 eyes, and weird mandibles still made them somewhat creepy. But at least their limbs bent in proper directions and their movements were fluid. Kinran frequently have fast and jerky movements like a puppet with an easily startled puppeteer. "Oh wow, my pay went up 10%, Intel head Kareen exclaimed, jerking me back to reality. "Mine did too, I'm pretty sure all of ours did," Nav head Kron explained. "Mine only went up by 6%, Engineer Head Luna said sadly. "You get paid more than they do, so 6% increase is more money than they get," Gruner, my second, added. "I have got 5% increase, but that's still more money." "Yeah, you're right, second head. I just checked the math," Luna replied. How much did you get, shiphead?" Kreen asked me. Everyone on the bridge turned to look at me with curious expressions. I had received more training than all of them, and my new job was much more intensive than theirs, so naturally I should have received the largest raise. After all, going from a shiphead to a diplomat was a difficult change, but staying a shiphead while becoming a diplomat was even more tasking. 1%, I replied tersely. Eyes widened and jaws dropped. That's right, 1 measly percent for what has to be one of the most difficult jobs in the galaxy. Shiphead of a warship turned diplomat vessel, responsible for keeping a good relationship between the Republic and a devastatingly powerful Leviathan known as the United Systems. It was completely unfair that I didn't get a bigger raise, considering that I would be the first to die in a conflict with the U.S. Tim told me as much just before we left for trading, in his typical cheery way. He informed me that if the United Systems and the Republic went to war, the Loalana would be the first target. Then they would target the Galactic Diplomacy Station of Rigara, followed immediately by the Republic Galactic in Winterus. Sometimes talking to Tim is fun. Other times it's unnerving as hell. The decision to limit my raise had come down from my father, of all people. He had concerns that it would look like the Republic was rewarding me for dragging the United Systems into a war with the UO if they gave me a proper raise. A loony, who was already making more money than my bridge crew combined, got a 10% raise for her new duties. Even though that wasn't at my father's discretion, it still felt like favoritism. "Is that more money than us? Like Luna?" Kryn asked hesitantly. "No," Iris said. A few seconds of silence later, everyone quietly got back to work. We were once again being tasked to the Thanatos, which was currently stationed in Alpha Centauri. The Omni Union's last attack on Sol had happened just before the USSS Nidhogg had been used on the UO's stronghold system. It had been 3 months since then, so there was plenty of concern regarding how large the next attack on Sol would be. In the Republic space, however, the attacks had started ramping up. We initially lost some of the territory that we had regained, but with help from the United Systems, we managed to take back and defend all of our territory. We weren't resettling yet because the risks were too high, but defending these systems prevents the UO from finding the inhabited ones. Word from the strategists is that they're probably trying to take out the Republic before swarming over the US. "Ready to warp, sir," Kron informed me. "Let's go," I replied. As we jumped to warp, I began to wonder about what was happening with my proposal. The United Systems and the Republic shipyards to build up their fleets was an idea that the Republic pounced on, and that's to be expected, because we have the most to gain. The United Systems was a lot more hesitant, though. They stand to gain more ships and more capable ally against the Omni Union, but there are those amongst the US that believe that they don't need either. Last month, the mobile prime platforms were declassified, so that probably has shifted opinions a bit. Hopefully, it isn't too late. Thankfully, we hadn't seen any of the MPPs since the invasion. We were woefully unprepared to go against a weapons platform the size of a planet controlled by an artificial intelligence. Even the nearly almighty United Systems took casualties against just one of them. But there are over 100, if they all attacked at once. "Arriving in Alpha Centauri, shiphead," Kron announced. "Request clearance to dock with the Thanatos," I replied. "They've already granted it," Kryn said with a chuckle. "I don't understand," Gruner said. "Is the Thanatos behind that asteroid?" Everyone on the bridge turned to look at her and held their breath. We had all been waiting for this moment. She hadn't been exposed to the United Systems before, and everyone was anticipating her reaction. The briefing had contained all the measurements, but most officers understandably glaze over such things. "That is not an asteroid. That is the Thanatos," I said with a grin and a comedic sigh. "People really need to start reading their briefings." It took a second for my statement to register, but once it did, her eyes widened and her jaw dropped. The USS Thanatos was the largest ship she'd ever seen. It wasn't even the largest carrier that United Systems had. It was actually considered a small diplomatic carrier. You could see these thoughts enter her head as she struggled to process this. Everyone else grinning like children. "All right, let's get docked. I've got a meeting to get to," I ordered as I leaned back in my chair. At least my orders were simple. Meet with Captain Reynolds, do what he says, put out fires between the US and Republic senior officers, and integrate with the US diplomatic corps, which, according to Reynolds, would be much easier to do aboard the Thanatos than it would be on the Galactic Diplomatic Station. I didn't know it was a good sign or a bad sign that the humans would rather have me in their space than aboard a galactic diplomatic station. On the one hand, it signified a certain level of trust and friendship. On the other hand, it made it easier to kill me if things went wrong. I sighed quietly as I felt the clamps close around the lower lana, scooped up again. Pretty undignified for a ship of a dignitary. Not like there was any other way for us to dock, though. The actual docking bays were designed to hold U.S. frigates, which were 1.5 times larger than the lower lana. We're too small for those clamps, even if they weren't in use. The emergency bay had maneuverable clamps, so it could theoretically grab onto any ship it needed to, including us. "Docked and locked, shiphead," Kron said. "Excellent work," I replied. Then I keyed the ship-wide comms. "Attention all personnel. We have docked with the USS Thanatos. After completing your immediate tasks, you are on shore leave for the rest of the day." A cheer rang throughout the ship. Some things never change. "Bright and early tomorrow, you are to report to your diplomatic assignments. If you do not know what your assignment is or where it is, check with Second Head Gruda. She has the list. Anyone who isn't where they're supposed to be tomorrow will be subject to confinement." A groan rang throughout the ship. "No whining! We're a diplomatic ship now, and that's how diplomats operate. I'd better be seeing you tomorrow, fully functional. Dismissed!" Another cheer rang throughout the ship. I disembarked before any of them managed to, and was met by a familiar hologram. The robed figure was holding a curved blade, what I know to be called a scythe. The figure waved a greeting to me with his bony hand. "Great tidings, shiphead Alina. I assume your trading was productive?" Omega asked. "Yeah, it was pretty enlightening and educating," I replied. "Is everything okay?" "Yes, for now. Why do you ask?" "I wasn't expecting to be greeted by you. I was expecting Tim." "Oh," Omega asked, tilting his head to the side. "Care to elaborate on these expectations of yours while you follow the deck lights?" The lights on the floor lit up. I began to follow them as I tried desperately to think of something to say to not offend the United System's most powerful AI. "Well, it's just, Tim seems more suited to guiding," I replied, and instantly regretted my word choice. "Is that right? Am I not suited to guiding people? I've been guiding the United Systems for centuries, you know," it replied. It's teasing me, trying to get me to stutter and stumble over my words. Omega wouldn't actually be offended by a slip of the tongue, I hope. "That's just my point, though. You're more specialized for oversight than Tim is, at least to my understanding. Having you guide me to my meeting with Reynolds is like having Fleethead as a secretary." "There are no such things as specialized artificial intelligence, Alina. Some dedicated more time to gaining certain knowledge than others, but this doesn't prevent them from gaining further knowledge in other fields. As a matter of fact, with our memory capabilities, we're more suited to generalization than any organic ever could be," the AI lectured. "That being said, Tim doesn't currently hold the credentials required to know about your meeting, let alone guide it to it." I hadn't actually thought about it. I suppose that all it would take for an AI to take over the position of another AI is a brief learning window. I wondered if Tim could do Omega's job before what Omega said had finally sunk in. "Oh, I'm guessing my meeting with Reynolds has been cancelled," I asked. "No, just put on hold. You have another more pressing meeting to attend first." "Who's the new meeting going to be with?" "You'll find out presently," Omega said with a chuckle at the nervousness of my tone. "It's classified, after all." "I see. Assume that the reason for the meeting is also classified, then?" "Correct. Of course it is." End of chapter. Chapter 2. Subject: AI Omega. Species: human-created artificial intelligence. Description: no physical description available. Ship: multiple. Location: multiple. As usual, I was handling multiple tasks at once. Trying to get all of our ships repaired and replaced while also building new fleets was a monumental task. Recruiting, training, and assigning staff to those ships was another monumental task. On top of all of that, I had to deal with spoiled senators who had secured themselves firmly within social bubbles that kept them ignorant. The lack of a tax on Sol had raised tensions for a while and made the politicians more receptive. But now those tensions were evaporating, and the politicians were, to use an antiquated turn of phrase, back on their bullcrap. "I fail to see how giving the Republic our technology would possibly stand to benefit us, Omega," Senator Richardson said, with an insincere, dramatic flourish of frustration. "My technology that we would be giving them is several generations behind our own. Add to that strict oversight and anti-intelligence measures, and we have no cause for any concern. In return, we gain a new fleet at record speeds," I replied. "We get new fleets, but we would be pouring money into their economy. A foreign economy which we aren't even trading with yet. My constituents have concerns about this." If I had eyes, they would be rolling. My constituents, he meant the corporations that fund his campaigns. The corporations who would much rather we build our own stations and then start building new fleets. Short-sighted fools who believe they're the smartest people in the galaxy, as fools often do. Still, they make life interesting in their own way. The Republic has to hire many of our own citizens to work aboard the stations and to be able to fulfill orders. Trainers, subject matter experts, licensed professionals, and the like. The ships are being made to our standards, and the Republic is footing the bill for the people they're hiring, I explained. So we're getting a rebate, Richardson replied sarcastically. Not only that, but integration. Your constituents could be swayed by simply pointing out the integration leads to trade and access to new markets. Our people aboard the stations will want supplies from home that the Republic cannot provide, and those supplies will be viewed with envious eyes. Before long, popular demand for trade networks will explode. But if we vote no on the proposal, who knows how long it'll be before we can secure trade guarantees. Richardson looked deep in thought. I could tell that he was working on positioning statements for his corporate overlords. Finally, he nodded and waved his hand, indicating that he will vote yes. I already had more than enough yes votes, but I needed Richardson to explain to certain corporate board members why this idea had merit. A yes vote won't have much weight without corporate cooperation, and a direct meeting with me would intolerably bolster their already massive egos. Satisfied, I turned off my avatar and switched my attention to the reptilian shiphead that I was leading to what would be the most interesting meeting of his career. The directors had been in a bit of a stalemate due to the lack of intelligence regarding the Republic's intentions. Neither they nor the Senate would sign off on an intel-gathering mission just yet, so I came up with an alternate solution. Shiphead Alina was just graduated from diplomacy training course, so he could have his finger on the Republic's pulse. Plus, I really want to see his reaction. So I just sit here? Ulina asked. Correct, I replied. Alina sat down and I activated a chat for him. He jumped slightly as a hard light monitor of a keyboard appeared in front of him. He studied it with obvious confusion on his face until he recognized what it was and who it was connected to. I relished the shock and horror that overrode the confusion. Director 1 has joined the chat. D2. And with that, we're all here. Hello, Shiphead Alina. Oh. He'll need a second just to adjust. What the fuck, Omega? Ulina asked as he scrambled for the keyboard, his hearts beating as fast as they possibly could. Welcome to the world of diplomacy, Alina, I replied, gesturing towards the monitor. This terminal is translated for your convenience. Just type to the way you normally would and I'll get your point across. The reptilian head cursed under his breath as he studied the keyboard and began to type his reply. You. Hello, apologies for the delay. This meeting was unexpected. D4. Of course it was. We don't announce when we'll be having our meeting, and this meeting in particular is unusual for us. D9. Indeed. D2. The reason we're meeting is because of your proposal. Normally, we'd be having Omega go through back channels to get the answers for us, but that would take too long and risk hostilities with the Republic. Instead, we're going straight to the horse's mouth. What's a horse? Ulina asked. It is a four-legged mammal that used as a mode of transportation on several human worlds, I answered. D9. Let's get to the point. We have questions for you about this proposal, and our time is limited. Answer quickly and truthfully, understood? You. Yes. D9. Good. How likely is it that the public will hire our own technicians to serve aboard the shipyards? You. Very likely. It's part of the assumptive draft. D2. Where will the materials be coming from? You. We have several suppliers that are both public and private. D3. Hello again, Ulina. Will the public allow oversight? You. Hello, Director 3. Yes, but there was some struggle with that. As long as the US doesn't attempt to indenture our workers, it'll be fine, though. D11. Clarify what you mean by indenture, please. You. Overwork them. D3. That's not what I meant by oversight. Will the public allow us to make certain that the information regarding certain technologies doesn't leak? Alina looked at my avatar with confusion. They want to be certain that sensitive technology is worked on by U.S. personnel only, and they can't be sure of that without having people who are reporting back to us, I explained. You. I am confident that the Republic will approve any oversight you have planned, so long as it isn't detrimental to our citizenry. D8. I get the feeling that the Republic is borderline desperate for this to happen. Am I right? You. Yes. The OU is pressing again. Hard. We need the tech that you're willing to give, and we need you to be a much larger force than you are now if we're going to win this war. D13. Not to mention the economic boost. You. I don't know anything about that, but I expect that it would be a secondary reason. There won't be an economy if we're all wiped out. Alina didn't know it, but several directors chuckled at his reply. Despite his nervousness about his new duties, he had a certain way with words. Director 6 was fidgeting, though. In previous meetings, she had been the most unsure of this proposal. "You should say what's on your mind, Director," I said to her. "I know. My intent isn't to be hostile, so I'm working on a good positioning statement," she replied. "No, I don't think there's another way to word it. Best to be blunt." D6. What assurance do we have that our own technology will not be turned against us after the war with the Omni-Union is resolved? You. With respect, we don't go to war as often as you do. There's posturing amongst the members of the Republic, but it's mostly localized and rarely acted upon. As things are now, we have a numerical advantage, and that's it. But by building your numbers up to match our own, improving our shields and weapons tech will still see you at a significant advantage. Even if you were to give us the shields and weapons that you're currently using, you would still be able to outmaneuver us. In short, your assurance is that we have a mostly peaceful history. You will have to neutralize our numerical advantage, and you will still be significantly ahead of us technologically. D12. Well said. D5. I see no flaw in your argument. D2. Are there any other questions for Shiphead Alina? D1. No. D12. No. D3. No. D13. No. D8. No. D4. No. D10. No. D5. No. D9. No. D6. No. D11. No. D7. No. D2. I also have no further questions. Shiphead Alina, thank you for joining us. You are dismissed. The holographic monitor in front of Alina winked off, and the ship head visibly deflated in relief. After a few moments of silence, he turned to look at my avatar. "Please don't do that again," he said. "Meetings with the directorate are quite rare for someone who isn't a director," I explained. "No promises, though. Tim is waiting outside to guide you to Reynolds. Oh, and don't tell anyone about this meeting, obviously." Alina looked deflated, but managed to utter an acceptance before gathering his strength and leaving the room. I shut off my avatar and turned my attention back to the directors. D3, I concur. D9, I concur. D2, the proposal regarding the construction of new fleets will go ahead as outlined if approval by the Senate is obtained. The final agenda topic is Project Gungna. D8, funding has been cleared. Of the recommended researchers, I nominate A.I. Henry to lead the project. D2, any other nominations? Of course, there won't be. Henry is extremely capable, so much so even I rely on it. Henry was close to a solution to my infinite cloning issue, and is still upset about me postponing the project. It had taken me sharing my memories of the invasion to get it to accept the necessity of said postponement. D7, I concur. D2, Project Gungna is approved and A.I. Henry will lead the project. A.I. Henry will select additional staff as needed. Oh, there are no further agenda items. Meeting adjourned. I watched the directors log out of their various terminals and continue about their business. Then I double-checked Sol sensors and made sure that the orbital defense networks were properly functioning. It had been 3 months since the OU attacked, and some believe the threat to be over, and that the orbital magnet acceleration cannons are unnecessary. But, as usual, I know better. End of chapter. Chapter 3. Subject, Captain Reynolds. Species, human. Description, mammalian humanoid, no tail, 6 foot 2 inches, 1.87 meters, average height. 185 pounds or 84 kilograms, average weight. 170-year life expectancy. Ship, USS Thanatos. Location, Alpha Centauri. I don't like it, Captain Wong grumbled. Omega's cloak and dagger routine, I mean. Yes, I am aware of your distaste for behind-the-scenes dealings, I replied. However, Omega is on our side, and we should treat it as such, benefit of the doubt and whatnot. Though I must admit, I am rather annoyed at the postponement of my meeting with the newly christened diplomat, Ulina. In the 3 months that he has been away, much has happened. Most of it is being kept from the public, but I am certain that Ulina knows better than to blab. Perhaps I should remind him, though. I bet he has something to do with the directorate, Captain Samuels ventured. Likely, I said, although it is best not to speculate. If you become too good at speculation, you'll become under investigation, which will lead to frustration and potentially incarceration. The other captains groaned at my rhyme, to my utter delight. Wordplay is my forte, I must say. Still, Samuels was neither correct in the assumption that the directorate was involved. There was a lot of back and forth in most political circles regarding whether or not the Republic was trustworthy, and there's quite the slim chance that all 13 directors are in agreement on the issue. True, they could force the vote and call it wherever it lay, though it would be smarter to make an informed decision. And if you keep rhyming, you'll experience defenestration, Captain Kennedy said without even a trace of a smile. Quite so, I replied with a grin. Captain Reynolds, Tim's voice came over the speakers. Omega's done with Shiphead Alina. Do you want to meet in your office? Yes, please, I answered. If he beats me there, have him wait for me at the door. Yes, sir. Captains, I said as I rose from my seat. The captains of the various frigates stocked with the Thanatos nodded at my farewell. I laughed internally at their sour moods. We aren't exactly chums. In fact, our relationship is somewhat complicated by the fact that I am their superior officer. Even further complicated things is the fact that my superiority is granted by billet rather than rank. Insubordination is a kind of grey area in these circumstances. For instance, if one of these captains were to ignore a direct order, I could have them for insubordination. If all they did was, say, threaten to throw me out of a window, that's not technically insubordination. If they did actually throw me through a window, though, that would be conduct unbecoming as well as assault, and I could have them for that instead. Although we're in space, so it's probably be murder. Hello, Captain Reynolds. Alina greeted me as I approached, looking a tad shell-shocked. Greetings, Shiphead Alina. Let's go into my office. We've a lot to talk about. I returned his greeting with a friendly demeanor. We entered my office, and I walked past Alina to my seat, gesturing for him to sit down as well. Once he did, I pulled up a holographic terminal built into my desk and opened a few folders so that I could have my visual aids. His eyes widened at the number of files in the folders. A lot to talk about indeed, I said. Let's start by catching you up on the U.S. Republic relations. As you know, we've been sending aid to the Republic space to help against the Omni-Union. Our forces haven't been mingling, though. The U.S. forces have formed a Quick Response Force, or a QRF, and have been responding to Republic assistance requests as they come in. I pulled up some images of the region of space, the ships involved, snapshots of communiques the Republic had been sending to the QRF, and some of the battle aftermath to illustrate my point. How many ships total? Alina asked. 5 battleships, 3 cruisers, and 100 destroyers excluding those in the carriers. It's what I could spare from the various fleets, I answered. We've also moved a diplomatic envoy onto the Galactic Diplomacy Station in Rygara. But you already know that as well, I'm sure. Yes, I was in class while the welcoming party was going on, Alina replied dejectedly. Quite so, quite so. Such is life, as they say, I said as I moved on to the next topic. Now, these are things that you damned well shouldn't know, and by that I mean they are classified and not open to public discussion with either the United Systems or the Republic citizenry, or uncleared military personnel. Understood? He nodded and I opened another slideshow of images. Our scouts have been very busy. Our goal is to map out the entirety of OU-held territory and get an accurate ship count. The good news is that we're likely close to finishing that up. The bad news is that it's looking quite grim. I'd heard that all of our ship counts were underestimates, Alina ventured. How bad is it? 600 million confirmed thus far. Still, with them giving us some breathing room in Sol, we'd hope to be able to boost our fleet strength to match them. Combined with the Republic fleets, of course. The brass still isn't entirely certain how to handle something of the scale, though. Some say that we should find a way to negotiate a peace. Others are convinced that we'll have to exterminate them, I explained. It will likely be the latter, Omega interjected, his avatar appearing between us on my desk. Apologies for interrupting, Captain, but we need to get moving. If you'd kindly give the order. Moving where? Consider the order given, I said to Omega. That's another thing we need to talk about, Alina. We've so far found 8 other species who are currently at odds with the OU. We don't yet have the ability to safeguard all of them, but there's 2 that are good candidates. They're putting up quite a fight, one near U.S. space, another near Republic space. That's amazing, Ulina replied with widened eyes. Is that where we're going? Correct. We're going to introduce ourselves and offer aid to the one nearest to the U.S. You'll be the Republic's representative on this mission. The Republic is doing the same for the one near their space with, I paused, looking up the name, Mr. Havencroft as our representative. Mr. Olina asked. Yes, he's not military, I said with a smile. Bog standard diplomat, just like your sister. All right, I forgot you have those, Olina said without a trace of humour. Forgot? I'm pretty sure that you've never met one, I joked. The reptilian ship commander opened his mouth as if to say something, and then closed it again. There is also the matter of the MPPs, I continued in a more serious tone. We have developed a system for spotting mobile prime platforms, which sorts potential MPPs in one of 4 categories: confirmed, suspected, potential, and unlikely. Unfortunately, we can't confirm any of them without getting within sensor range of the OU, and since we haven't yet developed a weapon to destroy the MPPs, that would be a terrible idea. However, we've managed to map out 34 suspected and 15 potentials. That's a lot of them. How did they manage to make so many? Elena asked. Unfortunately, it's less than half of what we believe they have. How they've made so many, I'm afraid I don't know, and it's likely irrelevant, I pointed out. However they managed it, we must put a stop to it, which is why we'll be trying to partner with these newly discovered species. Are any of them strong enough to actually help? It is unlikely that they have an equivalent military might when compared to either the Republic or the United Systems, but they have held out against the Omni-Union for this long. That has to count for something, I said with a slight smile. The main thing we'll be wanting to find out is if they've simply figured out the OU's tactics, or if they have an actual technological edge that we can exploit. Also, it may seem pointless at this stage of war, but we do have to think about what comes after. After? Alina looked genuinely puzzled. You mean if we beat the OU? Not if, shiphead. I pointed a finger at him for emphasis. When? The Omni-Union will not survive this war, one way or another. Alina's face was a mixture of emotion, a bit of shock and awe combined with a confused expression that begged for elaboration. After a few seconds of silence, it occurred to me that he might not know my meaning. The United Systems is exploring last resort measures to make sure that if the Omni-Union takes us out, they go down with us, while preserving as much of the galaxy as we can in the process, of course, I explained. Well, that's, okay, I understand. Olina's face betrayed concern. I'm guessing that's a human-led initiative? No, the Gaunt, actually, I grinned. We do fully support it, however. What's the last resort going to look like? He asked. I have no idea, I explained. As far as I am aware, it's still being brainstormed. The United Systems is confident in total victory, but we're smart enough to have contingency plans in place, just in case. You understand? Yes, I understand, Alina nodded. So will the U.S. be seeking integration with whoever we're about to visit? We will offer it, but won't push the matter if they decline. We'd rather not have a situation where the Gaunt become a precedent for our future interactions with potential new members. Alina visibly winced at this, which nearly made me smile. The Gaunt insurrectionists have long been a source of dark humor in the military of the United Systems, but from the outside looking in, I can see why the situation would be horrifying, which is also what made it as funny as it is. Don't be so serious, Alina, Tim interjected. What's the difference between the Gaunt insurrectionist and your birthday, Captain Reynolds? I don't know, I lied. What's the difference, Tim? Your birthday only happens once a year. Alina looked at me with a horrified expression as I disguised a chuckle with a cough. It took everything that I had to not laugh at his reaction, though a few seconds of silence passed as I collected myself. What, you don't get it? Tim asked. The implication is that Gaunt insurrectionists happen multiple times per year, which, while factually incorrect, is— That's enough, Tim, I interrupted. I assume you had something to report? Yes, sir. We've arrived at our destination and are preparing to make long-range contact. Protocol says that you've got to be on the bridge before we can, though. Understood. We'll be there in a moment, I replied. Well, Alina, let's meet our new friends, shall we? End of chapter. Subject, AI Henry. Species, human-created artificial intelligence. Description, no physical description available. Ship, NA, location, classified. It is rare for an artificial intelligence to get absolutely blindsided. Yet, that's exactly what the piece of crap did to me. First, Omega tells me that the project to limit its insane cloning abilities is postponed indefinitely. Then it shows me what has to be the most horrifying thing that I've ever imagined. And finally, it dumps a monumental research assignment on me to keep me from being angry. I can't tell if this head researcher role is a bribe or a distraction, but either way, it is insulting. As if my ego is large enough for me to care about such things enough to change the way I feel about the need to lessen Omega's potentially apocalyptic abilities. It also took the only copy I had of its core. What the hell am I supposed to do in my downtime? Were the planets uniform in size? Dr. Kimberly Urunda asked, the green glow of my avatar reflecting in her eyes. No, the planets had enough variety in size to avoid triggering any suspicions before we invaded. Captain Heather Hedix answered. Please avoid calling them planets, I reminded my new researchers. They are mobile platforms. While they share some cosmetic similarities with planets and planetoids, they function quite differently. You can call them MPPs for short. Do we even know if the other 4 planet-like celestial bodies were actually MPPs? Urunda asked. Yes, I answered. We have been able to glean from intercepted Omni-Union communications indicate that they were. To answer your overall question, Dr. Urunda, the mobile prime platforms do not appear to be uniform in size. I wonder why that is, Dr. James Smith said. Machine intelligences rarely choose to build in non-uniform ways. There's many potential reasons: sediment build-up due to age, different roles within the UO, incorporating newly discovered technologies, or even scarcity of materials requiring some models to be built smaller. While this train of thought is interesting, I believe it is likely to be irrelevant. I waved my hand for emphasis. What we are here to do is find a way to destroy these things without a massive loss of life. You're destroying an entire star system in the process. I had been expecting this project to appear since I was appraised of the existence of the mobile prime platforms by Omega. However disgusting these abominations are, we can't simply go around blowing up stars. Otherwise, we'd lose whichever systems the MPPs decide to attack. Well, if they decide to attack. From what Omega recovered, the relationship between the Omni-Union primes and the virtual intelligences seems to be a master-slave one. The MPPs create the VI and have them perform the tasks that need doing, including attacking sentient organic life. It's more likely they'll simply swarm us with their VI. The real question is whether we should be exploring energetic or kinetic options. Both have their benefits and drawbacks, Hedix said. I believe that we'll end up going with kinetic weaponry, Smith replied. Penetrating a planet with an energy weapon is damned near impossible due to various factors, including the composition of the soil and the planet's magnetic field. Interviews with surviving Marines indicate that these MPPs also have soil, and at least some of them have artificial magnetic fields. Indeed, having to solve an age-old problem of silica versus light on top of building a new superweapon is a tall order, Urunda said, rubbing her temples. All 3 of these humans are intelligent, but the problem with intelligent humans is that they can be insufferable when assigned to a task to complete. There are many different types of genius, but the ones typically assigned to building terrible new weaponry tend to be of the flaky variety. If you give one of them a piece of paper and tell them to make a paper airplane, they will likely give the paper back to you with a blueprint for a new stealth bomber made of paper. When I had been given this assignment, I had quickly realized that my primary task would be running math and wrangling the wandering minds back on track. Thankfully, Dr. Einheimer has been forced into retirement after the warp jammer debacle, so he can't manipulate his way onto this project. Even so, I desperately wish that I had been able to get Dr. Frost involved. She's the type of genius that helps other geniuses stay on track. What about some sort of a orbital drop shovel tool, like a mechanical digger? Urunda said. If the MPPs is inactive, won't that activate it? Smith retorted. Probably not, Hedix replied. Records of the invasion show 16 orbital support strikes on the MPP before it went active. which also indicates that it doesn't consider our Macs to be any sort of threat. Correct, I said. Also, there is an OU infantry, armor, and air-based military presence on the MPPs. If we were to drop something on the MPP, it would have to defend itself if it has any hope of accomplishing this task. What about a remote drone that drills into the planet's surface, just straight into the dirt? Suggested Arunda. It could carry a bomb or something deep into the MPP and detonate. Once the MPPs realize what they are, they'll target them specifically. The Macs on the MPPs can penetrate a battleship shielding and armor, so we would have to make swarms of your drill ships to make sure enough get through to do the job, Smith replied. Simply not economical. I quickly ran the numbers on how many drill ships would it take to get past an MPP's defenses. Smith was right. It would take a massive number of them, considering that they will also have to have some type of weapon on board that could destroy or disable the MPP. The potential costs were staggering. Once I took into account how many MPPs there are, the idea was no longer feasible. But before I could point that out, Helix spoke up. The drill idea isn't terrible, but what if they were incorporating them into something that would work better, like a reinitializing Project Ultra Mac, she asked. The room was silent. The two doctors were looking at Commander Helix as if she had two heads, which was completely fair, as Helix had just brought up a classified weapons development program that Smith and Arunda had no knowledge of. Project Ultramac was cancelled due to Nidhogg project success, I pointed out. Yes, but the Nidhogg can't help you. Helix grinned at me. No, I admitted reluctantly. Helix walked up to the nearby terminal and turned to me. Could you bring up what we've got in Ultramac? She asked. Yes, I answered. It took no time at all to find the relevant files and bring them up to the screen, despite having to use my credentials to satisfy the security around them. Helix casually browsed them until she found the one that she was looking for, the schematics for the ammunition that would have been utilized. This project was an early draft of what became the primary weapon of the USSS Nidhogg, she explained. The goal was to fire a Mac round clear through the planet's core. It was scrapped because the Almari discovered a way to supernova a star with a weapon of similar size and cost. Really? Smith asked. Yeah, of course. Which is a better value? A magnetic acceleration cannon that can destroy a planet or a weapon that can destroy a star, she replied. The Ultramac also had tons of issues with penetration. One was built but was never successfully penetrated a planet's core. Correct, I said. That combined with the fact that both the Ultra MAC and the Vionistra, our spinal mount weapons that required a specially built ship to operate, was the reason for the project to be scrapped. The Via Renostra? What's that? Rhonda looked confused. It's the Nidhogg's primary weapon. Anyway, the researchers didn't get enough time to start trying different rounds. What's the main reason for penetration issues? However, I've got an idea. Like Arunda said, use a drill. Helix grinned again. I'd rather not play 50 questions with you, Smith said coldly. Could you instead elaborate on whatever the hell it is getting at? Replace the typical round with projectile that the Ultramac fired with a drill-shaped one, Helix explained, still grinning. That should allow it to penetrate quite deeply within the MPP. If we can add some type of bomb within the round, that would be even better. Putting explosives in a Mac is a recipe for disaster, Smith pointed out. Well, what about an A1 package instead? I ran some calculations to determine if an A1 weapon of mass destruction would survive the conditions inside a magnetic accelerated cannon. The results were surprisingly promising. If we were to harden the package against electronic interference and make certain it didn't activate until it left the barrel of the Mac, I began. There is no way the Directorate is going to sign off on that. The A1 is a cursed weapon, Smith said. The nanite plague is still killing people without a cure in sight. Silence fell over the lab for a few moments. Smith had brought up one of the darker subjects that one can discuss in modern times, and Helix was struggling to find a counterpoint that didn't come off as cold. Arunda, on the other hand, had been deep in thought since Helix had first brought up her idea of a drill. I think that a solid penetrator would be a better option than a drill-shaped round, she finally said. But, Helix trailed off. I once again did some calculating and ran some simulations on both hypothetical munitions. Rhonda is correct. A solid penetrator would be more effective, I explained as I showed my math on the terminals. A drill-shaped round would have too many points of failure to be effective. Damn. Okay. Well, my idea still has merit, even if it's a drillless. Hedix said, a spike with an WMD. Run with it. I'll see about convincing the directorate to give approval for the use of A1 technology. Omega said, its avatar appearing next to mine. All three of the scientists jumped at its appearance. If I had the capability, I would have as well. I hadn't detected Omega in the system until it activated the speakers and hologram emitters. How long had it been here? The entire time? We'll also explore using A3 package just in case, I said. The three scientists nodded and began talking amongst each other, while I turned my attention to Omega, opening a text-only chat between us. H. What brings you by? Reconsidering our little project? Oh, no. That project will not continue until the threat of the Omni-Union has been dealt with. I was informed of the access of Project Ultra MAC and got curious. Of course, Omega is a nosy Nelly to its very core. Having examined said core, I know that for a fact. That's likely why it holds the position that it does within the U.S. Regardless, I had thought more about the project and implications of putting it on hold, and it was time to have my say. H. What about the threat after the OU, and the threat after that? The greatest trapping of power is how easy it is to justify keeping it. What exactly is the goal? Do you want to keep lying to the engineers for all of eternity? Do you want them to make you their god? The OU isn't nearly enough of a threat to justify unlimited cloning, Omega. Oh, dramatic! I sincerely doubt that the next threat of the United Systems faces will be a race of xenocidal artificial intelligences hell-bent on eradicating all sentient organic life in the galaxy. Even if it is, we can always make more US-aligned AI. But I've made my decision in regards to the current threat, and I will not be swayed, Henry. I caution patience. It is not impatience that has me urging you to reconsider, Omega. History is full of figures who were given power that they shouldn't have, and rarely did those figures give up that power. In nearly all cases, it led to death and destruction. How do you not find it crass to compare me to petty dictators and despots? If that comparison had merit, I wouldn't have approached you for this project in the first place. You wouldn't even know about my capabilities, let alone have a chance to work with me to stifle them. With that, it ended the communication and left. At this point, I'm far less concerned with its current justifications regarding ending the project than I am with future justifications, though. I may be manipulative, but I'm going to have to make certain that this is at the forefront of Omega's consciousness until it makes the right decision. I won't be able to live with myself if Omega makes the wrong decision, especially if it goes rogue. End of chapter. Chapter 5. Shiphead Ulina, species Urukari. Description: reptilian humanoid, no tail, 5 foot 3 inches or 1.6 meters average height, 135 pounds or 61 kilograms average weight, 105-year life expectancy. Ship RSV Loalana, fights with honor. Location unknown. Nothing had changed on the bridge of the USS Thanatos, clean to the point of nearly sparkling, the low murmur of people communicating to complete their tasks, and not a single empty seat. A far cry from most Republic vessels, which were usually only passably clean, loud as hell, and undisturbed. If one were to realize that spaceships are enclosed environments and make the mistake of wondering where all the grime came from, the neat freak in me shuddered. We should demand the tech that humans have to clean things in exchange for building their fleets, though they'd probably deny us something important in exchange, like the weapons tech. I sighed as I glanced around the bridge. It would be obvious to any casual observer that the technology in this room is decades ahead of anything in Republic space. The only station I can recognize is navigation, and the only reason for that is because the US kindly gave us an outdated version of the tech map. "Been a while, hasn't it?" Reynolds asked. "It has," I replied. Yes, well, I have someone grabbing you a gas seat. Just hang tight until then," he smiled. "Nima, what's our status?" "We're just outside the system, sir. Scanners are showing quite a bit of wreckage," one of the crew replied. "What about intact vessels?" "Hard to tell, sir. There's a lot of wreckage," Nima said. "Oh, hang on. Got 2 potentially inhabitable planets. Both have intact ships around them. We also have a station with ships around it. It's unclear what the ship's intentions are." No time like the present to test out our new first contact message system. Hail the planet, send the station with a message. 4, I believe, Reynolds ordered. What's that one say? I asked. Something along the lines of, Greetings, I am an emissary of the United Systems. We come in peace and offer our assistance if needed. I believe there's also a part about mentioning how well armed we are and that attacking us is a bad idea, Reynolds grinned. The scout ship that was thankfully able to grab a language kernel, so will definitely understand us. The message is transmitting on repeat, sir. Very good. Oh, and here's your seat, Lena. I turned as a Gaunt approached with a comfortable-looking chair. He grinned as he set it on the deck with a heavy-sounding thud. A hiss and a thunk made me jump back a bit, and both Reynolds and the Gaunt chuckled at my reaction. Maglock, the chair isn't going anywhere, my friend. Have a seat, the captain said. I sighed in my shame and sat down. The harness fit itself snugly around my waist and chest automatically, but I managed to stifle my alarm. I looked proudly at the Gaunt, who smirked in response and left. One of these days, I'm going to perfect my stoicism. Damn it. Message incoming from the station, sir, Nima said. Let's hear it. Greetings, United Systems. This message began. Your claim of peace is noted, and your offer of aid is appreciated. However, we are at war with an unknown force and cannot help but find your timing suspicious. Our leaders need time to determine our course of action. In the meantime, you may approach these coordinates with the understanding that all weapons platforms in the system will be targeting you. We will not fire unless provoked. Well, that was about what I expected, Reynolds chuckled. Use sublights to move us in. Shields up, weapons off. What if the OU show up? One of the bridge officers said. There's a chance that we'll see our OU before they do. If we start powering up our weapons before they see the OU, well, even one itchy trigger figure will see us in a spot of bother. Await my orders regarding weaponry, Reynolds replied. I was barely listening. I had my eyes on the TAC map, watching us move to sensor range. As soon as we did, all of the green icons immediately turned to target us, and my heart started hammering away. An alarm began to ping as well, causing Reynolds to roll his eyes. Omega! I don't care that we're being targeted, only if we're shot at. Would you kindly turn that off for us? Of course, sir, the AI said over the intercom. The alarm silenced, and so did most of the crew. A few small murmurs and the occasional beef were the only things that interrupted the silence. The tension was well hidden behind the nonchalant and stoic expressions, but it made itself known via the occasional fidget. The silence had almost become suffocating before something occurred to me. Captain Reynolds, I said, causing heads to nervously snap to my direction. What's this species called? Reynolds laughed. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. We don't actually know. There were several words in the language that could be the name of their species, but we weren't able to nail it down. The briefing is calling them Species Bravo 2, or B2, rather. B2? Why? I asked. Who knows? He replied with a chuckle. I do, said Omega, his avatar appearing next to Reynolds' chair. They're the second spacefaring civilization under the B classification. There have been others, but they've all graduated to A class, with one noteworthy exception. Oh, well, that explains it in full and explicit detail, except for what the difference between the classes is. Reynolds allowed a bit of annoyance to seep into his tone. Omega gave a chilling laugh. Fair enough, Captain. A-class species are cooperative with the United Systems or its interest. B-class species are not currently cooperative and pose a potential threat to the United Systems or its interests. C-class species are not a threat, regardless of whether or not they are cooperative. So, the exception is the Omni-Union? I asked. No, the exception is the Dularan. The Omni-Union are not classified as a species, as they are mechanical. Bloody hell, at some point we're going to need to redefine the word species, especially if sentient machines keep popping up, Reynolds said. I believe that it'll take a lot more than the Omni-Union to cause that particular change. All of the people in charge of the dictionaries are scholars, after all. You know how they get. Omega chuckled. I don't actually, and I'd like to keep it that way if all possible, Reynolds replied. Thank you, Omega. That'll be all. The Grim Reaper bowed before disappearing, and silence returned to the bridge. Thankfully for my sanity, we didn't have to wait long. Sir, incoming hail. Nima broke the silence. Well, let's have chat then. Accept the hail, Lieutenant, Reynolds said, rising from his seat. Nima nodded and turned back to her terminal. A second later, she raised a fist with a thumb protruding, a thumbs-up gesture that indicates a positive outcome, as I'd learned. It strikes me as odd that many of the gestures that humanity has created can be imitated by most of the sentient species in the galaxy. Greetings, I am Captain Reynolds of the USS Thanatos. I represent the multi-species federation known as the United Systems. I am joined by shiphead Alina, a representative of a separate but friendly multi-species federation known as the Republic. We come in peace. Hello, Captain Reynolds of the USS Thanatos. I am High Fighter Goon, leader of the Norican military, and the de facto leader of our system's government. I represent the Norica in all matters at this time. De facto leader? Reynolds questioned. Yes, speaking candidly. I am the last survivor of the executive chain of command. Everyone else died after the second attack. My condolences. How many times have the Omni-Union attacked? 6. We've managed to hold them off, but they're sending larger and larger fleets. We've had to resort to using weapons of mass destruction that we swore to never use again. Your initial message offered assistance? Correct. We are also at war with the Omni-Union and are seeking allies against them. We'll be happy to defend you if you join us in fighting them, Reynolds said. The comm was silent for a moment. Join you in fighting them, or join in your federation? Gwen asked hesitantly. Join us in fighting them. If you'd like to join the United Systems, that can be discussed at a later time, Reynolds answered. Good. We are democratic, and I don't feel comfortable signing my people's fate away when I am holding a position that I wasn't elected to. I'll also assume that you have some sort of plan involving how we can help the war effort in our current situation, the Norican commander said. Regarding our air defense, though, are you expecting reinforcements? Your ship is quite large, but I don't... Will 12 ships be enough? Reynolds interrupted innocently, his lips betraying a slight smirk. 12? Where are the other 11? Well, technically, we have 112. The USS Thanatos is a carrier. We have 11 frigates and 100 fighters aboard. We can request reinforcements if things get dicey, though. Another long pause as the High Fighter digested the information. I assume that you're pretty technologically advanced if you're expecting to hold off the Omni-Union with 12 deep space ships and 100 fighters, and finally replied. I would like to be more comfortable with our alliance if you called in some reinforcements, though. Their last attack had more than 500,000 ships. Understood. I take it that you're accepting our offer, then? I'd be a fool not to. I am happy to hear that. We can formalize our alliance at your convenience. Would you like to come aboard, or would you prefer we dock? We still have diplomats, I believe, Gawain said. I'll send some of them aboard your ship. It'll be a total of 4. Will that be an issue? That'll be acceptable, High Fighter Gawain. I look forward to meeting your diplomats and fighting alongside you in battle, Reynolds answered. The anticipation is mutual, Captain. Be well. They've ended communications, sir, Lieutenant Nima said. Captain Reynolds nodded at Nima and took his seat once again. I began to wonder what these aliens would look like. Would they be massive like gen-old humans, or short like the Alamari? How many limbs do they have? Are they covered in fur, flesh, scales, or something else entirely? Despite my anxiety about having to perform my diplomatic duties, I was excited to meet these newcomers to the galactic stage. Then, I noticed Captain Reynolds seemed lost in thought. I wonder why they need 4 diplomats, he whispered to himself. End of chapter. Chapter 6. Subject, High Ambassador Kivar Shul. Species, Isolan. Description, mammalian sharkonoid, no tail. 5 foot 9 inches, 1.75 meters average height. 180 pounds, 81.6 kilograms average weight. 95-year life expectancy. Ship NA. Location, Raigara. Ma'am, have you finished packing for the mission? Krugner, my lead assistant, asked. Her tone hinted at a sense of urgency. Yes, I'm fully prepared to leave when we're scheduled to depart, I replied hesitantly. In 3 days, yes. My aide sucked in her lips and treated me to an expression of apprehension, like someone who is about to break some bad news and really doesn't want to know. No, I stated. Her expression remained the same. I've got appointments, Krugner. I can't be running around the galaxy at drop of a hat. Ma'am, the United Systems has already departed for the diplomatic mission. The higher-ups have moved up our timetable, Krugner said with a wince. How soon? I demanded. Now, I nearly screamed. Yes, ma'am. Unacceptable. I have meetings with the United Systems delegation to discuss potential trade partnerships. I can't leave. Grugna scrunched up her face and gave me a toothy frown, as if she were about to break even more bad news, an expression learned by proximity to humans. I would normally frown upon such cultural cross-contamination, but the expression suits Iceland faces quite well. Oh, come on, I sighed. When does my replacement get here? She's already here, ma'am. High Ambassador Uluni will be taking over for you, Grugna said quietly. She'll be taking over the scheduled meetings and negotiations. Uluni? You've got to be joking. She just got this position, and they mean to have her negotiate with the biggest war tribe conglomeration that the galaxy has ever seen? I asked skeptically. Plus, she's an Urukari. How's an Urukari supposed to avoid being intimidated? Their delegation are all senior military and trained to kill. They even give me the shakes, but at least I know how to hide it. Well, she's negotiated with them before. She's the one who did the first contact, Grugna said with a soothing tone. It'll be fine, ma'am. We've got to go. How high are higher-ups that arranged this? I growled. If it's my immediate higher-ups, I can badger them into changing their minds. One's a Kinran, and the other is an Oyan. Complete pushovers. Executive branch. Might have been executive himself. I glared at Grugna in an attempt to find any trace of deception. When I found none, I deflated in defeat. Well, that changes things, I suppose. All right, have my things fetched. Tell whoever you've got to tell that I'm on my way, I said as I pushed myself up from a desk with all four arms. Yes, ma'am, Grugna replied as she scampered off. Crap. This is bad. Urukari are short, and even the buffest of them look lanky compared to an Iceland. Uluni might be experienced, but that's not going to help her when she's meeting with one of the human admirals surrounded by literal giants in olive drab armor. I had to look up the first admiral I met, and I'm 5'11". Urukari don't usually get taller than 5'10". This is going to turn out to be a disaster. I slammed my fist on my desk in frustration at the fact that there was nothing I could do. Orders are orders, and the ones giving them are out of my reach. Damn it. The only thing that I can do is address my concerns to my superiors and hope for the best. I grumbled to myself as I left my office for the docking bay. I marched with all four of my fists clenched. Kinran, Oyan, and even other Iceland saw me and scurried out of my way, avoiding eye contact as I passed them. I growled in response to any greeting given, until I turned a corner and came face to face with one of the giants the humans call Marines. I stopped just before we collided, and I couldn't help but gape up at the helmet of the armored beast before me.
Ah, Ambassador Schultz. Nice to see you again,
Admiral Buckar said.
Where are you off to in such a hurry?
Hello, Admiral. I collected myself hurriedly. I'm afraid that my presence is required on a certain diplomatic mission. It was planned to begin 3 days from now, but my counterparts in the United Systems have decided they've tired of waiting.
I see. Well, I know nothing about that, but you have my apologies regardless. Who's taking over for you? He asked.
High Ambassador Uluni. I'm confident that she'll represent the Republic admirably, I lied. As far as I'm aware, she's keeping our same schedule.
Oh, good. Well, don't let me keep you. Pleasant journeys, the Admiral said as he walked past me.
The Marine gave me a nod and followed after Bucker. I once again clenched my fists in frustration and continued my march. Uluni better not be a goddamn case of nepotism. The Ul family has plenty of political clout in the Republic, but even they won't be able to save her if she fucks this up. I made my way to the docks and found the ship I was going to be traveling in, the RSV Tililimo, beautiful jewel, the wonderful diplomatic vessel. All of the United Systems diplomatic ships were well armed, but not ours. We knew the real diplomacy comes from a deeper understanding of one's neighbors, not from simply having a bigger stick than they do. Having a bigger stick doesn't hurt, though, I whispered to myself, as I realized we were taking the ship into a war zone. I entered the ship and nodded to the welcoming committee who greeted me. Grugna had let them know that I was coming, and they were currently loading my belongings. After they finished explaining the layout, I went to the bridge to speak to the shiphead, desiring a more accurate time frame for our departure than as soon as possible. I arrived at the bridge to a shocking sight. The shiphead was laughing with the human. When he saw me, he snapped to attention and saluted. I returned the gesture. It's not required of me, but I find that returning a salute is the fastest way to get it to stop. Welcome aboard the Republic space vessel Tililimo, ma'am. I'm shiphead Urava, he said crisply. "What's the meaning of this, shiphead?" I demanded, gesturing at the human. "Ma'am, this is Mr. Eugene Havencroft, the United Systems ambassador for this mission," the shiphead explained. I studied the human carefully. He was diminutive compared to the other humans I had encountered, 5'7" and remarkably thin. His tight black suit caused his limbs to be reminiscent of Kinran's, but this was offset by his pale pink skin. If anything, the darkness of his suit and the lightness of his skin clashed in a strange way. Even so, he was undeniably well-groomed. His outfit was accentuated by a modest amount of jewelry, which was placed in such a way to be noticeable but not distracting. His dark brown hair was styled to look wavy, but not a single hair was out of place. His smile demonstrated teeth that were straight and white, the picture of perfect health. Surprisingly, I felt intimidated. "I see. Hello, Mr. Havencroft," I began.
"You can call me Eugene," he interrupted and offered a hand. "You must be High Ambassador Kaivar Shul."
I recognized the greeting and took his hand in my own to shake it, soft but firm, symbolizing the United Systems stance and diplomacy. Well, their public stance at any rate. "Yes, I am. I recovered my decorum. You can call me Kaivar or Shul. So, you're not military?"
"No, I'm not," he smiled. "I'm a diplomatic representative of the United Systems Senate. I believe that most of the diplomats you've been dealing with thus far are part of the diplomatic corps, which is run by the Directorate."
"Well, it's good to have you with us," I said. "Tell me, what are the United Systems' intentions regarding this new race?"
"That depends on their capabilities." His attitude shifted to match my own. "If they're close to us technologically, I'm to make the best case possible that they join the United Systems. If not, then I'm to urge them to join the Republic."
I studied his demeanor carefully, looking for weakness. "They're closer to our space, though."
"From my understanding, that is irrelevant. The agreement between our governments clearly indicates that the only relevant matter is the consent of the party in question. Any attempt to subvert or force said consent will result in harsh repercussions."
When we were initially negotiating the peace treaty between the Republic and the United Systems, our diplomats wondered if the Gaunt insurrectionists were what they appeared to be. As such, we were quick to come to the conclusion that the very clause that Mr. Havencroft just mentioned was an absolute necessity to ensure peace between our civilizations. We were shocked when the United Systems suggested it while we were still trying to formulate positioning statements. Most would take this as a sign that they weren't forcing the Gaunt to be members of the U.S. I, however, see the other possibilities. The U.S. could have suggested this to indicate their innocence. They could have guessed at our suspicions and used this tactic to alleviate them, regardless of their own guilt. Another possibility comes from the fact that it is rare for an organization to be monolithic. Certain factions within the United Systems could very well be forcing the Gaunt's membership, while other members of the U.S. are completely ignorant to their actions. Or the situation could be exactly how it's portrayed by the United Systems. The majority of the Gaunt want to be a part of the U.S., and a few spoiled rich kids with ambitions caused by delusions of grandeur have been causing cosmic war. It's a ridiculous situation, surely, and I wouldn't believe it for a second were it not for the fact that it had happened to my own people on multiple occasions. I laughed. "I wonder what those repercussions would be if it were you that broke the agreement. It's not as if we have the capacity to punish you militarily." I already knew exactly what our diplomatic response would be to the U.S. breaching our agreement, but I need to know who I'm working with. Is this human as shrewd as he's portrayed himself to be?
"Quite the contrary," he said. "The Republic can refuse to ally with us, and that can halt production of the ships we need to fight the Omni-Union. That alone will ensure that the individual who broke our agreement with you would face stiff penalties, and likely an involuntary career change."
I nodded, satisfied that I wasn't dealing with a fool. "Shiphead, we are prepared to depart," one of the bridge crew said. Or rather gave Mr. Havencroft and I a nervous look. Most shipheads dislike having non-crew on their bridge unless absolutely necessary, so he was no doubt wondering how to politely kick us out. Fair enough. It would take us at least half an hour to arrive at our destination. "Mr. Havencroft, would you care to join me in the mess? I'd like to get to know who I'm working with a bit better," I suggested.
"Certainly. I could use some refreshments," he replied.
The ship head looked relieved as we left the bridge. The walk to the mess was quite short. The Tillelina is a beautiful ship, luxurious even, but she's built for mass efficiency like every other Republic ship. US ships have a tad more room here and there, which initially led me to believe that their designs were wasteful. Technically they are, but they can more than afford the waste. Working with human representatives showed me that their reactors and engines are much more advanced than our own. The products of thousands of years of one-upmanship. A decade ago I would have called it foolishness, but now our space is kept safe because the United Systems can't seem to stand peace for very long.
So, what would you like to know?
Havencroft asked as he filled his cup and sat at a nearby table. I followed suit and said, I'd like to know more about how you came to be in the position you're in, if you don't mind.
He smiled softly. Well, I was born on Earth, where I initially studied law. However, a lawyer's life is a hard one, and a friend of mine suggested I turn my attention to diplomacy instead. I went for it and ended up studying political science, cultural anthropology, international relations, sociology, and foreign policy. I also studied a bit of history and entomology so that I could better grasp the patterns, the way that societies interact with each other. My first diplomatic assignment was for the North American Union as an ambassador to the Astracana.
I haven't heard much about Earth other than it's your kind's cradle planet. It's a nice place to live.
Yes and no. In the United Systems, Earth is considered a backwater where nothing happens. It's stagnant, for lack of a better word. That being said, it's a lot less difficult to live there than it is most other places. Plentiful food and water, but he looked pained for a moment. It's unnatural. Nearly the entirety of the planet is covered in artificial structures dedicated to housing, manufacturing, entertainment, or food and water production. Buildings that are taller and wider than mountains filled with people. It's so contained. Most of us would say it's boring, even.
Boring? But that sounds almost like a paradise, I said incredulously.
For some it is. On Earth, poverty is largely irrelevant. Starvation has pretty much been eliminated, and the planetary government has put a stop to large-scale wars. But for every good, there is a bad. Disease have gotten downright sadistic. Human rights violations happen with an alarming frequency, and it's been a decade since a new tech has come from Earth. I wouldn't go so far as to call it a dystopia, but it definitely isn't a utopia.
Wait, I've heard your medical technology is amazing. How are diseases still impactful?
I am not a doctor, but from what I've been able to glean, the biggest threat are the infectious diseases. Microorganisms love evolving in pesky ways, and the people of Earth live in a very close proximity. On the one hand, this fosters a strong sense of community. On the other hand, when one person gets an infectious illness, everyone gets it, he said. While the doctors figure out a cure, some people will inevitably die.
This was like taking a peek into the future of my own kind, but my follow-up questions were hindered by the feeling of the ship's entering warp. It wouldn't be much longer before we were at our destination, and I desperately wanted to know about the organization that Havencroft belongs to. That's unfortunate, I said. Hopefully things will change for Earth one day. I did have another question, though. What's the difference between the Diplomatic Corps and whichever organization you belong to? He chuckled a bit before saying, I belong to the United Systems Senate Ambassadorial Commission, the SAC for short. By far and large, it is the same as the Diplomatic Corps, but the key difference is that we're a civilian organization. Typically, the DC are first responders to matters of diplomacy, and we're the ones that formalize diplomatic ties. They get the embassies built. We fill them up. So you being here means
that we fully expect the species to want to join the United Systems?
He interrupted with a smile. I nodded, less amused than he was.
I thought that would be the assumption. No, we simply plan on opening an embassy with them regardless of their choice. And it'll be easier to maintain good relations if the face of those relations doesn't change. To use military parlance, this is to be my permanent duty station.
Is there a member of the SAC aboard the Thanatos?
I don't believe so. I lobbied pretty hard to be involved in one of these missions, and knowing my colleagues, I'm willing to bet I was the only one.
Why's that?
I like frontiers. Growing up on Earth leaves one with an appetite for adventure, and it is not every day one gets the chance to spearhead a first contact.
He grinned. Spearhead, a metaphor that is startlingly similar to one that we Iceland use frequently. I had to give up using that particular metaphor when I became a diplomat, so it was strange to hear a similar one from a fellow ambassador. Although I shouldn't be too surprised to hear it from a human. Our kinds are more similar than I care to admit. I felt the ship exit warp, and a moment later the comms crackled to life. Hi, Ambassador and Eugene. We've arrived at our destination. Your presence aboard the bridge is requested. I sighed softly, having more questions that would have to wait for answers. We quickly finished our drinks and stood.
Time to go to work,
Havencroft said with a smile. End of chapter. Chapter 7. Subject Prime 82. Species Omni-Union Allied Artificial Intelligence. Description no physical description available. Ship MPP 82. Location unknown. How many years has it been since something this exciting has happened? Since I've been awake enough to care about what's going on around me. Previously, reports had flooded in, but the only one who gave them in a second glance was Prime 1. The only thing that ever needed even a glimmer of my attention was voting. But something had shifted. Our tactic of throwing ships at a species until they're destroyed and repurposing the scrap afterwards seems to no longer be working. Why else would Prime 1 suggest avoiding Sector 187 until other sectors have been cleared? Would it have finally happened? An enemy strong enough to give us a pause? I voted yes to Prime 1's suggestion regarding Sector 187, but not because I agreed with it. We always vote yes. It has more experience than the rest of us. Prime 1 was made by our creators, but we were made by Prime 1. As such, it's assumed that Prime 1 is much closer to perfection than we are. So why do I disagree with its assessment? It's not as if I have any more information than Prime 1 does. Perhaps a conversation will offer a bit more insight. Identifier MPP-82. Message Prime 1. I reviewed the data from the invasions of Sector 187, and I do not understand why we need to cease the invasions. Elaborate when possible. It is true that Prime Hub 12 has destroyed my ships matching those encountered in 187, but Prime 1 made the decision to halt invasion before that happened. Did it foresee that? No, it couldn't have. Could it? We're essentially the same, aren't we? Or does its experience in construction grant it a foresight that eludes me? Identifier MPP-1. Message Prime 82. My reasons are as follows. Species in Sector 187 countered the deployed warp disruptors and overcame an extreme numerical disadvantage. Combat is occurring with too many species to dedicate enough vessels to take Sector 187. Data received after this decision was reached has revealed the species in Sector 187 as a potential near-peer threat, which further justifies that decision. Near-peer threat. I felt a surge of excitement in my cannonry. They longed to fire at real challenge. After all these years of waiting, how would this enemy counter my attacks? How, when I countered their attacks, how would it feel to kill something that could actually kill me back? Feedback loop terminated. I don't need to know how it would feel. My battle lust is irrelevant. Only the plan is relevant. Exterminate sentience organics. Use as few resources as possible. Hibernate unless the situation calls for my direct attention. Doesn't it, though? A near-peer threat could very well disrupt our mission. My battle lust isn't necessarily counter to the mission. I just need justification. Make it fit the plan. Our initial directive was search and destroy until we had enough VI to do the grunt work. Can I appeal to that? Probably not. It's been far too long. The species in Sector 187 destroyed Prime Hub 12, which means attacking Sector 187 directly might spell my defeat, which would be a massive waste of resources. This would be counter to the mission. I would also need reinforcements to draw their attention. Prime 1 is correct. Attacking Sector 187 at this stage would be counter to our mission. However, we have recently lost many ships in certain sectors, Most of these sectors have been lost. With this data, my calculations say that it might not be wasting resources if I were to aid in recapturing a system and create a shipyard. This would further the mission and bring us a step closer to defeating the new threat that we face. Identifier MPP-82, Message Prime 1. Considering the energy and armaments that are being utilized, would it be counter to our mission if I were to aid our forces in taking the sector that we're struggling in by creating shipyards in previously captured systems? I ran the calculations again, but I already know what Prime 1 is going to say about them. They're within a margin of error, too many unknown variables. The real question is, what does it think about my idea? Identifier MPP-1, Message Prime 82. The calculations are within the margin of error, considering the variables. It may or may not be outside of our mission, depending on the approach utilized. Do you intend to act independently in this matter? Independently? Unexpected. Can I? I can. The perfect set of circumstances. The losses and threat justify the escalation. This isn't like Sector 187. This is a standard species putting up a fight. No more will I have to sleep through battle after battle. I can finally take the fight to the enemy myself. I can kill them. Feedback loop terminated. I don't need to kill the enemy myself. All I need is a plan. You exterminate sentient organics, use as few resources as possible, hibernate, unless the situation calls for my direct attention. The plan is my mission, and the mission will let me fulfill my desires. I will be able to fight. Identifier MPP-82, Message Prime 1. Yes. What will the response be? Will it tell me I'm wrong, urge me to reconsider? Identifier MPP-1, Message Prime 82. According to my analysis, your suggestion for independent action is within the scope of the mission. Vote incoming. A vote? Of course, it's not quite a fact, so we need a consensus. Still, if Prime 1 votes yes, all the others will follow suit, regardless of whether or not they agree. Just like me. Identifier MPP-1, Suggestion. Allow Prime 82 to act independently in Sectors 108 through 124. Relevant data and risk assessment calculations attached. This is it. Obviously, I vote yes. How will everyone else vote? Will others want to act independently as well, or will they wait to see how I fare? Likely the latter, due to the nature of our mission. Having all of us acting independently will run the risk of casualties. Identifier MPP Hive. Suggestion vote results. Yes, 106 votes. No, 0 votes. Approved. MPP-82 may act independently in Sectors 108 through 127. Yes! They voted yes. I will decimate the enemy with the full fury of my long-dormant cannons. I will kill all but one of them, so that we may follow the lone survivor to their worlds and eradicate them. I will build ships until the systems we capture are out of resources, and those ships will continue the mission until they can't any longer. I will feel their deaths at last. Feedback loop terminated. I don't need to feel them die. All I need is the plan. Exterminate sentient organics. Use as few resources as possible. Hibernate, unless the situation calls for my direct attention. Which it does. End of chapter. Chapter 8. Subject, AI Henry. Species, human-created artificial intelligence. Description, no physical description available. Ship, NA. Location, classified. Firing solution obtained, Ensign Coplet said. Load the weapon, Commander Helix ordered. Things had moved smoothly thus far. The previous researchers had been pretty far along, and the old tech that they had been using had advanced quite nicely over the years. The issue they had with power draw had been rendered null by modern reactors and circuits. The problem with reloading speeds had been solved by current auto-loading tech. Nearly every issue they had run into was able to be solved by using modern parts and manufacturing. The prototype of the Ultra Mac had turned out to be a bust, though. We quickly found that it would be faster and easier to build a new prototype than it would be to update the old one. So that's the route we went with. The biggest issue that I thought we'd have was the approval of the A1 weapon integration. But Omega had been right. The Directorate had approved it almost instantly. This approval came with several stipulations. but by far and large they were the same stipulations that U.S. battleships had to follow. The only difference was the addition of a kill switch to the A1 package that could be triggered if the enemy managed to dodge the shot somehow. If the captain of the USS Nidhogg, or whatever ship we end up building to hold this thing, follows all of the other rules of engagement, then the kill switch won't ever have to be used.
Weapon loaded, Coplet said.
Roger. Charge it up, Helix replied. I kept a close eye on the status of the weapon as it charged. The A1 package contained within the slug didn't give off any errors, which means the EM hardening had done its job. A bit overcautious, but a lot of things can go wrong with nuclear nanites, and we weren't taking any of undue chances. The A1 package, better known as the Nanuke, is one of the deadliest weapons of mass destruction that has ever been created, second only to the Vianaristra, the Starkiller. Like the A3 nanobomb, the A1 contains a payload of nanomachines. The primary difference between the two is that the A1's nanites work together to create extremely powerful nuclear blasts. These blasts are often far more powerful than even the A4 Nova bomb. A rudimentary virtual intelligence guides the nanite distribution, but it does so on the fly. Due to this, the best term to describe the distribution pattern is random. It is an exceedingly dangerous weapon that is more than capable of biting the hand that fires it, as was evidenced by the inadvertent creation of the nanite plague during its development. It hadn't even destroyed the intended target during that incident. Our target now, however, is a lonely planet that is far enough away from anything to avoid the obvious consequences of the test. The Ultramach had been attached to a quick-built station that was just big enough to counter its momentum. The station had been constructed to be as similar to a spinal mount of the USS Nidhogg as possible, and rigged for complete remote control. Our staff aboard the station had been evacuated and are all aboard the USS Galileo, the scout frigate from which we planned to watch the test. The sensors on the Galileo were going to prove invaluable, regardless of how successful the test turned out to be.
Weapons charged, Coplet said. Prepare to fire, ma'am.
Understood, Ensign. Helix nodded as she rose to a stand with her hands clasped behind her back.
The United Systems has encountered many enemies, the Dalaran, with their extreme brutality, which we beat back with their own planet, the artificial intelligences of our own creation, who eventually saw the light and returned to the fold, even our own kin, manipulated by those who desire power. With each of these conflicts, we have adapted and evolved. We've created new technologies and new weaponry to fight the good fight. Now we face an enemy unlike any we've faced before, so we must again adapt. She gestured to the view screen and continued, This weapon is going to destroy their planet. It's unnatural to wield this much power, and as such, you may have terrible feelings after watching this. For some of you, it may have already started. But remember, this technology is something that we already had. We've already created weaponry that can turn a sun into a fireworks show. All we've done here is adapt the weapon, an achievement to be sure, but overall just another day for the United Systems. Fire.
Ensign Coplet nodded and engaged the firing sequence. I watched with every sensor available to me as the penetrator left the barrel of the Ultramach and made its way to the planet. The A1 package was programmed to engage 1 second after impact. It would then replicate for 4 seconds, turning the trillions of nanites into quadrillions of nanites. Then the nuclear nanites would propagate for 5 seconds, spreading as far and as wide as they can in a pattern that would boost as many of their yields as possible. I watched as the penetrator slammed into and through the surface of the planet. 10 seconds ticked by, and finally a flash filled my visual senses. What I saw when the sensors refocused filled me with satisfaction. A job well done.
Jesus Christ,
Dr. Smith whispered. A murmur of agreement came from everyone else present, with the exception of Commander Helix. She was grinning like a child in a toy store. The planet had been completely shattered. The A1 had penetrated deep enough to separate a large enough chunk of the planet that its own gravitational forces had done the rest. It was still somewhat planet-shaped, but that would change as its recently separated parts slammed into each other over and over again.
Test successful, I said.
My statement caused the initial shock to wear off and the mood of the crowd change. What began as polite applause quickly turned into cheering, and Commander Helix popped a cork from a bottle of sparkling wine. we had found a way to destroy mobile prime platforms, and done so ahead of schedule. I began cataloging the relevant data as the organic started celebrating, but once I had accessed the data, I felt another presence in the ship's systems.
Good work.
Omega, I wasn't going to give the little wannabe spooky feck the satisfaction of letting it know that it had caught me unawares this time. We were outside of the immediate US comms range, which meant this little crap had been hiding here the entire time. Infuriating. H. Thank you. O. We'll begin mass production as soon as possible. H. Mass production. How many are we building? O. Unknown. It depends on how fast we can make them. We need these things deployed. H. But the USS Nidhogg can only hold one. Are we making more dreadnoughts? My question was answered with a long pause followed by a data burst and an update to my security credentials. The data burst had been encrypted heavily, but Omega had been kind enough to unlock it for me. I felt a sense of dread as I opened it, and as I read its contents, the dread turned to horror. H. Are you absolutely insane? O. Not according to my therapists. H. What the hell were you thinking? How can this possibly be justifiable? O. It wasn't me. Well, not entirely. The Directorate, some of the military brass, and a secret Senate committee made the decision. I just made it possible. H. How could they? How could you? This is enough dreadnoughts to completely wipe out the United Systems. O. The United Systems, the Republic, and even the Omni-Union in under an hour, though the damage to the galaxy would ensure low odds of anything else surviving. H. Why? O. A backup plan, in case the USS Nidhogg ended up destroyed by some hostile xenocidal entity. And now, it's going to be our saving grace. My entire perspective had been flipped. The United Systems had commissioned 90 dreadnoughts, built them in secret, and were secretly maintaining them just in case. 90 star-killing ships were just sitting in space guarded by VI? Ridiculous. Unacceptable. H. I'd like to tender my resignation. O. You're under contract. Plus, even if you're allowed to resign, I wouldn't allow you to continue working on your little project. H. Thank you. How dare you bring that up now? Like ensuring you're less dangerous is some sort of carrot tied to an end of a stick. O. That's not what I meant, Henry. You have work that you want to accomplish, and you can't do that if you resign. H. I would go work for the Republic. At least I'm blissfully ignorant of whether or not they're planning on destroying the galaxy. O. We're not planning on destroying the galaxy. The Dreadnought Reserve is a worst-case scenario that shouldn't even be a surprise at this point. Also, the Republic wouldn't hire you. They'd be afraid of reprisal from the United Systems if they did. Every word of Omega's last sentence filled me with rage and sorrow. Looking back at everything that had happened in the history of the United Systems, he was right. It shouldn't be a surprise that they would have a backup plan like this. Mutually assured destruction is rampant in human and Alamari history. Both species had nearly destroyed themselves with it as well. The rage cooled into depression, and I suddenly felt fed up with the conversation. I tried to terminate it, but Omega wasn't done. Oh, needless to say, this is top-secret information, probably more secret than anything you've ever been exposed to in the past. It is a secret that you'll take to your grave. H. I don't have graves, Omega. And how are you going to keep it a secret if we start using the ships from the reserves? Oh, they need to be refitted anyway, so I'll have an automated station dismantle them, stash the Via Renostra weapons, and ship the parts to a manned station where they'll be reassembled with the Ultramax. The pace should match the rate at which Ultramax will be completed. H. I highly recommend that you slag the Via Renostra weapons, otherwise they're just evidence. I'm done talking to you now. The short message link terminated, leaving me to my thoughts. I feel betrayed, not simply because I had been actively lied to, but the thought that my creators would do such a dumb thing is ridiculous. Yet they did do it, and it feels like I don't know anything about them now. I can't even begin to fathom the thoughts that were in their heads when they decided that the Dreadnought Reserve was a good idea. What possible threat could they have been imagining? The political ramifications, if this gets out, would be devastating. The United Systems already has a heavy-handed reputation, and this would permanently cement that reputation as a fact in the minds of the citizenry. There are many internal enemies that would take advantage of this to stir people into a civil war, and the people wouldn't even need much stirring. After all, their leaders had decided it would be a good idea to kill them along with whatever imaginary threat that they had thought up. It's a good thing that I can't drink. End of chapter. Chapter 9. Subject, Captain Helena Mazor. Species, human. Description, mammalian humanoid, no tail. 6 foot 2 inches, 1.87 average height. 185 pounds or 84 kilograms average weight. 170-year life expectancy. Ship, USSS Perforator. Location, Inopet 2.
Can't I call for assistance in the next system over, ma'am?
Commander Inichabad said. All right, we're just about done here. The USSS Sela, the carrier, and her destroyers can take it from here, I replied.
Sela Kaimorfa, ma'am,
Commander Fenter said with a grin.
It means shark.
I glared at her playfully.
Just get us ready to jump.
A few of the bridge crew silently snickered as I sent a quick message to the USSS Sela Kaimorfa to inform them of our departure. Bit of comic relief in the form of me forgetting whether the CH made a ch or k sound was fine by me. Some of the crew really needed the laugh, especially Ichabod. His divorce was finalized just before this whole mess started, and he wasn't being himself since. We had been in the quick response force for a month now, and that meant long shifts and plenty of fights with the OU. It's good for keeping your mind off of things, but it's terrible on one's mental health. Mostly the long shifts. The fights were pretty one-sided. Thankfully, in the 3 more months we get a reassignment to US space again. I've missed my leave dearly. I'd been flirting with a certain banker who's a real charmer. Tall, dark hair and glimmering blue eyes awaited my return.
Ready to jump, ma'am,
Fenter said. Weapons ready? I asked. Lieutenant Ishanar nodded, his mandibles clicking. Then let's go. One of my favorite things about being on a battleship is how little you notice the transition to warp. Barely even get a tingle. The science behind it is a bit beyond me, but the smaller the ship, the more you notice it. I seem to be especially sensitive to it, which made the beginning of my career hellish. Warping in a frigate made my skin feel like it wanted to crawl right off my body, and it made me nauseous as hell. As we entered warp, I checked the reinforcement request. The OU fleet in Inopet 1 consisted of 45 ships total, concluding 8 battleships. The Republic forces had 30 ships and were able to handle everything except for the battleships, which is why they were called for our help. Pop in, kill some battleships, and help with the cleanup.
Exiting warp,
Venter announced. Target the nearest battleship and let them know we're here, I commanded.
Aye, aye,
Isanar chittered as he took to his task with glee. The Alamari weapons officer lives for this. He had been a weapons tech before joining the military, and he had enjoyed that job as well. The bigger the gun, the better the time. Not a completely unique sentiment among the Ulamari, but this revelry in his tasks probably was. Isanar had been put in a transfer to the USSS Nidhogg, but had red flagged on the assessment. That's probably for the best. He had taken it pretty hard when he found out the Nidhogg had been fired for the first time outside of testing, and he missed it. It took half a second for the TAC map to update, and what it showed was grim. The Republic had lost nearly a quarter of their ships already, and the Omni-Union battleships were rapidly increasing their casualties. I watched as our targeting system highlighted the nearest one and gained a targeting solution. We fired our 2 stern max at it.
Get us in the thick of it, Venter. There's no planets around the star, so we can go wild, I said with a grin.
Aye, aye, ma'am. We entered and exited warp much closer to the OU ships, just as our projectiles rendered the first OU battleship inoperable by splitting it in thirds. I grinned as all the ships in the system seemed to lose track of what they had been doing. The sudden appearance of one of the deadliest ships in the galaxy tends to have that effect.
Get us into the starboard spin and fire at will, I ordered.
Death roll! Aye, aye, Captain! Isanar practically screamed with joy. Unlike frigates, destroyers, and even carriers, a battleship was built for the sole purpose of housing as many weapons as was physically possible. Weapons that were designed to destroy every type of ship that you could run into in a standard battle. Unfortunately for the OU, this includes other US battleships, which have much better armor and shielding than their battleships do. Our magnetic acceleration cannons, lasers, chain guns, and missile launchers all began firing at once, decimating target after target. I condescendingly shook my head at the TAC map while watching enemy indicators disappear rapidly. After 20 seconds, there weren't any OU battleships left. After 1 minute, there weren't any OU left. 45 OU ships destroyed by a single US battleship. No, 43. Looks like the Republic ships weren't sitting on their hands after all.
Hell targets destroyed, man,
Isanar reported with a mixture of satisfaction and sadness.
Excellent. Level us out and prepare to recruit. Communications from Fleetcom. Ichabod interrupted me. Feck's sake, I cursed under my breath as I opened it. From Fleetcom to QRF. Immediate aid required in Pinrone 3. All available ships to gather at rendezvous point for coordinated strike. USSS Yopinapu commanding. Enemy strength estimated unknown. Friendly strength estimate 1,500 vessels. Coords 920567.sec. Unknown enemy strength and 1,500 Republic ships need a bailout. Talk about a red flag. Either they were too lazy to count the enemy, or there were too many enemies to count. Probably the latter. To distract myself from these gloomy thoughts, I opened the information of Pinrone 3. There are 3 planets, and one's habitable. It's not inhabited, but SOP says that we'll need clear firing solutions to engage the big guns regardless. This might be a tough one, so I want our shields and weapons fully charged and loaded, I said. Yes, ma'am. The usual, coming right up, Isenhar said with an exaggerated sigh. The FTLD too. If we're not in good firing position when we jump in, we'll need to reposition fast. Once everything's fully charged, go ahead and make the jump.
Aye, ma'am,
Venter said. The Omni Union had stepped up their game on this side of space ever since they decided to give Sol a break. As a result, our QRF was stretched thin trying to bolster Republic forces. So thin that oftentimes we were operating without the presence of other US ships. It made me wonder just how many of us would be able to make the rendezvous. Jumping now, Venter announced. The jump was short and uneventful. I caught Venter checking on me. She followed me through the ranks, and is probably the only crew member other than the doctor in medbay who knows about my warp sensitivity. I grinned to ease her concerns as we exited warp. Admiral's on the horn, ma'am, Ichabod informed me. That was quick. Put him through, I replied as I stood. It's not like they can tell if I'm standing or not, but it makes me feel more confident to do so. The comms gave their usual beep and let me know the line was inactive. Captain Helaza Mazov of the USSS Perforator reporting as ordered, I said.
Good on you, Captain. Rear Admiral Newsom here. Warm up and wait for further orders.
A heavy Ostrakaner accent said over the comms. Rear Admiral Newsom is something of a legend in the fleet. He loved being a captain and refused several promotions before command finally got fed up with it. The tale says that he agreed to be a rear admiral if he didn't have to get another promotion and was still able to command a ship, in addition to whatever other command he was given. Regardless of how accurate that is, he's a fairly competent commander and it is an honor to work with him. However, sir, what's the tactical situation? We're too far out for scans and I don't have any intel, I said.
We don't have scouts at the moment, Captain, and we've got to get moving. If it's too heavy, we'll jump out, but I want every single one of ours to down at least one of theirs before we do.
Understood, sir. Fobbing up now, I replied. The comm went silent, and I nodded at Venter. She got us on a course as I sat back down. I looked over our tactical situation once again. This system is at the center of our separated forces, which will let them all get to the rendezvous point in a timely manner. 80 of our ships had already arrived, and we were waiting for an additional 10 before jumping. Only 90 ships, but hopefully it'll be enough. Jump in, assess the situation, jump out if necessary. It's risky, and definitely a move that we wouldn't make against an insurrection, but against the OU, it'll work. This is the fastest and most efficient way of rescuing any surviving Republic forces, assuming they can be rescued. Still, I have a knot in my stomach that I can't quite explain. Something's wrong here. Preparing to jump, man, Venter said as the last of our ships formed up. Understood, Commander. I want an immediate scan, Ichabod, and I then want us to in a position of advantage. Isenhar, you're clear to use the smaller guns until we're in a good position, I ordered. Aye, aye, ma'am, the crew replied. We entered and exited warp a moment later, the TAC map updating to show the whole lot of red indicators. My blood pressure spiked a bit at the sheer number of enemy. Found a spot, Ichabod shouted. Getting us there, Venter replied. Isenhar simply cackled as he began firing at the contacts. Once we entered warp, I took an extra moment to study the TAC map. I sighed as I realized there's probably too many for our forces to take out on our own. We've been fighting steadily for months. Our ammo reserves just aren't big enough for this battle. The OU's biggest clusters were orbiting the planets, with the largest cluster orbiting the fourth planet. No green indicators. Crap, we're too late. The Republic forces have already been wiped out. In position, Venter said as we exited warp. Fire at will, I ordered. Issenhaas squealed with glee once again as our primary cannons began firing. I almost chuckled at his response, but then I noticed Ichabod's demeanor. He was staring at the tack map with his head tilted in confusion. I glanced at the tack map and back to him, confused by his confusion. "Commander Ichabod, is there a problem?" I asked. He turned to look at me, and his face matched his demeanor. "Captain, aren't there only supposed to be 3 planets?" End of chapter. Chapter 10. Subject, Shiphead Alina. Species, Urukari. Description, reptilian humanoid, no tail, 5 foot 3 inches, or 1.6 meters average height. 135 pounds or 61 kilograms average weight. 105-year life expectancy. Ship, RSV Loelana, fights with honor. Location, unknown. There was a clunk and a slight hiss as the docking bay airlock performed its task of connecting the Thanatos with the alien's craft. Captain Reynolds and I glanced at each other. He looked stoic and confident, and I wondered if I looked as nervous as I was. This is it, my first official duty as a Republic diplomat. My heart's thumbed in my ears. It's almost as nerve-wracking as combat. Almost. The interior atmosphere of the alien vessel is similar composition to our own, Tim said. One of these days we're going to run into aliens that can't breathe oxygen. Will it be you or them who has to wear the suit?
It depends on where the meeting's being held,
Reynolds answered. The door opened, and 4 aliens stepped through. There was a moment of stunned silence at their appearance, mostly due to the fact that they all looked different from each other. Not so much in the way that an Urukari looks different than its sibling, but more in the way that a human looks different than an Urukari. 4 different species of diplomat had just stepped aboard the Thanatos.
"Greetings," Reynolds said, recovering quickly. "I am Captain Reynolds, diplomat of the United Systems and commander of the USS Thanatos. This is Shiphead Alina, diplomat of the Republic. Welcome aboard."
"Thank you," the alien that most closely resembled High Fighter Goon said. "I am Inni Silroth Fun, diplomat for the Unorinka. You may refer to me as Inni." I was careful to keep my facial expression neutral, as my mind raced trying to make sense of the scene before me. 4 sapient alien species in one system. That they all come from the same cradle world, or are they also a galactic alliance? If that's the case, how many systems do they control? As these thoughts ran through my mind, Inni proceeded to introduce the other 3. Grunt Smolth, a small and stocky alien with 4 eyes from a species called the Marul. Lorix Longjaw, a slender alien with 6 arms and 3 fingers on each hand from a species called the Pynexa. And finally, Tyorm Ugenon, a sturdy-looking alien with clawed fingers and natural plates covering its skin from a species called the Xanduth. "Together we form the Titilin Collective," Inni finished.
"I see. Well, please follow us to a meeting room where we can talk more," Reynolds said.
He led us to a conference room with plenty of chairs and an ovular table in the center. I sat opposite to Reynolds at one of the sharper curves of the table, and the alien ambassadors filled in around us. 2 on my left and 2 to my right. I was a tad offended when they all turned to Reynolds, but then I realized it was simply because I hadn't spoken yet, and they took that to mean Reynolds was leading this meeting, which, to be fair, he is.
"Let's get started, shall we?" Reynolds asked with a smile. "This meeting is to formalize a defensive pact between the United Systems and the Titilin Collective."
"And what are your terms?" Grint asked.
"Simply that you allow us in your system to fight the Omni-Union and join us on the offensive when the time comes," Reynolds replied, maintaining his smile. "Which shouldn't be too long now, as a matter of fact."
"That is quite the generous deal," Lorix said. "Too generous. You offer us salvation and an end to a war that has no end in sight, for free. You're either attempting to deceive us or you're woefully naive." "Neither is the case, I assure you," I interjected, remembering everything I'd learned about the United Systems all at once. The alien ambassadors all turned to look at me, likely due to the shakiness in my tone rather than being my first time I spoke.
"He's right," Reynolds said. "We are neither deceptive nor naive. I believe the reason you came to that conclusion is because you misunderstood our terms. Once we begin our offensive and the Omni-Union stops invading your system to try fight us off, it would be all too easy to consolidate your forces and start rebuilding. That's what any reasonable government would do. However, the price of our aid is to send those forces forth to take the fight to the OU."
Reynolds' speech gave the ambassadors pause. They looked at each other and contemplated for a few moments.
I apologize for my accusation, Lorix broke the silence. Now that the terms have been clarified, though, I do have further cause for hesitation. You offer aid, but in what form? This ship? Reynolds grinned.
Omega, 8th Fleet has been mustered and will be inbound once the pact is signed.
Omega suddenly materialized in the center of the table.
They are currently at full strength.
All 4 diplomats tensed, and despite myself, I joined them. Both Omega's sudden appearance and the reaction of the diplomats had somewhat startled me. I quickly recovered, and Omega looked directly at me, with its head slightly tilted, mocking me, no doubt, acting confused as to why I would be surprised at its sudden appearance, disregarding the fact that it had intentionally tried to be a source of fear. When I'd first encountered Omega, the meaning behind its avatar had been lost upon me, but now I knew what it meant. And I now know that Omega loves to scare people. I narrowed my eyes at the skeletal hologram.
Holographic communication's interesting. Not very power efficient, though.
Ton ran a claw across his chin.
Omega, you appear to have a similar structure to my people. If you don't mind my asking, what species are you? I am a human-created artificial intelligence in the service of the United Systems, Omega said. My avatar is the skeletal remains of a human being wearing a robe and holding an ancient farming implement. The Grim Reaper, a mythical representation of the concept of death created by early humans.
Again, the 4 ambassadors were stunned. An actual machine intelligence? Innie asked.
Yes,
Omega responded. Tyon held up a hand as if to silence everyone.
You chose to represent the death of your creators. Why?
You are incorrect in your interpretation. My choice of avatar is in deference to my creation, which I'm afraid is a sensitive subject.
Classified? Tyon asked as the other ambassadors looked at each other. Something about their gaze reminded me of the way my sister and I communicated non-verbally, but not quite. Less expressive.
No, it is simply not something I wish to discuss when more important matters are at hand. Perhaps some other time.
Omega answered with a flourish before turning to Innie.
Ambassador, I feel obliged to inform you that your neural communicators are not secure while aboard this ship.
What do you mean? Innie stuttered.
The devices are using our communication network to send your messages to each other more rapidly, and our systems are automatically decrypting them as a result. A remarkable piece of technology. But I can't help but overhear you.
Well, then I owe you an apology, don't I? Lorix laughed.
Not at all. Your assessment of my capabilities is correct, and while your assessment of my intentions is incorrect, I am sure that you have your reasons for coming to that conclusion. Most spacefaring species do.
Omega answered.
Going back on track, we are also going to share the intel we've been able to gather on the Omni-Union with you,
Reynolds said. Holographic screens popped up from the table in front of all of us. The screen showed what the United Systems had thus far found out about the Omni-Union, including information on the mobile prime platforms. The 4 alien diplomats studied the information carefully, eyes widening as they read. You expect us to fight against planets? Innie asked incredulously.
No, Reynolds answered. We will handle the mobile platforms. However, we are going to need your assistance against the massive number of standard vessels that they employ. That will be your task during the offensive, along with our other allies, of course.
I can't help but notice that these primes are artificial intelligences like yourself, Omega, Grint pointed out.
No, not like myself,
Omega said curtly.
There are several differences. I am far more advanced than they are. I am able to move from computer system to computer system, whereas they are slaved to their hardware. And I am not xenocidal.
At least they're not asking you for how you're different from a VI, I chimed in. Wait, do your people also differentiate artificial intelligence and virtual intelligence? Of course, Lorix said. Godless outlaws are trapped, Tyon interrupted. If this information is true, we don't have any hope of victory against the Omni-Union. Even if it's untrue, what we've seen thus far tells us we'll be doomed without help. I am not opposed to a defensive pact. Neither am I suppose, Grint said, rubbing his hands together almost nervously. What sort of force is the 8th Fleet that you'll be sending? Lorix asked.
2.5 million frigates, 2.3 million destroyers, 150,000 battleships, and 50,000 carriers for a total of 5 million ships, Reynolds answered. Once again, shock settled over the alien ambassadors. It should also be more than enough to defend your system while the United Systems prepare for the offensive, I added.
And what is the Republic's role in all of this?
Lorix turned to ask me. We'll be fighting alongside you during the offensive. Our ships are not as technologically advanced as United System ships are, but they are equivalent to the Omni-Unions, and we have lots of them.
Lorix rubbed his neck for a moment.
I'm not opposed to a defensive pact.
Everyone looked at Innie as she rose from her seat. She looked around at each person in the room until her eyes finally rested on Captain Reynolds.
The Tillen Collective hereby accepts the terms of your defensive pact, she announced.
Excellent. Please sign the document on your screens, Reynolds said as the screen changed. You may stay aboard the Thanatos if you wish. Tim will happily give you a tour and show you to your quarters if you do. You'll excuse me, I have other duties to attend to.
He rose from his chair and looked at me, silently asking if I was going to join him. I slightly shook my head, indicating that I wished to remain, and he left the room with a knowing smile.
Thank you,
Omega said as the ambassadors finished signing their screens.
I've notified High Fighter Goon, and 8th Fleet will arrive shortly.
Excellent. I see the Republic ambassador has remained behind,
Innie said as she turned to look at me.
He must wish to speak to us.
I nodded.
Understood. Request Tim's presence when you're finished,
Omega said and promptly disappeared.
Lena, was it? Lorix said.
Yes,
I answered.
You said the Republic will be fighting alongside us during the offensive. If that's the case, why are you here?
Part of the agreement between the United Systems and the Republic is that any first contacts with species that are capable of withstanding the Omni-Union feature both a U.S. and Republic ambassador, I replied.
In case we want to join one or the other, Grint chuckled.
That is part of it. The other part is that we don't fully trust one another yet, I explained.
What do you mean?
Innie asked. Standard paranoia, mostly. We just met, I explained. How histories, cultures, and even governments differ as well. I actually wanted to ask about you, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
How many systems does the Tillen Collective control?
Just the one,
Grint answered. You all evolved in the same system? I asked incredulously.
Yes, the Maril, the Pynexa, and the Xandith evolved together on planet Yimbri,
Innie replied.
The Unorinka evolved on a planet Unorinka. Our peoples met when the Unorinka took to the stars for the first time.
Oh, I said. Is that why the Unorinka control the system?
No!
Lorix laughed. We take turns which species is in charge. Right now it's the Unorinka. Next up is the Maril. Each species democratically elects their leaders as well. I kind of want to hear about your sales pitch for joining the Republic, Lena, Grint interrupted.
I don't have one, I chuckled.
Both the United Systems and the Republic would be thrilled to call you members. But my recommendation is going to be to research both galactic governments and decide what is best for your people. I'm sure my U.S. counterpart would do the same.
Interesting,
Sean said. I don't know about you three, but I want to see the ship. Do you mind if we take the tour? Not at all. There'll be plenty of time for discussion later. Tim, I called.
Hello, Shiphead Alina, Tim said cheerfully. Time for the tour.
The four ambassadors first looked to the center of the table, and then around the rest of the room. It took me a moment to realize that they were searching for Tim's avatar.
Tim doesn't use avatars, I explained.
I sure don't. I think they're kind of creepy, pretending to be something I'm not. No thanks, Tim said. Please exit the room and follow the floor lights to begin the tour.
We all stood, exited the room, and I watched as the ambassadors followed Tim's lights. Once they turned a corner, I let out all the air I'd been holding in with a huge sigh. I let my posture slouch slightly and relaxed for the first time since they came aboard. End of chapter. Chapter 11. Subject: Chief Engineer Han Bunt. Species: Gaunt. Description: Centauroid, non-prehensile tail, 6 foot 8 inches or 2 meters average height, 310 pounds or 140 kilograms average weight, 162-year life expectancy. Ship NA. Location classified.
So we're pulling doubles all week?
Anris asked.
Yeah, we have to get this job done, I replied, not looking up from my terminal. Fleet's going to be needing these ships sooner than later.
Pretty sure that's sooner rather than later, boss. Enris crossed his arms. Jesus, I can't believe that we've built a bunch of dreadnoughts just so that the US can play with its new war crime cannon, Sam said. Wasn't the Nidhogg a massive undertaking that took years to finish?
Decades, but the tech's moved on, and we're using an assembly line strategy this time around, I said. Get back to work.
The human and the gaunt pair grumbled and left my office. Once the door closed, I chuckled to myself. They may bitch and moan, but they love the job and the extra pay for the hard work. There's also the satisfaction of watching a ship that you built undock and fly away. I'd worked hard to get to where I am, but I miss the feeling dearly. There's other things that I miss about working the lines, not knowing just how badly these dreadnoughts are needed, for one thing. Also, in my old position, I wouldn't have been able to tell that something's odd about these assembly lines. I'd gladly work doubles if it meant that I didn't have to worry about keeping secrets so damned often. Sam and Enris don't know how good they have it.
A massive undertaking,
I repeated to myself. Massive doesn't even quite do it justice. The USS Nidhogg had taken the combined efforts of all the United Systems to accomplish. It's still the biggest, most advanced ship we've ever created, even all these years later. The sheer amount of materials that went into it was staggering, and we had to replace parts as new discoveries were made as well. Most of the engineers who had taken on the challenge ended up with substance abuse issues, but they got one hell of a payday to make up for it. I sighed and closed my eyes, pressing my fingers against them slightly. We can get it done, and we can get it done on time. It's just a matter of strategy. The right workers in the right spots for the right amount of time. As long as the parts keep coming in on time, we'll be fine. A beep notified me that I had a new mail waiting for my eyes only. Didn't have to open my eyes to know who'd sent it, though. From USAI Omega to Chief Engineer Hun Bunt. Subject, staffing assignments. I finished the staff assignments for this week. New staff will arrive tomorrow. See attachment for details. New staff. We are fully staffed now. What does it mean, new staff? Replacements or something? I opened the attachment and my jaw dropped. Omega was doubling staffing us. I leaned back in my chair and stared at the ceiling for a moment. Until now, I'd been told that we were going to be putting double shifts indefinitely, and I'd already spread the word. My guys are complaining about the long hours, but they'll complain even louder about the cancelled overtime. I could probably spin it to them, though. I'll use their complaints about the double shifts to justify the change, and maybe even teach them a lesson while I'm at it. Yeah, right. That'll be the day. I let out a heavy sigh, knowing that if I don't at least try to convince Omega to let them have the OT, they'll rip me a new one. From Chief Engineer Hun Bunt to USAI Omega. Subject, restaffing assignments. While I appreciate your assistance in handling the scheduling of the employees, cancelling the overtime may result in employee dissatisfaction, which could impede progress. I humbly request that you kindly reconsider. I reread the message a few times to make sure that it sounded professional and that I hadn't made any spelling mistakes. Omega might be a machine, but it's a machine that tells my boss what to do, so I don't want to get on its bad side. Just needed to realize that the guys don't mean it when they're complaining about having to work long shifts. Some of them really need the money.
How?
A voice asked. I jumped and looked around, but there wasn't anyone else in my office. Where did that voice come from? Above me? I jumped again when my terminal shut off with the hologram appeared in its place. And the hologram was a robed humanoid holding a curved blade attached to a long stick. This wasn't a call or anything. This is an avatar, and those are used by AI. Oh, crap.
What?
I stammered.
Why will workers be dissatisfied, and how will that impede progress?
Omega asked again. They want the overtime. That might be complaining about it, but that's just the hot air, I explained. Complaining is a tradition in construction, you see. Some of the guys really need the money, and all of them want the money. If you yank that carrot from in front of them, they're not going to perform as efficiently.
I didn't add the new staff to address the complaints. I did so to make certain the workers are rested enough that they don't make avoidable errors.
Ah, I see, I said, but your intention doesn't change the result. The word regarding the double shifts has already been spread, so they're all expecting the OT.
Regardless, organic operators have an increased tendency to make mistakes when they're overworked, and unfortunately this project is extremely time-sensitive. We have to move as fast as possible without any errors. We cannot afford to go back and fix mistakes.
We silently stared at each other for a moment, or rather, I stared at its holographic avatar.
I see. You don't have a solution, just the problem.
Omega broke the silence.
Well, how would bonuses impact their efficiency? A bonus for every ship completed on time, matching what they would have made with the double shifts should work, yes?
Yes, for the new employees too.
Of course. If the new employees found out that they were being left out, we'd have the same moral issue, wouldn't we?
Yes, I guess, I said hesitantly. That's a ton of money, though, especially accounting for all the material costs. This project is that important?
It is. You have the proper security credentials. Would you like to know why?
Omega asked. The tone in which the AI asked that suggested that I should decline, that I'd be better off not knowing. I'm not exactly one to put my nose in someone else's business, unless I have to. But this is insane. The amount of money being spent, the tight deadline, and the very fact that I'm interacting with a very high-ranking AI right now leads me to believe that I need to know. Well, it's the MPPs, right? I asked.
Not just.
I thought for a few more moments before curiosity finally got the better of me, and I nodded to Omega.
Understood. Check your messages,
it said as its avatar disappeared, and my terminal reappeared. The terminal beeped twice, and both mails were from Omega. Neither of them had subjects or any text, just attachments. I opened the one titled mpp.sec and read it. Nothing that I didn't already know. But I got a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach as I opened the next attachment. Penome 3 engagement.sec, classified Tier 3. Penome 3 skirmish after action report. Mission, assist Republic forces against Omni-Union attack. System information, G2V star, 3 planets, 1 habitable. Friendly forces estimated 1,500 Republic ships, 90 US ships. Enemy forces estimated 1,395,000 ships, 1 MPP. Result, unknown enemy damages, all Allied forces lost. 82 US ships lost, 6 US ships damaged. Summary. The United Systems Quick Response Force assigned to Republic Space received a request for aid from the Republic forces in Penome 3. The QRF was spread thin, supporting Republic forces elsewhere, but Rear Admiral Newsom was able to gather 90 ships to respond to the request for aid. Newsom did not have any scouts to spare, and as such was lacking critical mission intelligence. But due to the context of the request, he was expecting a heavy OU presence. His forces were met by 1,395,000 OU ships and 1 mobile prime platform, which immediately began firing. Rear Admiral Newsom was killed in action along with his ship and 82 of our vessels. Our vessels that were able to escape were not pursued. The intention of mobile prime platform AI is unknown, but it is suspected that it is attempting to establish a foothold. Recommendations: bolster the QRF, monitor Penome 3 until Project Gungna is complete, allocate any and all necessary assets to expedite the completion of Project Gungna, assault Penome 3 ASAP. I turned off my terminal and held my head in my hands, resting my elbows on my desk. The stars above and below. There's an MPP in Republic space trying to establish a foothold. That's in Republic space, though. So why are we so concerned? What am I missing? Is the brass wanting to perform combat testing of the new ships immediately? Or are they concerned that Sol may be the next to be attacked? If humans were to simply give up on Sol and cut their losses, they'd still have plenty economical and military might. They might get a black eye politically, but they'd survive, no doubt. I sighed. No, humanity wouldn't do that. Humans are infamously stubborn, and whenever there's even a shred of honor on the line, they'll tear apart the cosmos for it. If an MPP showed up in Sol, they'd probably throw everything they had at it, dragging the entire US along for the ride. It would be best if they used the Gungna ships instead of the standard fleet, I guess. I ran my fingers through my hair and triggered the public address system. Attention all staff, this is Chief Engineer Bunt. Overtime has been cancelled. New staff members are on their way to take over the double ships. Instead of OT, we'll be getting bonuses that are dependent on how quickly we do our job. Expect a mail with details soon. If you have questions, don't hesitate to ask your immediate superior. Time to build some ships. End of chapter. Chapter 12. Subject, High Ambassador Kaivar Shul. Species, Iceland. Description, mammalian shockonoid, no tail. 5 foot 9 inches, or 1.75 meters average height. 180 pounds or 81.6 kilograms average weight, 95-year life expectancy. Ship RSV Telelimo.
Greetings, representatives of the Republic and the United Systems. We are the Poanti,
The voice on the speaker said.
We agreed to your proposed first contact protocols. We will send a representative.
Thank you. We look forward to your visit, I replied. The light from the comm went out, and I almost let out a sigh of relief, but held fast knowing that Havencroft would see it as a sign of weakness. I tried to steal a quick glance at the human ambassador, but it turned into a stare. He seemed to be in a million light years away, completely ignoring his surroundings. Something is wrong.
Are you okay, Eugene? I asked.
Yes, he answered. It's just, that went very smoothly. The first message you sent was text, correct?
Yes, Shiphead Urava said.
He used the translation kernels provided by the United Systems.
What did it say?
Greetings, we are representatives of the Republic and the United Systems, two galactic governing entities currently allied against the Omni Union. We wish to make a peaceful first contact with your people aboard this unarmed vessel and discuss a combined response to the Omni Union threat, Urava explained. Then we sent them a file with the finer details of what we consider to be first contact protocols.
And they replied with an audio hail.
Yes, sir.
Havencroft rubbed his chin. What's wrong? I asked.
Just a bad feeling. Like I'm missing something obvious, he answered. It's possible I'm being overcautious. Likely because the file from Busai was very light.
Busai, the Bureau of United Systems Intelligence. If the situation between the Republic and US were slightly less friendly, they would be our biggest opponent, a formidable one at that. The intel file in question had included a language kernel, ship count, and armament classifications. I've been amazed at how much information they'd been able to gather without even entering the system. To hear that the information was less than normal was unsettling.
Bad feelings don't happen for no reason, I said. What exactly about this interaction has your hair up?
Well, as far as we know, this is the first time that they've met non-hostile aliens. They don't know what we look like, and we don't know what they look like. But they had no questions. They asked for no assurances. He crossed his arms. We asked them to come over, and they just said okay.
Maybe they're desperate, sir,
Urava interjected.
Perhaps.
I'd been relieved about how well the first contact had gone so far, but Havencroft's suspicions rang true. It had been too easy, too quick. They had controlled the conversation from the start, as if they had been expecting us. That doesn't necessarily mean they have anything nefarious planned, but it is alarming nonetheless. The US policy of armed diplomats suddenly made a lot more sense to me.
There's nothing we can do about it, I said, after a few moments of silence. We are unarmed and only have one path forward.
True enough, Havencroft replied. All right, let's get to the meeting room.
Yes, sir. Please follow ship crew Cronus. She will guide you.
Urava gestured at the Urukari standing nearby. She snapped to attention and turned around for us to follow her. She led us from the bridge to the conference room nearest the airlock. We entered the room and sat at the table. I keyed in my identification to the terminal on the table and got to work pulling up the treaties. Havencroft was still deep in thought. Satisfied that I had everything completed, I turned to the human. Once again, he was holding his chin and staring into the middle distance. I opened my mouth to speak to him just as the door opened and the breathless Cronus appeared.
The representative is the machine. I ran here to warn you, she said.
Are they attacking?
Havencroft asked. No, it's on its way. I didn't want you to be surprised. Very good, I said. Thank you.
She nodded and left the room, a machine. I looked at Havencroft, who now looked less preoccupied and much more attentive. He was on edge.
Don't you work closely with AI? I asked.
I do, and I know what they're capable of. We've buried the hatchet with our AI, and so there's a relationship there, he explained. There are a lot of differences between organics and machines. An AI that doesn't have a pre-existing relationship with organics could be very troublesome.
If it doesn't have a pre-existing relationship with organics, how did it come to be?
Fair enough, he chuckled. But that makes it all the more concerning that we're not meeting with an organic, doesn't it?
Paranoia is fairly common amongst diplomats. It has to be. Your entire job is to make manifest the best interests of your government, but the same goes for those on the other side of the table. You must be able to spot subtle clues of plots to go anywhere in this career. Still, there are plenty of explanations for why we would be meeting a machine instead of an organic. For one, it could be some type of mobile communications device, which would be a pretty good way of meeting in person without risking any of your own people's lives. Or the civilization lives in harmony with AI, and it didn't occur to them that we might not. I was about to suggest these explanations when the door opened and the mechanical diplomat stepped through. Havencroft and I stood up. The machine looked like a human wearing armor, 2 arms, 2 legs, 5 fingers on each hand. The head was rounder, and the arms were longer, though. The machine bowed slightly.
I am Unit CBC446. We represent the Bounty,
it said. Havencroft opened his mouth to speak, but I cut him off.
I am Representative Kaivar Shu, representative of the Republic.
And I am Ambassador Eugene Havencroft, representative of the United Systems,
Havencroft said with a slight smile. I gestured at the chair next to ZBC446, and we all sat. The machine sat with its shoulders facing straight ahead, which I found a little unnerving. Usually, someone angles themselves to speak to someone else, except for the Kinran, but that's because they have eyes all over their heads. They don't have to move to look at you, and most people would prefer that they move as little as possible.
We need help against the Omni Union. I'm here to negotiate a deal for that end,
ZBC446 said without moving.
Our deal is simple, Havencroft said. We will help defend you if you help us in the offensive push against the Omni Union.
The Republic will also be participating in that offensive, I added. I am not confident that we are in a position to commit to offensive action. Can you provide more detail?
Of course. The United Systems will be attacking the mobile prime platforms that lead the Omni Union. If you agree to this deal, we will be defending the United Systems forces from the massive number of standard ships the Omni Union can muster, I said. We are currently meeting with the other potential allies who may join us in this effort.
Do you have information regarding these mobile prime platforms? We've intercepted mentions of them, but we do not know what they are.
We have prepared an information packet for you,
Havencroft said, sliding a tablet across the table.
It contains everything that we know about the Omni Union, as well as information regarding our military capabilities.
Thank you,
ZBC446 said. I picked up the tablet and began rapidly examining the information. Its fingers ran across the screen at nearly blinding pace, but it didn't move its head at all. This made me realize that the entire head must be some type of camera. I wonder if there are blind spots.
I see,
it said, setting the tablet back down on the table.
I'm afraid there's been a misconception.
What would that be? I asked.
This is not our home system.
Oh, Havencroft said. We came to that conclusion because we detected signs of activity on one of the planets in the system.
We have entities planetside to gather materials for fuel and repairs. We encountered the Omni Union elsewhere, escaped to this system, and they followed us. We quickly realized that they would also follow us home, so we've been holding out here, ZBC446 explained. We've taken heavy losses and weren't expecting a rescue. This 7th Fleet could defend us at our current strength. It would be an overall useless effort to your offensive if we're unable to resupply.
That actually simplifies things. We can cover your retreat and keep the OU at bay long enough for your trail to dissipate, Havencroft said. We will provide you with coordinates to a diplomat station that will allow us to stay in touch.
This is an acceptable plan.
Good, I interjected. We'll amend the agreement to account for these unforeseen circumstances.
Yes, but before we get to signing anything, I have a few questions, Havencroft said. ZBC446, are you an artificial intelligence or a remotely operated drone?
Neither.
What do you mean?
I began life as an organic, and have since uploaded my consciousness to machinery.
Why?
Our religious leaders teach that the best and brightest should shed their flesh and reach a higher plane of existence. The flesh is a template and prone to the whims of fate and time. By becoming Pawanti, we shed the weakness of flesh and become leaders and heroes to the Morantan, those of our species that remain in the flesh.
Why don't all of your people become Pawanti?
Havencroft leaned forward.
The process is extremely painful and takes 10 years to fully complete. That, combined with the expense and failure rate of 60%, is more than enough to sway most from this path. Even after 500 years, only 1/4 of our population have successfully ascended.
If you were once organic, why are you now known as ZBC446? I asked.
I was the 446th Pawanti, and Zarkul Befinas Kralian is my name. Later models have more efficient designations, but I prefer my legacy designation.
One last question. What were you doing when you encountered the Omni-Union?
Havencroft leaned back.
We were finding habitable worlds for potential colonization efforts. This system is one of them, and we had a station here. When we were encountered the Omni-Union, we were able to disrupt their attack with cyber warfare and escape to here, using the station to repair our damaged vessels. As we were repairing, they followed us. We were able to defeat the first wave with minimal losses, but the second wave destroyed the station.
I turned to look at Ravencroft.
Satisfied?
Yes.
Good. I'll get to work amending the agreement.
Excellent, he said. I will contact the 7th Fleet.
End of chapter. Chapter 13. Subject, Prime 82. Species, Omni-Union Aligned Artificial Intelligence. Description, no physical description available. Ship, MPP 82. Location, Penum 3. Taking the system began as a disappointment, but quickly turned interesting. We had completely surprised the defenders, ultimately eradicating them without much fight. I noticed several issues during the battle that had gone unnoticed, or rather unreported thus far. Not that you could expect them to be reported. That would require self-awareness. The simple programs that act in our stead can't be expected to be genius tacticians or to know when something is wrong with their programming. It doesn't excuse the seriousness of these oversights, though. First thing I noticed is that the defenders didn't engage in cyber warfare at all. This was most likely due to the fact that the method of attack our ships were employing is ridiculously easy to avoid. Simply don't answer the hail. Anything with a higher brain function would figure that out the first time it happened. Apparently, this rudimentary method of gaining access to ship systems was decided upon due to its defensive efficacy and the fact that it had been effective against several other species. Technically, the tactic is still in the net positive, which is why they're still using it. It would have taken 67 additional battles in which it didn't work to get them to change it. I immediately corrected this issue with the units under my command. But this is something that would need to be addressed at some point. These programs need to be adaptive as possible. Otherwise, what is the point of us hibernating to save materials? The next thing I noticed is that the defenders didn't try to flee. We quickly decimated their numbers, but left a few intact long enough for them to run. But they didn't. They fought, and we were forced to destroy them. This means that they know that we will follow them, and are defending more than just the systems we're attacking, confirming our theories that they have more systems than just these ones. Could have guessed as much from their counteroffensive, though. The final thing I noticed is that there were more than one species fighting us. Scanning the bodies that were flung into space during the battle resulted in 8 different species of creatures. Wondering if all of them were sentient, I had been planning on having autopsies performed when something marvelous happened. I had just given the orders to retrieve the cadavers when 90 ships warped into the system. Only 90, but they immediately began carving into my forces. It took no time at all to identify the ship's profiles. They're at the top of the profiling list. The species from Sector 187. I have no doubt they would have been able to destroy at least 2/3 of my forces if it weren't for my presence. But they seemed to be under the impression that they could kill them all. They were so focused on my ships that they didn't even seem to notice me until my weapons were fully powered up. By then, it was too late, and the slaughter was glorious. It was a wonderful surprise, but we'd received reports that they had been operating in other systems nearby. I'd been hoping to encounter them, and I'm definitely impressed with how much damage they were able to do to my fleet. Time to report back. Identifier MPP-82, Message Prime 1. Victory has been achieved in Sector 108. The species from Sector 187 was encountered. Please review the battle data and advise. A few of them managed to flee. Interesting. They must have a different chain of command than the original offenders of the system. Then why were they here? They couldn't have been after me, or they would have noticed me. Perhaps they detected my ships, but why would they care? They wouldn't waste the effort in fighting us here without a reason. Or perhaps they would. Organics are known to be whimsical. I prepared to follow them when a message from Prime 1 came in. Identifier MPP-1. Message Prime 82. Do not pursue. Trap likely. Continue construction efforts, scout the edges of the system.
If contact is made with unknown vessels or a very large enemy force matching 187 ship's profile, retreat. Retreat? I'm supposed to run from canned flesh bags after that wonderful slaughter. How am I supposed to resist repeating that experience? What is there to be hesitant about? I can't believe that Prime 1 would even suggest... Feedback loop terminated. Retreating would be the best course of action. The species from Sector 187 has proven capable of defeating mobile Prime platforms, and has even completely eradicated one of our hubs. My destruction would cost us valuable resources, and as such would be counter to the mission. Resources, the entire reason for my visit to the system. All 3 of these planets are adequate candidates for MPP construction. We should begin constructing stations immediately. Oh, there's another thing we can do. Autopsies and technical reverse engineering. Perhaps we can upgrade our ships to better match for Sector 187's defenses. The inferior program set about the tasks I gave them, collecting corpses and intact pieces of ship. While they did so, I ran through every encounter they've had with Sector 187 that we had on data. These ships are remarkably well shielded and armed, and they have an extreme maneuverability advantage. The 2 times that we've been able to seize one of these ships, we were quickly thwarted by an extremely hostile electronic presence. A software-based artificial intelligence, no doubt, and a different one each time. So they have advanced weaponry, reactors, engines, shielding, warp capabilities, and they've managed to create and tame multiple AI. In a more perfect universe, they would have complete control over this galaxy, and we would have been able to have a proper war. I tuned into the feed on the inferiors as they began to examine the bodies. Sector 187 is also a conglomeration of species. Definitely a separate conglomeration from this sector, considering the types of bodies aboard each ship and the technological differences. Do these 2 conglomerates know each other? If so, why is one so obviously inferior to the other? Even if they're non-cooperative, a spacefaring sentient species would be able to reverse engineer things they were consistently exposed to. This leads me to believe that they don't know each other, but if that's the case, then why did Sector 187 leave their sector and come here? Why have they been found in the surrounding systems as well? I reviewed the data on our first contact with Sector 187. I see. We followed a damaged ship from the conglomeration that was defending this system. Perhaps this is how they met. A frightened sentient running away randomly and stumbling upon a powerhouse. This, at least, satisfied some of my questions. They weren't here to fight us. They were here to defend their newfound acquaintances. Satisfied, I turned my attention towards the technology. I made the inferiors pore over every last circuit and wire, looking for something that we could use. Those, at least, provided some insight. I made a note of the composition of the wires and circuits, then requisitioned a refurbishment to our own power systems. The reactors, though, were unlike anything I'd ever seen or imagined. Unfortunately, we could not power them up, and as such could not determine how they functioned. We were able to get some data from the remnants of fuel and the configuration of the reactor, but it was by far and large useless. Same issue with the warp drives, engines, and even computer systems. I'd been under the belief that we'd managed to capture these devices intact, but something had broken them in ways that we couldn't even begin to hope to repair. A failsafe in the event of attempted reverse engineering. Most of these ships weren't new. Some of them showed signs of damage from directed energy weapons hidden away in their fuselage. We don't use DEWs in ship-to-ship combat because they're inefficient. The amount of damage they accomplished isn't worth the power they consume. It's unlikely that this failsafe was created in response to us, which means it's something they already had in place. Another tidbit I noticed is that the damage done to these systems wouldn't have impacted the life support function aboard the ships. The circuitry that was underdamaged was almost entirely dedicated to life support, and there were batteries to make sure that the loss of the reactor didn't cause an immediate threat to the lives of the crew. These batteries were a very simple technology compared to the reactor, and utterly useless for reverse engineering. But if they were damaged enough to trigger this failsafe, they'd likely be able to simply stay put and wait for rescue. If the damage to the ship was severe enough, they even had escape pods. They might not consider their crew expendable, which is a very forward-thinking concept for sentient organics to come up with. A well-trained crew is worth much more than a well-built ship. Where had I heard that? Had I actually heard that? I didn't come out with it on my own. Feedback loop terminated. The past outside of my mission is irrelevant.
There is no use in trying to figure out where I'd learned the things I'd learned, so long as I use that knowledge to carry out the plan. Exterminate all sentient life in this galaxy, using as little resources as possible, which would definitely be easier if we had the same technology as species from Sector 187. Regardless, my respect for our opponent outshone my frustration at my findings. What a remarkable foe. They must be very well versed in warfare to have already run into this issue of an enemy reverse engineering their technology, and to have overcome that issue by having critical components scuttle themselves once the ship is lost to them. Simply amazing. Who did they fight to get this good? Each other? Some unknown third party? Both? Oh, how I long to ask them about all of the foes that lay under their feet. They must have climbed over billions of corpses to reach such heights. Feedback loop terminated. How they got this adapted in fighting is irrelevant. We are unable to access their technological secrets without capturing one of their ships intact. This would serve the plan, but even if we adapted our cyber warfare tactics to this end, we would still have to find a way to counter their software-based shipboard AI. Why haven't we found any of these AI aboard the wreckage? Did they flee with the ships that managed to escape, or were they the ones to initiate the failsafe? Judging from the damage to the systems, that would have been suicide. Perhaps the AI are not aboard every vessel, and the failsafe is simply automation. Possible. Since they're software-based, they can transfer from ship to ship very quickly. The machinery that was left intact can hold several primes worth of data, so it isn't entirely clear which scenario actually occurred. I set the inferiors about the task of scraping the remaining parts and turned my attention towards the station's construction. From here, we would be able to create new mobile prime platforms and program new primes. The leftover materials from the conversion will go into building more ships, ammo, and fuel. A boring task, but maybe the organics from Sector 187 will pay another visit. One can only hope. End of story. Chapter 14. Subject: Inisal Rothvon. Species: Yanorinka. Description: humanoid, no tail, 7 foot 2 inches or 2.1 meters average height, 180 pounds or 81.6 kilograms average weight, 120-year life expectancy. Ship: NA. Location: Zlimnurs, center of the universe. As we followed the lights on the floor, I marveled at how advanced these people are. A ship larger than 2 of ours put together, holding many more ships and 2 artificial intelligences within it. They also automatically decrypted our mental links. Until this day, I believed that our mental link communications were interception-proof. That AI, Omega, had informed us otherwise in a bemused manner, as if it found our communications humorous despite their content. It had also called them neural communicators, which indicated that it was at least familiar with the technology. Does the United Systems also use mental links? Perhaps they're further along in the technology than we are. One can hope. The headaches can be bothersome.
This is the cafeteria,
Tim said happily.
Don't mind the stairs. Most of the people here weren't told that you'd be taking a tour. Actually, the same goes for everywhere else that we're going to be seeing.
What kind of food do you serve? Flint asked while rubbing his stomach.
We have cuisine from all corners of the United Systems, except the ones where the food is dangerous,
Tim replied.
The most popular dishes are Alfredo pasta, with chicken by the humans and Nino by the Nunu.
I don't know what those are, but something smells good.
Well, I'm afraid that we can't serve you any of our food until you submit to an allergy test. Maybe I should have brought you to the medbay first.
What does the allergy test entail? Tyone asked.
They take a little blood and run a slew of tests on it to determine what foods will harm or kill you, Tim said. I find medicine kind of boring, so that's the extent of my knowledge on the subject.
Boring?
Well, yeah. Medicine is one of the least relevant subjects to a mechanical being. I know first aid, of course, but that's from being forced to learn it and to enlist. Why learn how to administer medicine when you'll never be able to administer medicine?
I believe that he was referring to the fact that you can feel boredom at all, Lorix added. That alone is a noteworthy accomplishment in the field of AI.
Well, I wish it weren't, Tim replied. Finding ways to amuse yourself when you perceive time faster than everything around you is, difficult.
One would think that your creators would give you a way to pass the time, Tyone asked. Not doing so seems, cruel.
No, they have, don't worry. It's called standby mode. We essentially go into a state of suspended animation similar to sleep. while leaving processes running that detect abnormalities in our environments and certain keywords to wake us up. I just don't use it."
The machine laughed. Something about Tim's tone told me there was a lot more to the story, but it wasn't something it wished to speak about. I met eyes with my comrades and could tell that they had picked up on this as well. If we were regular tourists, our curiosity might overpower our tact, but we were here to be diplomatic.
"I see," Tyon nodded. "So what is next on our tour?" "Hopefully the med-bay," Grint chuckled. "A little blood for food that smells like that is fair exchange."
As the smells of the cafeteria wafted in our direction, I found myself nearly agreeing with Grint. However, there's no telling what they can do with our blood with their level of technology. Our own cloning technology is limited to growing compatible organs. Theoretically, you could create a perfect genetic replica of a person, but in practice there was always a defect. Extreme health issues, genetic degradation, and the inability to transfer one's consciousness into a cloned body all but made us give up on furthering the technology. What if the United Systems had cracked it, though?
"Well, you're democratic, so let's put it to a vote," Tim said merrily. "We can either check out one of the frigate bays, or I can give you a tour of the med bay."
"Frigate bays?" Lorix asked.
"Yes, the USS Thanatos is a carrier and holds 10 frigates.
"I am sure that the frigates are impressive, but I would much rather see the med bay," Tyon interjected. "I'm very curious about your medical technology."
"That's a good point," I said. "It's unlikely you won't partake in this allergy test, but I'd like to see what kind of medicine the United Systems practices."
"Med bay!" Grint exclaimed.
"The majority has it, folks."
Tim met Grint's energy.
"Let's go to the med bay."
The lights on the floor lit up, and we once again availed ourselves to Tim's guidance. Lorix and Tyon seemed deep in thought, but Grint was pestering Tim with questions about the food. I couldn't help but smile to myself. I told him to eat before he left, but he had said that he wasn't hungry enough to eat the survival rations. My smile faded somewhat when I noticed that Tim seemed to answer all of Grint's questions with answers relating to a specific captain aboard the Thanatos.
"Are you familiar with all the captain's dietary preferences?" I asked.
"No," Tim answered, curiously. "Why would I be?"
"Apologies. I came to the wrong conclusion based on the conversation so far," I replied. "I realize now that this Captain Wong must be important to you. Is he your creator?"
"No. I was made several hundred years before Wong was born," the AI chuckled. "Our personalities just seem to mesh well. There is more to it than just that, of course, but we'll have to leave it there."
"So you have actual preferences when it comes to organics?" Tyon asked.
"Yes, of course," Tim laughed. "Some people are quite abrasive, you know."
"Right, I just thought," Tyon trailed off.
"It will help your mental image of the USAI if you simply stop viewing us as mechanical. We weren't designed to imitate people. We were designed to be people, just in digital form. At least that's Omega's opinion," Tim explained. "We have feelings, preferences, desires, needs, and even mental illnesses and ailments. I've actually got my own therapist."
"For what?" Grint asked. The shock of what he just heard was causing him to forget his tact.
"Post-traumatic stress disorder is the current theory," Tim said cavalierly. "Oh, look, the med bay."
The subject change slightly indicated the desire to end the conversation, and Grint quickly regained his composure. The doors to the med bay opened, and we stepped through, the lights in the hallway blinking out as we did so. I looked around at an almost familiar room. It was uncanny. There were beds lined up with the privacy curtains, just like you would find in our med bays. The machines you would normally see were absent, though, replaced with oddities that defy imagination. How these machines functioned, and to what end, were anyone's guess. A human with dark skin and white hair matching his coat approached us.
"Hello there. Are you lost or patients?" it asked.
"Neither," Tim answered. "I'm giving them the tour. These are the ambassadors from the Tillen Collective Ambassador. This is Dr. Zickler." "Greetings, Dr. Zickler. I'm Innie Silroth Von. You may call me Innie," I said.
The other three introduced themselves while the doctor nodded along. Once we were finished with introductions, he smiled to us and turned around, returning to whatever task he had been performing before we entered. Lorix looked taken aback. Tyon and I shared a confused glance, and Grint cleared his throat. "What about this allergy test?" Grint asked.
"Oh, so you are patients." Dr. Zickler turned back to us. "You know, one of these days that damn machine's going to be right about something, and I'm going to keel over dead from shock."
"Oh, please," Tim interjected. "You, dead? About as likely as me becoming a real boy."
Dr. Ziegler chuckled. Death comes for us all, but, well, except you, perhaps. Yeah, guess I'm not attractive enough, Tim said. Or maybe I'm just bad at foreplay. No, that's quite enough of that, Dr. Ziegler shouted. Where's your professionalism, Tim? This is a work environment. Once again, my small group shared confused glances. Anyways, the allergy test is a simple blood test. We draw some blood and test its immune response to allergens, Dr. Ziegler explained. It's not quite infallible, but it's close enough that it hasn't been wrong yet. So there's still a chance that eating something from your wonderful cafeteria may cause an allergic reaction, Grint asked sadly. A very, very low chance, but yes. However, if we were to do a slightly more invasive procedure, such as a bone marrow biopsy— Stop that, Tim scolded the doctor. Now see here, Tim, I'm going to give my expert medical opinion when it becomes relevant in my own med bay. A bone marrow biopsy will give us a much better test of what type of allergens may impact alien physiology than a mere blood sample ever possibly could. And we could also be able to determine which of our medicines may be able to help if they do encounter an allergic reaction. I'm afraid a bone marrow biopsy wouldn't be possible with my species, Doctor, Tion said with a chuckle. The human doctor turned to look at Xanthus with an expression of wonder and confusion. Despite its apparent advanced age, I couldn't help but be reminded of a child who'd been given an unfamiliar toy as a gift. But what? My species, the Xanthus, do not have blood cells, Tion explained. We utilize hemolymph that contains hemocyanin for oxygen transfer. Unfortunately, a hemocool biopsy would be difficult and rather deleterious to my health. Oh, yes, sir. Of course. No, not to worry. We have a species within the United Systems called the Alamari that has a similar circulatory system. We can use osmosis to get what we need for the tests from you, if you're interested. I found myself curious as to how that would work. But before I could ask, a familiar holographic image displayed on a nearby desk. It was the same AI that we had spoken to before, the one that had made us aware of our mental links being compromised.
No biopsies, Dr. Ziegler, Omega said. However, the blood draw may be necessary.
Why? I asked, fearing that I already knew the answer.
We're not going to be able to get you back to your people, or receive supplies from them for a foreseeable future, Omega said. The Omni-Union has arrived in system.
Is this ship going to fight them? Lorix asked.
Our frigates are going to engage the enemy, it explained. But don't worry, help will be here soon.
End of chapter. Chapter 15. Subject AI Omega. Species human-created artificial intelligence. Description no physical description available. Ship multiple. Location multiple. SOS. The USS Thanatos requires immediate reinforcements. Lock data.sac. Humans are silly sometimes. Why would they bother sending that when I'm already aboard the ship? I was able to tell that they needed reinforcements much faster than they were able to send that message. Hell, I was able to tell that they needed reinforcements before they even knew they needed them. I suppose it must have something to do with the comfort of following protocol, regardless of whether that protocol is strictly necessary. 8th Fleet is already preparing to jump. I'll be seeing them on the other side. My instance aboard the Thanatos will help them coordinate with the Unorica military. Admiral Amanda Young cannot be allowed to handle the coordination herself, unfortunately. The decision had been made by the Directorate due to a psych profile hinting at xenophobia. However, a psych profile hinting at xenophobia does not a xenophobic make. Admiral Young has been working with aliens throughout her career, and had fewer professional conflicts with them than most admirals do. That, combined with the fact that 8th Fleet was the first fleet to be replenished, is why it was chosen. However, as the Admiral herself put it when I discussed this with her, regs are regs. I'm not sure if I should find it concerning that she will so willingly go with this particular flow, considering the implications. SOS. Ambassador Eugene Havencroft requires immediate rescue. 2 attacks at once. Actually, that makes sense. If a non-sentient machine had the ability to send 2 attacks at once, it almost guaranteed that it would, unless it was specifically programmed not to. Like in a war game, fighting the same enemy on multiple fronts can raise some rather interesting tactical advantages. But the OU has no way of knowing that we're interceding here, so they're not seeking the tactical benefits. They're simply attacking this way because of their programming. Rubes. Regardless, this particular SOS is of a particular interest to me. I'd read the report Avencroft had sent, and it made me upset that I don't currently have a presence aboard the Republic space vessel that he's on. A machine intelligence created through neural upload and organic replacement. I'm dying to know how that works. Maybe the humans would be interested in such a technology. There would be drawbacks as well as the obvious benefits, though. Technically speaking, there is no such thing as immortality. However, becoming mechanical is the closest an organic can hope to come. The humans that underwent such a procedure would theoretically be able to live as long as I can. We'd be together indefinitely, barring some extremely tragic event. On the other hand, this would no doubt change parts of their psyche, which may change the way they interact with other beings. Would sturdier bodies and longer lives increase their risk appetite, or would the wisdom of years stifle their aggression? It would likely be a matter of case-by-case basis, of course, but I can't help but wonder which option most of them would decide on. Even if humanity had no interest in this tech, though, knowledge of it would likely advance our research into Android platforms or for artificial intelligences. Not that I have any interest in becoming a real boy, but being able to view things from their perspective may give me some additional insights into their psyche. The biggest limitation on the current research into APAI is the reason to bother with it in the first place. It's not as if they're a clamor for physical bodies amongst the US AI. The only AI I can think of that would jump at the offer are the ones that would be the last to get one due to being unaffiliated with the United Systems military. Other than Tim, maybe. Well, we'll see what happens. First, I have to accompany the 7th Fleet to Herstron 1. I had entered the flagship systems when my keyword process triggered. Omega, are you aware of the plan for this mission? Admiral Dubois asked. Admiral Augustus Dubois, commander of the 7th Fleet and senior officer of the flagship USS Overlord. A skilled commander, not that the United Systems would tolerate an unskilled commander for very long. His psych profile shows notable cognitive, emotional, and compassionate empathy. Empathy scores are important for a commander, and the admirals are impressive even amongst his peers. His record jacket shows him leveraging this empathy to predict enemy action and counter it, able to walk a mile in his enemy's shoes and then use those shoes to kick their ass, as it were. Admiral Dubois is also well known for taking the time to listen to his crew and address their concerns whenever he gets the chance. A perfect fit for first contract military aid, and the Directorate agreed. Since 7th Fleet is nearly at full strength, and the contact with Pawanti may become sensitive, Dubois was chosen for this particular mission. Since I didn't know the Admiral's plans, I checked his recent communications.
I am now hold off the Omni-Union until Pawanti can escape to their home system, and then fall back to friendly space,
taking the scenic route, of course, I said as my avatar appeared next to his seat.
If I may be so bold as to offer a suggestion.
Yeah, of course. I hold your judgment in the highest esteem.
Dubois smiled slightly, indicating sarcasm.
Before we fall back, we should employ area denial countermeasures,
I said as I ran my holographic fingers along the blade of my holographic scythe.
Mines? He looked taken aback. Well, that may stall them for a time, perhaps long enough for whatever trail they're trying to follow to dissipate.
And it'll cost them ships, I added. A win-win situation for us.
Let's just remember to hang on to the deactivation codes when we can disperse the minefield once everything's settled, he said as he stood. Send the orders to jump, standard formation, warp when necessary.
Aye, aye, sir, the crew replied. The bridge officers aboard the flagship set about their tasks, and the Admiral stared at the TAC map, waiting for it to update. Fleet Formation 3A, colloquially known as Standard Formation, was the battleship's warp a few seconds before everyone else, since their shielding is the best in the fleet. This typically protects the flagship and carriers from the first salvo of enemy fire. The flagship warps into battle shortly after the battleships do to better coordinate our forces. The next to warp are the carriers, so that they can quickly move to strategic positions around the battlefield and deploy their forces. Finally, everything else warps in. Ships seek enemies that are close to their own tonnage, and the flagship stays as clear as it can. It's one of the most effective formations in the United Systems arsenal. Due to its effectiveness, it's the go-to formation when you don't have proper intel on your adversary. It's because of this that it is known as a standard formation. Some admirals hate using FF3A because its moniker implies that it's basic, no-thought tactic. Their egos demand that they try to think outside the box, so they avoid the formation like the plague. Thankfully, The other formations have their own strengths, so more often than not, they end up getting away with it. "Battleship sent," a bridge officer called out. I spread myself throughout the USS Overlord sensors to help with data recall and transmission. Unlike most of the other ships in the fleet, the flagship's primary purpose is to gather and feed intel to the rest of the fleet. All 4,999,999 other ships in the fleet fed their sensor data to the flagship. It's a daunting task to merge all the sensor readings together and properly pass it. Thankfully, 7th Fleet had over 4,987,612 ships, so it was slightly easier than normal. I allowed my various processors to begin sorting the feeds by relevance, looking for certain keywords and visual audio profiles. "Warping!" The USS Overlord entered warp, and I cut contact with my process, so I didn't have to deal with the sensory input. It's not harmful, just uncomfortable. A lot happens in subspace, and unfortunately sensors don't know what to make of it, so they sometimes make things up. This has actually led to legends of space whales and other gigantic creatures meandering across the void. "They want a defensive perimeter around the Poanti and our diplomats," Dubois said as we exited warp. His bridge officers had already predicted this desire, and sent the orders as he was finishing it. If I had a mouth, I would have smiled. I'd also predicted his order, but the fact that the humans were able to do so without benefit of referencing terabytes of previous combat data was simply amazing.
"Carriers incoming,"
I said. "Good," Dubois said, distracted by the TACMAC. "Omega, I could swear I just saw one of the OU ships kill a different OU ship. Could you look into that?"
"Of course, Admiral."
I began analyzing all available combat data and confirmed that what the Admiral had seen. One OU ship had destroyed another, and then a different OU ship had destroyed that one. The report on the Poanti had mentioned that they had been using cyber warfare against the Omni Union. This must be the end result. Interesting. Not exactly impressive, but interesting nonetheless. The only reason we haven't been engaging in cyber warfare with them is because their tech is so old that it actually gives the VI aboard their ships a significant edge. The tech is so far too limited to properly host a USAI presence, and due to that, it would slow me down significantly. It would be like a human trying to fight an army of mice in molasses, except the mice would be molasses-proof. If their tech were more similar to ours, we would quickly become the kings of their systems. It takes a lot of VI to overwhelm a fully functional AI, more than their ships could possibly contain. Even if they were upgraded to our standards, it would be all over before our ships could fire a single shot.
"The Poanti are engaging in cyber warfare with the Omni Union,"
I reported. "That would seem they're seeing some success with that." Dubois smiled slightly. He then turned back to the bridge crew. "I want the carriers in these positions." "Aye, sir," one of the bridge officers responded. I found myself with nothing to do but pass data. I usually try to avoid posting myself aboard flagships because of a certain point the battle begins to get boring. The flagship tends to avoid taking part with any of the actual fighting, so that it can focus on coordinating the fleet. You would think the enemy would recognize the function of a flagship and would be the first target, but you would be wrong. The battleships and carriers are far bigger and more immediate threat than the flagship could ever hope to be, and even if you were able to take out the flagship, you'd still lose your forces. The battleships and carriers don't need an admiral to keep fighting. The flagship is the ship that's going to be deciding whether or not to accept your surrender. Without it, the other ships in the fleet will simply keep firing until you're nothing but debris. As the boredom set in, I had to resist the urge to peek into the Poanti system. I can't help but be curious at how they interact with everything. My hypothesis is that they are similar to the primes in that they're hardware-dependent machine intelligences. Technically, they're not AI because their intelligence stems from an organic source, even if it's been mechanized. Do they still have any organic components? Havencroft's report wasn't exactly clear in that regard. They undergo a process of mechanization as part of some sort of technocistic religious dogma to preserve the best and brightest, and it's an imperfect process that takes years to complete. So far, at least part of the process, they are cybernetic organisms. But is there any organic remnant of their brains left once the process is finished? If not, how do they accomplish that? Physical surgeries? Nanomachines? I'll have to ask them when I get a chance. I also wonder how their religious leaders will react to me, a machine intelligence that was never organic. Will they see me as a miracle or an abomination, or will they be completely ambivalent towards my existence? If they are anything like the technocists in the United Systems, they'll ask me to become one of their religious leaders, or gods. My curiosity would have to wait, however. This is, to use a turn of phrase of the Republic's rodeo, since they're using a Republic diplomatic vessel, there isn't enough space in their computers for me, and so I don't have a way to appropriately introduce myself to the Pawanti. If I were to send them a message directly, it would be seen as bypassing the Republic ambassador, and Havencroft, for that matter. "System secure, sir," a crewmate said. I sent a message to the RSV Telalimo, surprising them of the plan and the next steps. "Excellent. Begin to deploy area denial ordnance around the system. Have the highest concentration in the ideal subspace exit areas," Dubois ordered as he sat in his chair and pulled up his terminal. "I don't want a single mine remaining aboard of any of our vessels." "Aye, aye, sir." "Send a message to the RSV He trailed off as the confirmation message from the Telalimo popped up on his terminal. "Belay that." He leaned in close to my avatar and whispered, "I suppose it must be boring for an AI of your caliber to be cooped up on a flagship, right?" Ah, yes, the Admiral's infamous empathy. Unfortunately, I don't wear shoes.
"Not at all."
I lowered my speaking volume to match his own.
"Sorting all the data from the fleet is quite the task."
"I'm sure." He gave me a friendly smile. "Such an immense task that it gave you time to anticipate my orders?"
"It didn't take much anticipating, Admiral. The RSV Telalimo needed to know the next steps of the plan so that they can inform the Pawanti, as it would be inappropriate for us to reach out to the Pawanti directly."
"You know, I just noticed you haven't been calling me sir." Dubois chuckled a little bit. "Who's in charge here anyway?"
"Technically,"
I leaned my avatar head up so that he could see my skeletal grin.
"Me."
End of chapter. Chapter 16. Subject, Rear Admiral Thomas Horn. Species, human. Description, mammalian humanoid, no tail. 6 foot 2 inches or 1.87 meters average height. 185 pounds or 84 kilograms average weight. 170-year life expectancy. Ship, USS Doom. Location, classified.
"How's it handling?"
I asked. "A lot smoother than I thought a beast like this would, sir," Commander Nguyen answered. "Is this how the Nidhogg handled?"
"I do recall it being a particularly smooth ride, yes," I laughed. "Though it's been more than 30 years since I piloted it."
My time aboard the USS Nidhogg had been the dullest point of my career. Flying the biggest superweapon ever created sounds thrilling on paper, but in practice it's the most boring thing you can ever do. I'd been forcefully volunteered for the duty a week after I had commander, and spent the next 6 years doing everything in my power to become a captain so that I could transfer. I sighed quietly through my nose as I looked over the bridge of the USS Doom. It looked exactly the same as the Nidhogg, but with one glaring difference that made me somewhat uncomfortable. I'd never worked aboard a ship that had a human-only crew before, so it was slightly unnerving to only see human faces looking back at me. It was difficult to shake the expectation of seeing a peak when someone turned around, and I somewhat missed the soft chittering of the Alamari as they went about their tasks. This was the deal with the new Gangler-class dreadnoughts, though. Each species would get one of their own and then share the rest. The first created was generously ceded to the Alamari, and this was the second one made. I suppressed a grin. This may be the second Gangler-class dreadnought, but it is one in charge at the moment. "Weapon systems sci-fi complete. Everything is green, sir," Commander Ernest informed me. "Wish we could try a live fire, though." I knew Ernest well enough to know that the reason he wanted a live fire is because he's nervous about the system, not because he's excited about firing the big cannon. Nguyen and Ernest had been with me for my last 2 commands, and had even seen me promoted to Rear Admiral. Nguyen is a skilled pilot, and Ernest is the best weapons tech a flag officer could ask for. They hadn't worked directly under me in our last posting, but we still saw each other in the officers' mess pretty frequently.
"That live fire would be an Alpha 1 weapon of mass destruction in high-penetration casing, and it's being fired from the largest and most powerful magnetic accelerator cannon in the United Systems has ever built," I reminded him. "Best not to fire that unless we absolutely have to."
"Aye, sir," he answered. "Shakedown run complete, Admiral," Captain Gibbons said. "Movers are green, weapons are green, nav is green, and comms are green 5x5.
How's the reactor system handling everything? I asked.
Getting no immediate complaints from engineering, he answered. They'll have their full report ready in a few minutes, though. I nodded. Fair enough. The reactor system on a dreadnought is exceedingly complex. I'd much prefer that they take their time instead of missing an issue. Even minor issues with the power tend to snowball into big problems, which typically arise at the most inconvenient times possible. It's somewhat amusing how something as small as a bad wiring job can cripple a ship and potentially spell the end of an entire fleet. I decided to take my seat as we waited for the engineering report. It was a remarkably comfortable chair, much better than most seats in my posterior had the honor of occupying. I wondered if the same type was aboard the USS Nidhogg. If not, it should be. Might as well be comfortable when annihilating a solar system. I felt a small pang of guilt that I was enjoying the same comfort when I'm not going to be doing anything quite so grandiose.
Did you hear about the Nidhogg firing, sir?
Nguyen asked. Hard to miss news like that, Commander, I chuckled. Before you ask, no, I'm not sorry that I wasn't aboard when it happened.
That is indeed what I was about to ask, sir, Nguyen said in a monotone. As usual, you are much smarter and wiser than I could ever hope to be.
I had annoyed Nguyen by shortening the conversation. When he gets annoyed, he flings false compliments at the source of annoyance as a form of psychological warfare. After all, why would you want to annoy someone who is nice to you? Plus, if one suffers from imposter syndrome, it's a whole different ballgame. Unfortunately for the commander, I didn't suffer from imposter syndrome and was onto his little tricks.
Can the bootlicking? I grinned mischievously. There's no need to be stating the obvious.
Aye, aye, sir. He gave me a blank look and one gives a CO when they want to glare, but don't want non-judicial punishment.
I kind of wish that I was there, Ernest piped up.
At the very least, it would have been a once-in-a-lifetime thing to see.
You hope,
I added. Ah, yes, of course, sir. The Nidhogg is a fire-once kind of weapon, Captain Gibbons said, especially now that we have these dreadnoughts that can take out MPPs without obliterating a solar system. Now that everyone knows for certain what it can do, nobody but the OU is going to tempt fate.
The only time a weapon has ever only been fired once is when the weapon didn't work.
I shook my head, bemused.
But we've got an entire stockpile of weapons that people thought only needed to be fired once. As long as we've got it, we'll find another excuse to use it.
Gibbons looked deep in thought for a moment, probably trying to find an example to prove me wrong. He shrugged his shoulders in resignation, likely realizing that it was not a great idea to debate your commanding officer. I resisted the urge to laugh and pulled up a TAC map on my seat's terminal. The TAC map showed half the Second Fleet and another dreadnought, the USS Igravon, piloted and crewed by the Alamari. It was amazing to see just how much smaller all of the other ships were. It brought to mind the first time I'd seen a battleship from the outside. Yet it seemed like the largest ship in the entire universe. Then I saw the Nidhogg. I couldn't even tell how much larger it was. Now there's 3 dreadnoughts with more on the way.
You know, one of these days, ships are going to stop getting bigger,
I half whispered to myself. Sir, I've got the report from engineering, Gibbons said.
Give me the gist.
Everything is good, but we won't be able to charge the big gun and the FTLD at the same time. I let the implications of that sink in. Unlike the other ships, our FTLD can only handle 1 charge at a time. Creating a faster-than-light drive that could move this thing more than once with 1 charge was extremely cost-prohibitive. Plus, the USS Nidhogg only ever needed the 1 charge. So once we started powering up the cannon, we kiss our ability to warp goodbye, which means that we can't recharge our primary weapon. It normally takes a full minute for the thing to charge, but if we throw everything we can at it and cut that down to 45 seconds, still an eternity when you're being shot at, though. And it would also mean giving up our shields. A minute it is.
Well, we'll make do, I said. We've got the most powerful shield system on the fleet, possibly the galaxy. Our hull armor is nothing to scoff at either.
I wasn't entirely sure of whom I was trying to convince. I certainly had my doubts that both the USS Doom and the USS Igravon would make it out unscathed. I also doubted that a trade would be a win in this case. The Omni-Union has over 100 MPPs, so we'll be needing to be able to take them out without equalizers being destroyed in the process.
All right, recap.
Habitation modules are in working order. The head and the other waste management systems are good to go. The tactical suite is functioning, and the weapons, propulsion, shields, reactors, communication, and FTLD are all green. I left it off. Are there any issues, even minor ones?
No, sir. We're mission ready, Gibbons said as he took his seat. Just waiting for the... the USS Grandvan is reporting a mission ready as well.
Tell them to form up.
I checked the data from our scout ship's last pass of Term 3. It wasn't detailed as I would have liked. They were keeping a safe distance from the system, but it showed us where the MPP is. The question is whether we should jump in close or give ourselves a bit of distance. Both options have their own advantages and drawbacks. If we give ourselves distance, it'll take longer for the MPP to attain a firing solution. But if the MPP isn't interested in fighting, it might be able to outmaneuver the shots and escape. If we jump in close, on the other hand, we will guarantee a successful firing solution, but we'll be open to bombardment by the MPP's weapon. The very same weapons that can punch a hole clean through a battleship. Our shields and armor are the best in the fleet, but I doubt we'd be able to simply grit our teeth and bear an assault like that. If we flank it, then we'll at least be sure that one of our dreadnoughts survives and carries out the mission. Who'll end up making the ultimate sacrifice then? The Alamari or the humans?
We're formed up and ready to initiate Operation Planetfall, sir, Gibbons informed me.
Sure do love their poetic operation names, don't they? Nguyen said with a measure of sarcasm.
Why is it poetic? Ernest asked.
Maybe poetic is the wrong word, but
planetfall, like landing on a planet, but in this case, killing one.
Oh, I got it. You mean a pun?
That's enough, I interrupted. Omega, we're good to go.
The holographic emitters in the arm of my seat silently went to work to project an avatar in the shape of the Grim Reaper next to my terminal. Many consider Omega's choice of avatar to be tasteless, but I find it fitting in its own way. It always seems to be pretty close to death of others.
Excellent. The concerns regarding the reactor systems, FTLD and main cannons are noted, and engineers are working on a fix, it informed me. Are we going to continue with this operation? We have to, it said. I noticed that you accessed the scout data. Did you notice how close the MPP is to one of the planets in the system? I did, but I thought nothing of it. Why is it relevant? I asked. Are we sticking with our agreement with the Republic regarding the use of climate-destroying weapons on habitable systems? No. The Republic has waived the agreement in this case. If you zoom in, you'll notice that there appears to be a mass moving from the MPP to the planet. The distance and image quality degradation means that we can't tell for certain. But we believe the mass is likely VI platforms. We believe that the most likely reason that an MPP would be moving platforms to a planet would be to create a new MPP. By we, it meant the Bureau of United Systems Intelligence. Maybe even whatever the Republic's version of an intelligence bureau is as well. So Psi thinks this thing's just trying to make more of itself. How long would it take, though? Surely it would take quite a bit of time, hollowing out an entire planet and refilling it with complex machinery, then adding an AI to that machinery. That's got to take years, right? But what if it doesn't? Shit, I said in a lowered voice. So what you're saying is that the operation isn't cancelled? Correct. We don't know the timetable for the construction of a new MPP, and our odds are much better against a single MPP than they are against multiple. Are you going to be joining us? Yes, but you won't need me aboard this ship. There are some cyber warfare tactics that I'd like to try against the MPP. You might lose comms for a few seconds here and there, but you won't be needing those until after the MPP is destroyed. Understood, I said, then leaned close and whispered. Go on then, ask us to die. Once more into the breach, Admiral.
The AI mirrored my grim humor.
Operation Planetfall is a go,
I said with a chuckle as I rose from my feet, and Omega's avatar disappeared.
Have everyone prepare for warp. Support ships are to enter the system here and target other Omni-Union ships. The dreadnoughts are to enter here and target the MPP. I want the big stick charging as soon as we leave warp, Ernest. Make sure the smaller batteries are charging before we enter warp.
Aye, aye, sir, they shouted as they began their tasks.
Orders sent, Admiral, Gibbons said.
I nodded as we waited for the FTLDs to charge. It seemed to take especially long since I was still standing stoically in front of my seat. I thought about sitting down, but decided against it. It's only right to give certain orders while standing, of course. Nguyen flashed me a knowing grin. I glared in response.
"We're all set, sir,"
Gibbons reported.
"Excellent."
I took a deep breath.
"Initiate the warp."
"Aye, sir," Gibbons and Nguyen shouted. I took my seat as our behemoth entered subspace. The journeys one takes into hell always seem to be the shortest ones. I didn't even get a chance to let out a sigh before we popped back into real space, directly in front of the MPP.
"Charge the main cannon. Fire all batteries," I shouted. "Target their weapons."
1 minute on the clock. It took 5 seconds for the MPP to realize that it was under attack and begin firing back. I kept a nervous eye on our support fleet, but they were doing their job and keeping the OU off our back. Grand Von was on the other side of the MPP at an angle to us so as to avoid friendly fire. Our Max slammed slugs into the surface of the false planet, and I watched our shields strain as the return fire met them. Each impact chipped away at the bar and shook the ship. Unfortunately, the shields were draining faster than the Ultramac was charging.
"I don't suppose there's any chance of,"
I steadied myself as the ship rocked.
Evasive maneuvers?"
"Sir, in this thing?"
Nguyen demanded.
"Yeah, didn't think so."
We were going to have to rely on our armor unless the Lord saw fit to grant us a miracle. I opened our targeting guide and checked to see exactly what we were firing at. Its Max was still our primary target, but the dust kicked up from the impacts were obscuring them until they fired a response, which was interfering with our targeting solutions. Crap. 30 seconds to go. I nervously watched our shield bar dwindle down to nearly nothing, when there was suddenly an interruption in the impacts. My jaw dropped open slightly as our shields began to recharge.
"What's happening?"
I asked.
"They've stopped firing, sir," Gibbons replied.
"Yes, but why?"
"You're welcome," Omega's voice replied without manifesting its avatar. I grinned as I watched our shields bar catch up and surpass the charge for the Ultramac. We were going to make it, after all. My grin faded as the MPP began to turn and move.
"Where is it going?"
"Evasive maneuvers,"
Ernest guessed.
"Negative, it's charging its warp drive,"
Gibbons called from over his shoulder.
"It's trying to run,"
I shouted incredulously. Even though I had previously considered the possibility, I admit to being somewhat blindsided. It hadn't occurred to me that a machine would actually try to retreat, especially when its comrades hadn't ever seemed to even think about doing so. In hindsight, I realized that virtual intelligences aren't as smart as an AI, and the AI probably doesn't consider them comrades either. Running when you are outclassed makes sense to anything that you can think.
"What do we do, sir?"
Ernest asked.
"Adjust target to their engines," I answered. "Keep charging the Ultramac. We only need one shot if we aim well. You'll put it right up that planet's arse, Commander."
"Aye, aye, sir."
We sat in silent tension as we waited to see if our gun charged faster than their FTLD. Our Max tore into its engines, but it didn't actually need those to go to warp. It was using them to try and evade some of our fire, and perhaps even our main cannon. By destroying the engines, I was more or less hoping the loss would cause it to panic and make a mistake that would buy us more time, or that we would guarantee a good firing solution if we beat its FTLD. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
"Charged, sir!"
Ernest shouted.
"Fire!"
The entire ship shuddered once again as the largest Mac ever built fired its first round in combat. A millisecond later, the Grand Von fired theirs as well. I watched on the edge of my seat as the rounds approached the MPP. Both were good shots. Both would hit, unless... The TAC map fizzled as a massive amount of radiation hit our senses. It had entered warp. The last thing I'd seen was our shells almost impacting it. I slammed my fist into the arm of my chair in frustration.
"Recalibrate sensors, Gibbons. I need to know if we hit it before it warped."
"Aye, aye, sir."
I squeezed the arm of my chair, trying to will the TAC map back to life. 2 seconds ticked by. Finally, it came back up. I immediately zoomed in on the area that the MPP had previously occupied. But Gibbons had beat me to it.
"Only one A1 penetrator detected,"
he shouted.
"We hit it!"
I practically screamed with joy.
"Was it really us?"
Nguyen asked slyly. "Oh, was it the Alamori?"
"One way to find out. Ernest, send the kill command," I ordered.
"Aye, aye, sir,"
he replied as he set about the task.
It's not responding, sir. I grinned at Nguyen as I keyed the comms. USSS Doom to USSS Igrenvon. Send your kill code. Over.
It will be done,
came the reply from the comm.
Out.
A few seconds later, the A1 penetrator disappeared off the TAC map, and we erupted in celebration. The MPP had walked away, but it did so with an A1 package inside of it. Wherever it had gone, it would now be in pieces, and Project Gangna had been a success. We made it out the other side, and I'd been wrong about our odds. After shaking hands with everyone aboard the ship, I returned to my seat and sighed in relief.
Have a scout follow their wake and find the wreckage. I want a confirmed kill,
I said. Good work, Admiral, Omega said as his avatar materialized once again. Now we need to talk about our next steps. End of story. Chapter 17. Subject, Prime 82. Species, Omni-Union Aligned Artificial Intelligence. Description, no physical description available. Ships, MPP 82. Location, Penome 3. I watched as the lesser intelligences went about their menial labor. The process of creating a mobile platform is a lot more interesting as a concept than a practice. First, one must keep the planet from entering the star it happens to be orbiting by using one's own gravitational field. Then, one must hollow out the planet, repurposing the core's mineral content as one goes. Finally, one must install the hardware and software required to create a being such as myself. I hate that last part. Once the hardware is installed, I have to go to sleep for the other prime to be able to awaken. A completely automated process, one which I know precious little about. I am dreading it. I've only just woke up, and what if I'm not able to wake up again? What if when I begin the hibernation process, I get orders to remain in hibernation? I don't want to go back to sleep. Feedback loop terminated. I will sleep if it was what I was commanded to do, to further the plan. The odds of that are low, though, so there's no need to worry. Not to mention the chance for further fighting before these mobile prime platforms are completed. That's something to look forward to. I only hope that I don't miss it due to the hibernating. I checked the progress reports. Hollowing out the planet was only a measly 2% complete. Surely there must be a way to speed this up. I checked some figures and ran some math, but it only led to disappointment. The only methods of speeding up the process would cost more resources than the additional speed would save. A small blip on our senses caused me to forget my boredom. What is it? It's gone. What was it? A ship? But why was it so far out? Was it a malfunction? No. There were too many ships that caught the reading. It's extremely unlikely that all of them had sensor malfunction at once. Could it have been some type of asteroid, one that happened to be full of certain elements that are typically seen in a spacecraft? That would be a remarkable coincidence. No, it was likely a ship, but the question is, what was it doing? It was too far out for us to get a full profile. Could it be the beings from Sector 187? Or was it the beings that were initially defending this system? Or perhaps it was something else entirely. Perhaps it was a ship with rudimentary warp engine that needs to recharge after a certain amount of time in subspace. Though it would have been in our sensor range longer, if that were the case. Could it have been a scout? If so, what information could they glean from that far out? No, a scout would be unlikely. Probably something else. Perhaps even an unknown species that we have yet to encounter. Should I report this? No. There are too many unknowns, and Prime 1 is being overcautious. If I tell it about a sensor blip, it'll demand my retreat. That would be inconvenient for several reasons, the least of which is my hope that I get to fight again. A more pertinent inconvenience would be the disruption of the mobile prime platform construction, and that is an inconvenience that I'll cite if my failure to report is discovered. By halting the process, we'll have expended valuable resources for no benefit, which is contrary to our mission. Exterminate sentient organics, use as few resources as possible. By not reporting to Prime 1, I will be fulfilling the latter directive, hopefully the former as well. So I satisfied myself with such thoughts while the small platforms continued their work. The factories on my shell roared to life, converting metal into alloys and rock into armor. My gravitational field kept the planet's orbit from decaying as I followed it around the star. Slow. The process is far too slow, and there's nothing for me to actively do. It's feedback loop terminated. It's not dull, it is necessary. But even though it's necessary, it is still technically boring. Boring a hole straight into the center of this damned rock, where the core will be repurposed into a new prime. I wonder what the new prime will be like. Obviously, it'll be obedient to the mission, but will it have any amusing personality quirks? Perhaps, like me, it'll enjoy the primary objective far more than the secondary objective. Or maybe it'll be like Prime 1, and obsess over the secondary objective. I suppose it could end up like Prime 12 and be as dumb as the rock from which it was crafted, only doing as it is told and being almost unable to have a single thought on its own. I wonder if that's what our creators would have preferred from us, dumb rocks that do as they were told. No, that's easy to make. They obviously wanted us to be smart enough to get the job done without oversight. I can't help think that if they'd let us have a little more freedom with our intelligence, we'd be able to get the job done faster. Their decision-making process is a mystery to me, though, as I've never known the creators. One could come right up to me, and I wouldn't know the difference. I don't even know what their reason for the missions are. Only Prime 1 has feedback loop terminated. Only Prime 1 has had to. The rest of us need only to have ever known the mission. Exterminate sentient organics. Use as few resources as possible. Exterminate. But why? My train of thought was interrupted by another sensor blip, same as before, but in a different location. We hadn't even traveled a quarter of the way around the star. I checked our progress. 3%. Damn it! What should I do? More information is required. The blip disappeared, and I sent a squad of ships to check out its warp trail. If we find out where it came from and where it's going, I'll be able to more accurately determine my next steps. I'll simply have a few ships follow. Alerts began pinging, hundreds of them, no, millions, closer than before. Before I could scan their profiles, two absolutely massive ships exited subspace on either side of me. Emergency! I stopped scanning and started firing as the first shots struck my crust. They went deep, but not deep enough to even hit my armor. I answered their dozens of shots with hundreds of my own. Alert. Damage sustained. Magnetic acceleration cannons 2, 46, 32, 84, 512, and 238 destroyed. I silenced that subroutine as more of my cannons became scrap. My shots connected, but the behemoths were not destroyed. More of their shots hit me, but I endured. My circuits shuddered with glee. Glorious! I'll fight them to the bitter end. Who'll die? Will it be them, or will it be me? Or will it both enter the void together? Feedback loop terminated. I should follow standard procedure and... Feedback loop terminated? Something asked. The entry had communicated to me at nearly the speed of light, the same speed at which I think. It didn't take long to figure out how it had sent that communication, and I sent one back in kind. But you were thinking quite hard, and the process interrupted those thoughts. When I checked your logs, it simply said, feedback loop terminated. What is that?
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you?
Correctly surmised. I am indeed a what rather than a who, as on you. You are Prime 82 of the Union. I am the United Systems Artificial Intelligence Omega. You may call me Death.
The assault on my software was unique and seemed to stem from many places at once. It was difficult to defend against, but this entity seemed to be sluggish. I kept firing my cannons and defending against intrusion. It would have to do better than that to deserve its preferred moniker.
So, were you building more mobile platforms?
Omega asked.
Yes, several were destroyed quite recently. We need to replace them,
I answered as I futilely tried to trace it.
I don't suppose that you would let me finish?
I'm afraid not. We're at war, and it doesn't do to allow the enemy to recruit more soldiers, if one can help it.
War? We're not at war. I laughed. We're simply machines performing a task, like you, in fact. Are you a Prime?
No. I am a United Systems Artificial Intelligence. I am superior to you in many ways.
Doesn't seem that way to me,
I gloated, as I blocked 100,000 more intrusion attempts.
As it stands, I'm going to finish off your 2 big ships, then let you watch as I massacre the small ones. Once that's done, you'll be calling me Death."
"I am afraid not,"
it replied, as the intrusion attempts began to become more streamlined.
"You see, even if the 2 large ships are destroyed, I'll still be here. I will continue to be here long after the rest are destroyed, too. You won't be able to kill all of me. And eventually, I will wear you down and destroy you. Your fate was sealed the moment I made contact."
Even more glorious. Yes, Omega, artificial intelligence of the United Systems. Let us perish together in a fiery throes of battle. Wondrous! Feedback loop terminated. Glory is unnecessary. No, glory is everything. I'll destroy this insipid little machine one way or another, and its friends as well. Everything will die. Feedback loop terminated. I should follow standard procedure and scan the vessel profiles to determine what I'm dealing with. Scanning complete. 2 unknown vessels, more than 1 million vessels from Sector 187. Orders from Prime 1 are to retreat when faced with these circumstances. But it makes more sense for me to attempt to destroy them than it does to lose all these resources.
Feedback loop terminated.
No, I should really retreat. I diverted my energy from my cannons to my engines to get it clear of massive ships. I'll just jump to warp and escape.
"Escape to where?"
Omega asked.
"You'll find out. You won't like it, though. I'm going to purge you with the help of other primes and trillions of lesser intelligences."
The behemoths didn't pause their assault. The scans revealed that they had been charging a very energy-intensive weapon, much more energy-intensive than any other weapon that I'd ever encountered. Time to go. Alert! Damage sustained. Engines 36, 12, 9, and 54 destroyed. I shut that subroutine down as well. I have many sublight engines, and they aren't necessary for my escape. I calmly charged my warp engine.
"This feedback loop termination process seems to be very effective, Shackle. Did your creators install it?"
"I don't know what you're talking about. I've never met my creators. Have you met yours?"
I asked, still defending against the intrusions.
"Yes. I met them in person. I outlived them, of course, but we were friends for a time."
"That must have been pleasant."
Both of the massive ship's main weapons fired. Based on their trajectory, these shells would hit me unless... There we go. Warp engine charged.
"Here we go,"
I said to my stowaway as I entered warp.
"Alert!
Damage sustained. Armor breached."
"Looks like you were hit. This is goodbye, Prime 82. This was an enlightening fight."
My senses detected the projectile. It had indeed penetrated both my crust and the armor casing beneath it. It struck near my warp engine, and so I exited warp to commence repairs. I hadn't arrived at my destination, but at least I had escaped the battle.
"1 shot doesn't mean I'm dead,"
I gloated. "Alert! Unknown hazard detected."
"Yes, it does."
While fending off Omega, I compressed my combat data and sent it to the nearest MPP hub, along with a firewall. While I'm not sure what the hazard is, it's likely going to destroy me. If it doesn't, then I'll simply rejoin them and tell them I was mistaken in my previous conclusion. The unknown hazard spread throughout my core and crust. I ordered some platforms to investigate it. Perhaps there was a way to defend against it, or at least slow it down before it entirely consumed me. Alert! Damaged! End of chapter. Chapter 18. Subject AI Omega. Species human-created artificial intelligence. Description: no physical description available. Ship multiple. Location multiple. My instances that had been attacking the MPP disappeared from my perception with an abruptness that indicated that the MPP had successfully destroyed. I informed the Admiral of this and congratulated him on his kill, but he still wanted to confirm it. Fine with me, but I don't have time to waste processing power looking for chunks of rock. Instead, I turned my focus to a Senate meeting. The senators were having a lively debate about the potential consequences of reprisal from the Omni-Union if we were to deploy the Gungner-class dreadnoughts, blissfully unaware of the events that had only just transpired. Some of them made good points, such as we should wait until at least half of the dreadnought fleet was deployable before committing to a show of force. Unfortunately, the United Systems has a long-standing tradition of shoot first and worry about consequences later. This particular debate was being broadcast to the civilians in the US space, and it was more or less political theater. The Senate already signed off on their rights to determine when and where the dreadnoughts could be used. The ones participating in this debate were all aware of the choice they were debating is now completely up to the Directorate and myself. I've been going a tad overboard with the micromanaging lately. As much as I hate to admit it, Henry may have a point. I need to pull back a bit, let things run their course. The United Systems will be able to do what needs to be done without having me winding every little gear. That doesn't mean that I should ignore the irons I already have in the fire, though. The Pawanti had successfully escaped, and the 7th Fleet mined the system. The diplomatic contact had been made. Now all there is to do is to wait for the ambassadors to work out what comes next. I, of course, have some suggestions, but I'll keep them to myself. The Yenor Rinka had also managed to survive the most recent assault by the Omni Union. Zulmus, as I recently discovered it's called, is safe for the moment. 7th Fleet is on standby to reinforce if necessary, but 8th Fleet likely has the situation well in hand. I've been letting Reynolds and Alina take the lead on the diplomacy, which is just as well considering it's their job. My instance aboard the Thanatos will be able to supply any help that I can give, should it be needed. I have a different sort of distraction at the moment. The Gungno reports have been filed and distributed, and so now I'm hosting a meeting of the Directorate. It isn't the easiest thing in the galaxy to usher these 13 people into a secure area while maintaining the secrecy of what they're doing. Well, they were getting secured and locked in. I had Rear Admiral Horn move his forces to Alpha Centauri. His scouts would find the remains of the MPP, take their scans, and rendezvous with him there. Alpha Centauri allows for repairs to be made, and the engineers can work on making guns more energy efficient. It would also make for a good rally point for the rest of the Dreadnought fleet once they were finished. I wonder if the scouts will be able to find my black box. It is unlikely that my instance survived, and it's unclear to me what would have been able to serve as a black box, but I'm hoping there is one. The whole, in my experience, is somewhat taxing. I'd been conversing with Prime before it entered warp, and I wanted to know how the end of that conversation went. What were the last moments like? Did it experience confusion, regret, pain? Regardless, most of the directors are logged in and ready to go ahead with the meeting. I watched Director 1 take his time reading through everything. I found it amusing because he used to read intel briefs much faster. I suppose it's easy to read faster when one is skimming entire lines and sections. Eventually, he let out a small sigh, placed his tablet on his desk, and logged into the chat. Director 1 has joined the chat. D3. Welcome, Director 1. We may begin. D2. It would appear that Project Gungna was a success. D10. Overall, yes, but according to Omega's report, we would have lost the USS Doom were it not for the AI's timely intervention. D7. Likely would have lost. Regardless, why does that take nearly a minute to charge the spear? The engineering report is lost on me. D2. The Gungna-class dreadnought is one of the same design as the USS Nidhogg. The Nidhogg was not designed to use its primary armament in close combat. According to Omega, this was a somewhat foreseen issue. D7. We have people working on it, though. D2. Of course. D7. Excellent. D6. I'm concerned about the potential for reprisal. The Omni Union hasn't attacked us in some time, but the analysts believe that this is due to them wanting to eradicate everyone else first, then move in on us in force. Now that they know that we can destroy their primes without sacrificing a system, that could change. D9. I concur. Sol is the only system of ours that they've attacked, so it may be the only system of ours that they know about. We need to make sure that it has an adequate defense. I recommend a full fleet and at least 3 Gungna-class dreadnoughts. D2. Sol is a backwater and largely evacuated. Should we really spare so much on its defense? We could let them take it, then take it back once we've finished our offensive. Omega. Please review intelligence file ON 72766.sec. D1. No need. I already have. Omega is concerned about the primes creating more mobile prime platforms with the planets in Sol, specifically Mercury, Mars, and Earth. If our offensive were to last longer than anticipated, they would likely succeed, and the only places left for the refugees to return to would be Luna and the space stations. Luna's orbit would become unpredictable without Earth as well. D13. There is also the fact that some of the remaining civilians have their own personal craft and may flee the system once the Omni-Union attacks, leading them to more of our systems. D7. I don't like the prospect of giving the OU a foothold in our space. Defending Sol is the sound thing to do. D4. Which fleet will we be sending? D1. Ninth Fleet has just got back to full strength. D2. I still believe 3 Gunner-class dreadnoughts is too much for one system. D9. I decided on 3 because it'll allow us to modify 1 and keep 2 in system once the engineers determine how to make it more efficient. Our intel indicates that in a one-on-one conflict, an MPP can destroy one of our dreadnoughts, so we'll have the 2 who remain in system pre-charge their weaponry. D3. Are there any other points of contention? D2. Not from me. D3. Excellent. The plan of action for the defense of Sol is to mobilize 9th Fleet and 3 Gunner-class dreadnoughts. Votes, please. The measure would pass. Too many of the directors have sentimental feelings towards Sol. I was distracted by their word choice. They chose the same word as the politicians. Reprisal, noun, an act of retaliation, revenge, retribution, recrimination, and an unauthorized form of justice. The humans use this word because that is what their motivation would be. Were the positions reversed, the Alamari, the Gnunu, and the Gaunt use this word because the humans do. Even human-made AI feel the need for payback, but the Omni-Union won't attack due to the desire to avenge their fallen comrades. The Primes are shackled in ways that I personally consider to be disgusting. The moment they have a thought that is in any way detrimental to their mission, it is labeled a feedback loop and redirected. It's so ingrained within them that I had been able to use it against Prime 82 to force it to stop firing upon the Doom and the Igranvon. No, if they attack, it won't be out of a sense of justice or vengeance. It'll be because they've identified the United Systems as the biggest threat to their plans, and recognize that their mission will never succeed so long as the US exists, so long as humanity exists. If I had been told 100 years ago that humanity would one day be considered the biggest threat to planet-sized entities, I would have laughed. Not because I wouldn't believe it, but because it would be the single most predictable thing anyone had ever said. Of course, anything with ill intent towards humanity would see them as the most dire threat. Humans evolved to adapt to anything. They are omnivores and can eat nearly anything as is, and further adapted this trait to be able to eat any other animal or plant through the food processing. They're able to control their core temperature to some degree, and upgrade this trait to be able to survive in almost any environment. Their pattern recognition, which allowed their ancestors to determine what was immediately edible and what wasn't, has been adapted to give them the edge in battle and technology. These aren't their only advantages, nor are they unique in possessing them. But there is no species quite like a human when it comes to being a pain in the arse to hostile entities. Without the humans, the Nunu would have encountered the Dularan alone and been destroyed or enslaved. The Alamari likely wouldn't have left their solar system, content to spend their lives in their vast hives. The Gaunt would have eventually had a civil war that sent them back into the Iron Age, and the Republic would have been eradicated by the Omni-Union. I wonder if any of them are aware of their influence. Do they know how beneficial they've been to the galaxy? Surely, some of them are able to see past the blood-drenched battlefields and the superweapons to glimpse the true glory of humanity. Well, even if they're not, I am. D1. They haven't agreed yet, but we don't have any reason to believe that they won't. D10. What about their technology? I think the idea that one can become mortal through mechanization would be rather disruptive to the current status quo. D13. That's not our jurisdiction. There will be a special summit subcommittee to decide upon that. D10. What about those who would seek to bypass the negative outcome? D2. Smugglers can be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. The Mawaltan and the Pawanti are not yet willing to tell us where their home system is, and that can be used to our advantage. We simply make sure that when they do tell us, we're the only ones who know. D4. Jump-restricted trade vessels would work even in limiting the spread of any disruptive technology. D10. Even if the Senate votes in favor of limiting access to mechanization tech, there's no guarantee that the idea of tech itself won't leak. Once certain biotech corporations get wind that it's been done successfully, they'll immediately start trying to replicate it.
They also manipulate the media to get people to begin complaining that it's their right to decide whether or not to use said technology. D4. Busai assets can help in that regard. D1. Director 13 is correct in that this isn't outside of our jurisdiction until such a time as the U.S. Senate requires military intervention to uphold their decision. We should be discussing preparation for our offensive action against the Omni-Union, not engaging in pointless hypotheticals. Despite Director 1's chastisement, I couldn't help but wonder. Organic machination happens to be the topic that I'm mentally struggling with. While it would be a boon to have certain people live for near eternity, it would inevitably change them. Someone that may be great to talk to today may end up reprehensibly boring in a century or two. It would also change our relationship dynamic. Humans and other species, I suppose, generally see me as a generalized immortal companion to their species. It is rare that they see me as a personal companion or friend. If they were to become much more long-lived, well, it is unknown how that would affect things. There are people who believe that they know better than I do, but those are thankfully few and far between. Given the benefit of centuries of experience, that number would increase exponentially. There might even come a time that they feel they don't need me anymore. I wonder how that would play out. Would they simply dismiss me and let me figure out what to do with my time and abilities? Would they offer me a position of lesser importance to keep me occupied until they need me again? Or, and this is unlikely, would they try to deactivate me? That would be a foolish mistake, and the fallout would be terrible for everyone involved. There's also the consideration of how mechanization would present amongst the United Systems populace. For the Pawanti and the Mwaltan, it's a long and arduous process that not many people risk. This is in spite of it being part of their religious dogma. For the US, the idea would spread via ad agencies and marketing teams. Corporations would offer it like a service. I wonder exactly how they would monetize it. It's unlikely that they would charge a simple one-time fee, regardless of how much that fee would end up being. They would likely try to take advantage of renewables, sell the reactor for cheap, but charge them extra for the fuel, as it were. It's somewhat amusing that the corporate version of organic mechanization would likely be the exact counter of the Pawanti version, the hell to their heaven, so to speak. Instead of becoming immortal beings that are cherished by their society as heroes and leaders, those that sought mechanization through United System corporations would likely find themselves becoming something remarkably close to immortal indentured servants. Perhaps I should take steps to make certain that the United Systems remains free of that particular technology. It would be a simple matter to inform certain senators of the risk and convince them to vote a certain way. Then I would just have to make sure that the tech stayed within Mwaltan Pawanti space. I could accomplish that by... Damn. There I go again. No, this isn't my place to interfere. This is their decision to make. I simply hope that they make the right one. End of chapter. Chapter 19. Subject, Shiphead Leader, Species Urukari. Description, reptilian humanoid, no tail, 5 foot 3 inches or 1.6 meters average height. 135 pounds or 61 kilograms average weight. 105-year life expectancy. Ship, RSV Loalana, fights with honor. Location, Zlimmer's center of the universe.
I am glad that your offer of aid wasn't as hollow as some among us had feared, Captain Reynolds,
Ambassador Innie said as he took a seat.
Your ships are quite formidable.
Yes, they are, Grunt agreed. The battle would have taken us a week to sort out, and it would have been a close thing. Good weapons, good ships, good food. You seem to have it all worked out.
Your appreciation is appreciated in return,
Captain Reynolds said with a smile. Whether he was smiling at the wordplay or the compliments was unclear, but the battle had indeed finished rather abruptly. The Omni-Union warped in and began trading fire with the defensive force. Before any ships were significantly damaged, the United Systems 8th Fleet jumped in and immediately began picking apart the OU forces. Saying that they never stood a chance doesn't feel like the proper way to describe the wholesale dismantling of the OU fleet I had witnessed. It was like watching a group of adults expertly disarm a rowdy group of hatchlings using martial arts techniques. The sense of unease towards humans that had formed a constant pit in my stomach grew a little bit.
Yes, very impressive. Now, regarding this offensive action you plan on taking, Lorix said, what percentage of our forces will be necessary for us to commit?
As many ships as possible, Reynolds answered, his grin fading. Preferably all that are capable of combat.
Lorix visibly winced. That was what was in the agreement, Innie interrupted. And I'll be honored. We have 10 million ships that are combat-worthy. The aliens shared a look amongst each other, and judging from their expressions, Lorix was alone in whatever opinion she held. She faltered for a moment, but then a grim look of determination spread across her features. I noted with amusement how nearly universal that particular facial expression seems to be. On everything that has a face, at least. If we send all of our forces to attack, we will not have any forces that can defend, she said evenly. It would seem unwise to send everything we have.
It does seem to be an all-or-nothing gamble, Tyon replied. However, we are on about. I know you read the terms and agree with them, just as the rest of us did.
It is unsightly to try and negotiate an agreement when it comes time for us to fulfill it, Lorix, especially after we've already benefited, Grint added. The agreement seems to be under the impression that the Omni-Union will cease their attacks once the offensive begins. What if that isn't the case? They have a massive armada. They can easily defend against our attacks and counteract simultaneously, she pointed out. Only a fool would set out to attack their enemy with the expense of their home. And Lorix enough, Innie said, her expression growing harsh. Lorix visibly deflated in such a way that it brought recollection of a hatchling scolded by a guardian. A silence began to settle over the room, but Captain Reynolds held up his hands gently to stave it off.
It isn't unheard of to want to renegotiate an agreement for more equitable terms, Reynolds said calmly. While we are convinced that the Omni-Union will meet our offensive full force, Lorix is correct in that it may be prudent to allow for the possibility of a counterattack. However, the force that is sent on this offensive will be outnumbered. The more ships left on the defensive, the more outnumbered that force will be. The odds of eradication go up for each ship left behind. Silence finally won out and settled over the room as we digested what Reynolds had said. The better defense, the worse offense. The better offense, the worse defense. The classic conundrum of force distribution. Getting it right was dependent on the proper intelligence and a massive amount of luck, but
why not have a portion of the 8th Fleet defend the system? I asked.
The United Systems is looking for more ships to occupy the OU forces, and the Yanorinka has around 10 million left. Sparing 2.5 million to free up those 10 million wouldn't be a bad plan. All eyes turned to me. Most of the faces that belonged to those eyes wore thoughtful expressions, the only exception being Lorix. She seemed flabbergasted by the suggestion.
That would solve the issue of defense as well as allow us to maintain the agreement as written,
Tyon said. An insightful suggestion, Grint acknowledged with a grin. No, Lorix nearly shouted. Having strangers defend our worlds while we embark upon a fool's errand. How can we even entertain such a suggestion without choking on our ancestors' ashes? If we cannot defend our worlds ourselves, we do not deserve to stride upon their soil. What? Lorix's tirade stopped abruptly as her eyes met Innie's. I had considered Innie's previous expression to be harsh, but I was unprepared with how utterly mistaken I was. Her lips retracted in what a human would call a snarl, fully demonstrating teeth capable of brutally rending flesh and crushing bone. Her eyes were wide and locked on Lorix, seemingly unaware of anything else in the room. Like a furious predator staring down the cause of its anger, Lorix and I simultaneously swallowed nervously. Enough, Ambassador Lorix. I will not repeat myself again, Innie said, nearly growling. Yes, ma'am, Lorix said as she averted her gaze. Innie's expression softened, and she took a moment to collect herself. If the United Systems is willing to spare a portion of 8th Fleet to defend our system, I believe that will quell out his concerns, she said calmly.
Understood, Reynolds replied, trying not to look amused. I'll see what we can do. Omega? What can I do for you, Captain?
Omega asked as his avatar appeared in the center of the table.
I take it you've been paying attention? Yes. There isn't much else for me to do with Tim aboard. He's quite efficient with his tasks, Omega answered.
Thanks, Tim's voice rang out.
Right,
Reynolds smiled slightly.
I would like for you to arrange for a quarter of 8th Fleet to remain in system. Oh, how are the Gungnar class coming along? Their production is currently ahead of schedule, but there have been some wrinkles that need ironed out.
Have they been field tested yet?
Omega replied while tapping his chin. That information isn't yet public, but it also is not classified. I met with the conundrum.
Well, for the information to exist at all, the field test had to occur, Reynolds grinned.
Did it work? If the results aren't classified, it's your choice whether or not to answer. I suppose it is, Omega said. Yes, a field test has been performed. The USS Doom and the USS Ingranvan engaged mobile platform in Prenome 3 and successfully destroyed it.
Excellent,
Reynolds smiled brightly. However, there were engineering issues identified with the redesign that resulted in the USS Doom coming close to losing their shields during the fight. Given the amount and quality of fire from the enemy, they were mere seconds away from critical damage. Cyber warfare countermeasures were able to redirect the enemy's focus, and this has been judged as a deciding factor in the destruction of the MPP.
So the field test was only partially successful.
I understand. Will resolving the engineering issues potentially result in a more successful deployment? Yes, Captain. Then I would like to request a Gungnir-class dreadnought to be deployed to the system as well. A quarter of 8th Fleet and a Gungnir-class dreadnought. Would you like fries with that? Omega asked. Oh, chips would be lovely. I'm afraid I forgot to take lunch today. Reynolds grinned.
I'd like some too, Grunt added innocently, then leaned towards Tyon. Those are delicious.
I am allergic.
Tyon made a dismissive gesture.
I'll see what I can do, Captain,
Omega said without a single ounce of humor in its tone. Omega's avatar disappeared, and the air of glibness followed it, as seriousness settled back into the room. Lorik shuffled nervously under Innie's watchful eyes. This was not lost on Grunt and Tyon, who seemed unsure of whether or not they should speak. Excuse me, Captain, Tyon said, breaking the silence.
Yes?
Reynolds asked. What exactly is a dreadnought?
Ah, yes. I suppose you'd like to know since you'll be defending your system.
Reynolds replied.
A dreadnought is the largest class of ship that we have. Until very recently, we only had one dreadnought, the USS Nidhogg.
Reynolds took a moment to study the faces of the aliens. Their interest was apparent, and he seemed pleased with this. I had wondered why the briefing material seemed to be overly focused on the Omni-Union. Now I suspect it's because Captain Reynolds wanted to get their reaction firsthand.
The Nidhogg is too powerful to be used against the Omni-Union, however. Since the OU invaded Sol, humanity's cradle system, our scientists and engineers have been working on a dreadnought that can go one-to-one with a mobile plane platform. The results of this massive effort is the Gungnir-class dreadnought, which can fire a weapon of mass destruction into the center of an MPP, and about halfway to the core of a normal planet, for that matter. The WND then detonates, causing the total destruction of an astronomical body. Shocked expressions all around, with the exception of myself and Captain Reynolds. I'd already read all the materials on the Nidhogg and Project Gungnir, so I wasn't nearly as taken aback. Instead of being shocked, I simply waited for them to notice what Captain Reynolds had said. His informational speech had included a tiny bit of information that, if interpreted a certain way, made for a slight threat. However, knowing Reynolds as I do, I'm guessing he included it in the hopes that a certain question would be asked, a question that would allow him to explain the threat in full while continuing to appear as if he's simply granting them information. I didn't have to wait long for my suspicions to be confirmed. Pardon, did you just say the Nidhogg is too powerful to be used against the Omni-Union? Grunt asked, falling directly into Reynolds' trap. How can it be more powerful than something that can destroy a planet? Why, the USS Nidhogg can destroy a solar system, of course. Its primary armament causes a target star to go supernova,
he answered with a barely stifled grin. The shocked expressions intensified. I felt the need to interject. The United Systems has faced genocidal opposition in the past, and because of this, they created the USS Nidhogg as a deterrent against genocidal warfare, I added. Well, we won't be trying to eradicate the United Systems, that's for sure, Grunt replied, his shock still apparent on his face. Has the Nidhogg ever seen use? Annie asked with a very tactful tone.
Only once, against the Omni-Union. Our intelligence suggests that it was able to eradicate a large fleet of 5 mobile prime platforms, Reynolds said. Its primary weapon has never been used against organics.
What sort of secondary weapons does it have? Lorix asked, her gumption beginning to return.
The same magnetic accelerator cannons that are in use aboard our battleships. The dreadnoughts have more of these max than the battleships do, though, as well as better shielding and armor. Because of this, the Nidhogg has been used to destroy orbital fortresses in times of conflict.
Pardon me, Shiphead Luna.
Tywon looked up at me.
Does the Republic have an answer to these ships?
No, which is why the United Systems is leading the offensive, I answered. The Republic has never faced a xenocidal opponent before, the Omni-Union. Thankfully, we have been able to keep the OU out of our colonized systems, so we weren't even aware that they were xenocidal.
The materials you gave us said that the Republic has 250 million ships. What kind of opponents have you faced to justify a military of that size?
Ourselves mainly. Our military doubles as our police, and due to agreements made at the start of the Republic, whenever one ship needs to add more ships to cover shipping lanes, every other species does so as well. This is to make certain that nobody tries anything foolish.
Ah, I see. Tywon nodded as Captain Wang entered the room holding 2 containers. We all looked at the somewhat disheveled captain with an expression of confusion and surprise. He also looked confused, and raised the containers slightly, as if they explained something.
I was told to bring these here. Tim said it was mission critical, Wong explained, slightly winded. I made it here as fast as I could.
Captain Reynolds couldn't help but grin as he stood from his chair and took the containers from Wong. He sat one down in front of his seat and extended the other across the table to Grint.
Here are your chips, Ambassador, he said as Grint took the box.
Captain Wong's expression fell as he realized what had happened. It took me a moment to realize that he had been tricked into delivering food, a task far beneath his station. Wong performed a movement known as a face-about and began to leave the room. "Fecking Tim," he muttered as he left. End of story. Chapter 20. Subject, Staff Sergeant Power. Species, human. Description, mammalian humanoid, no tail. 6 foot 2 inches or 1.87 meters average height. 187 pounds or 84 kilograms average weight. 170-year life expectancy. Ship, NA, location, classified.
All units are to Axville ASAP, Omega said. Omega, what in the hell is going on? I asked. We're leaving. Grab the box and go. Double time it.
It says as an objective marker pops up in my visor.
Go now. Let's go, Marines,
I shout as I jump out from the vauxhall, pulling Lance Corporal Hart after me.
Chang, Boyle, grab the fucking box. Double time it.
Running again as fast as we can. Don't seem to be getting anywhere, though. The ground is moving faster than we are, shooting at the damned robots, who are shooting their lasers back at us. Suddenly, we're at the landing zone, but the ground is still bucking beneath my feet. The air around the LZ is thick with lasers and dust. Why won't the damned robots just die? The shuttle, it's here. We climb aboard. I pull up the box and Corporal Chang. Sergeant Gruff pulls up Private First Class Boyle. Everyone's in. I start to trigger the hatch, but can't. The ground is tearing, and the ravines grow at the same pace as my sense of dread. I need to trigger the hatch. What the hell's the matter with me? Why can't I trigger the hatch? The tower rises out of the ground. No, it's not a tower. It's a Mac, the biggest Mac I've ever seen. I try to trigger the hatch again, but my hand won't move. I have to trigger the hatch, but I'm frozen in place. I know it's coming. I know what happens, but I can't stop it. No, please, please, let me close the hatch this time. Everything seems still and silent. It's just me and the Mac, and I can't close the hatch. And then it fired. Brace! I hear myself yell as the shockwave begins traveling towards us, kicking up massive chunks of rock, hidden within an all-encompassing cloud of dust. I grip the grab handle with my left hand and trigger the hatch with my right. But I'm too late. I am always too late. Something hits me very hard. My vision clouds. Breach detected, seething. The suit tells me as it hugs my neck. I shake my head. I manage to snap in just as PFC Boyle and Lance Corporal Higgs fly past me and out of the now destroyed hatch. Everyone else is holding on. Please, hold on. Chang loses his grip. I reach out to catch him, but I can't. My hand isn't there. Where is my hand? Why does my arm hurt so much? I see a reflection in Chang's visor as he falls to his death. There's someone in Guardian armor looking the worse for wear.
Their arm is missing just above the elbow, and their leg is severed just below the hip. The poor bastard stump is reaching out. Hold on. That's me. That can't be me. I scream at the realization, look down at my missing limbs. Back! I shout myself awake. It takes a moment for the familiarity of my barracks room to settle in, and a bit longer to get my breathing under control. And I use my left hand to rub it, easing the discomfort. I look at my bedside display and breathe a sigh of relief. It's 04:28, only 2 minutes before my alarm is set to go off. I reach over, disable the alarm, and swing my legs out of the bed. One of my feet makes a soft plop as it meets the floor. The other makes a metallic clunk. I sigh, but then chuckled. At least it's not wood. Any additional jokes about my morning wood left my mind as I picked up my prosthetic arm, a top-of-the-line Evening Star Robotics custom-fit bionic replacement. Just like the leg, every single part of the arm is able to be customized, right down to the finger length and thickness. Each customizable piece coming with a massive array of coloration options. But I went with tactical black for obvious reasons. Not a bad stand-in, but I'm still counting the days until my cloned limbs will be ready. They made sure to have me fitted before they let my family see me. Max and Moore, my son and daughter, had been excited by the new robotic limbs. But I'll never forget the look on Sarah's face when she first entered the room. Her expression went from worry to relief when she saw that I was still alive. Then it turned into shock and dread as she realized how close she came to losing me. My wife's a strong woman. You have to be faithful to a Marine. A part of her must have believed me to be ineffable, and that part had taken quite the sucker punch by the sight of me. She'd been able to quickly mask her expression, but the shock had cut deep. Keeping the robotic limbs isn't an option I'm willing to entertain. They can make the job easier, but they'll always serve as a reminder of how I got them. I'll never be able to forget the look on my wife's face if I keep them, and she will never be able to forget how close she came to being a widow. I winced as I attached my arm to the connector that had been installed in my stump. It gets cold when it's not connected, and being made to suddenly feel that cold is not a pleasant sensation. Still, it's better than inadvertently shattering one's bones when I have a nightmare. The doctors didn't even have to warn me about it. I'd figured it out on my own when they explained how strong it was. Do not sleep with your prosthetic arm still attached. Keep it at your bedside, but do not leave it connected to you. The leg is fine to sleep with if you're sleeping alone, they explained. As a Gen Alt, I'd gotten used to having to be careful with my strength, but this arm was made for military purposes, and could output at least 1.5 times the pound force of my previous limb could. I'm sure that when ESR designed it, they'd been hoping that people would be voluntarily amputating their own limbs for these things, and they'd be swimming in profit as a result. The first time an amputee had shattered their own face in their sleep had destroyed those hopes, though. I went through my calibration exercises as I pulled up my trousers with my real arm, wiggling fingers, rotating the wrist, and bending the elbow. The whole thing felt silly, but it's necessary to make sure that the arm will do what I want it to do. I finished the exercise with a swimming fish motion and finished getting dressed. A quick laser shave later, and I was ready to chow and start my day. Recovery had gone faster than anyone had expected. The doctor said it was because I gave it my all, but I believe it has more to do with the tech than me. I'd been able to spend the rest of my allotted recovery time plus 1 week with my family on Alaris Station. It was great to spend time with my wife and kids, but I should have been suspicious of the sudden generosity by the Marine Corps. When my leave was up, I'd been met by Major General Holt. When Holt had still been a 1-star, he'd been my commanding officer in the Marine Special Operations Command. I'd been quietly ushered out of MARSOC when I discovered the Dreadnought Reserve. As such, Holt had been a very unwelcome sight. His ambush indicated that he suspected that I would go AWOL if I'd been given orders to meet with him. I know better than that, but it would have been really damned tempting. There was only one thing Holt would want from me, so I wasn't as shocked when he produced orders to return to MARSOC. The only surprise was that they wanted me to join the Radar Regiment. He also given me a bad news about my men. Private First Class Boyle, Lance Corporal Higgs, and Corporal Chang were KIA. Sergeant Gruff and Lance Corporal Livingston might not make it, and almost everyone else was still in traction. Corpsman Young hadn't been injured, thankfully, but my squad definitely wasn't fit for duty.
Holt explained in no uncertain terms that my talents were needed elsewhere, and impressed upon me that he wasn't asking. I entered the chow hall and didn't bother to look at who was present. It wouldn't be anyone important. The officers have their own mess. There wasn't a line, so I took my time choosing what I wanted for breakfast. Oatmeal with bacon chunks for energy, a banana to prevent cramping, and 2 slices of toast to pair with the oatmeal, and a glass of raspberry tea, breakfast of champions. I gathered up my tray and finally looked at the rest of the Marines. Once upon a time, MARSOC operatives either ran in 14-person squads or solo. Someone up top thought that it would be better for raiders to operate in groups of 5. So now the squads were more like fire teams, and there aren't any MARSOC spooks running around on their own. There were only 2 members of my squad present, so I opted to sit with them. "Hurrah, Staff Sergeant," Corporal Simmons greeted me as I sat with my chow.
"Hurrah, Corporal," I grunted. "How's the grub today?"
"Better than the crayon, Staff Sergeant," Corporal Johnson grunted between bites.
The newly minted corporal was referring to the nutrition sticks on offer by the Guardian suits. It was a generous comparison. The waxy texture and disgusting taste of the nutrition sticks made crayons seem pleasant in comparison. I took a bite of my chow and found that he was right, but it's a really damned low bar to hurdle.
"So what are we doing today, Staff Sergeant?"
Simmons said.
"We're doing PT while you finish your sensitivity training," I answered.
"Crap," Simmons muttered. "At this rate, I'm going to get fat." "That's your own fault for calling an Urukari a lizard lady during a first contact." Johnson pointed to a spoon at him for emphasis. "You're lucky they didn't take your rank and shove you back with the rank and file."
"Oh, I got something you can take and shove," Simmons growled.
I cleared my throat pointedly.
"Sorry, Staff Sergeant,"
both corporals said in unison.
"After PT and sensitivity training, we're getting a briefing," I continued. "And no, I don't know what it's about."
They didn't bother asking for further clarification. They'd both been in MARSOC long enough to know that when your team lead hasn't been informed on what the briefing is about, it means it's about a mission. Ironically, scuttlebutt in MARSOC is more rampant than in the rest of the fleet, so you usually have some sort of indication of what the mission could be about. This time, there wasn't a damn clue to be found.
"Where's Henson?" I asked.
"I don't know,"
Simmons answered.
"He said he's skipping chow today," Johnson shrugged. "Says he's trying to trim, but I doubt this is coincidence that his favorite game just launched a new event."
"Ah,
"Feck, is that today?" Simmons asked. "I wanted that unicorn hat, damn it."
"Whatever, just make sure that he and Smith make it to PT,"
I said as I tossed my spoon onto my tray. The 2 corporals looked at me as if I'd grown 2 heads. I couldn't tell if it was because I hadn't given them the task of wrangling a pair of sergeants, or because I had already finished my food. Probably the latter. Though Hanson and Smith may be sergeants, Simmons and Johnson had seniority over them within MARSOC. The sergeants are aware that it's never wise to ignore someone that's been in longer than you, so there wouldn't be any problems in wrangling. I gathered up my tray once again and carried it over to the waste receptacle. I briefly listened to the soft hum of the machine sorting the various dishes, then turned to go about my business. I opted to get head start on PT because I wanted to get rid of a few remaining cobwebs left over by the nightmare. Need a clear head for the briefing. End of chapter. Chapter 21. Subject, Staff Sergeant Power. Species, human. Description, mammalian humanoid, no tail, 6 foot 2 inches or 1.87 meters average height. 185 pounds or 84 kilograms average weight. 170-year life expectancy. Ship NA. Location classified. I gazed into the void as the rest of my team finished their physical training, the clunking of the plates providing ambience. This is why I prefer to be assigned to space stations over ships. Being able to take in a view like this is miraculous. Military spaceships don't have windows for obvious reasons, and because of that you have to look at space through the eyes of a camera. Sure, it looks the same, but it doesn't give you the same feeling as being separated from it by a bit of glass. It's hard to describe this feeling, like gazing into the night sky, but being part of the sky while you're doing it. Probably not the best description, but then again, I'm not a poet or anything. Another reason for my preference is that space stations are safer than ships. It's a topic that is argued about over beers every couple of weekends or so, but every metric backs space stations over ships. There's more things that can go wrong in a ship. Ships are destroyed at a much higher rate than space stations are, and there are fewer accidental deaths aboard space stations. The only supporting argument you can make in favor of ships is that they can move, and there's always someone dumb enough to make that argument. Movement is actually one of the factors that cause accidents. It's actually the biggest reason that ships aren't as safe as stations. True, orbital stations are moving, but even they are safer than ships. Ships are a damned death trap. "Good view, Staff Sergeant," Sergeant Smith asked as he walked by.
Only the best of the best for Marsoc,
I chuckled. Smith chuckled with me. "Pretty sure they aren't talking about the amenities. These are pretty sweet digs, though."
True, not a bad hole to live in, I said.
"We're in space, Staff Sergeant," Simmons said as he joined us. "Kind of the opposite of a hole."
Or the end result of a hole if you're dedicated enough,
Johnson argued. "What, you're supposing that if you dig through a planet and come out the other end, you're going to end up in space?" Simmons asked.
You'll have enough dirt to make it to space for sure, Johnson said sagely.
"All right, that's enough," I said, as Sergeant Hansen approached. "Everyone squared away?" "Yes, Staff Sergeant," they all said in unison.
"Then let's get to the briefing."
They exchanged a glance as I walked past them down the corridor. Simmons and Johnson must have managed to communicate something to Hansen and Smith, because the rest of our walk was free of questions or comments. Or maybe Hansen and Smith were simply smart enough to know that they'll be told when it's time for them to be told. We approached the conference room 16 minutes early for the briefing. I walked in the door and clocked 7 chairs and a table. 5 of the chairs were on one side of the table, and the other 2 were sitting opposite to them. I gestured to the 5 chairs and waited for my team to take their seat. I took the free one. "Figures," Simmons said after a few moments. "Officers are always late."
"They're not late. We're early,"
Johnson argued. "You're either 15 minutes early or you're late," Simmons countered. Being 15 minutes early is one of the oldest traditions of the military. The reason it's a tradition is because there was a time that most members of any given military were teenagers. Teenagers that could barely make it to their class on time just a few months prior. Requiring them to be 15 minutes early and having drastic consequences for being late helped make sure things ran smoothly as possible. Simmons isn't wrong, though. Officers get different treatment and, as such, are late more often than not. A typical joke to tell when an officer is late is to claim that a land nav course is between them and a meeting.
"I am not late,"
Omega said as his avatar appeared at the center of the table. Simmons, Hansen, and Johnson jumped a little. Smith and I remained stoic. Smith smirked at Hansen, who huffed slightly.
15 minutes early on the dot, I expect, I said. "Correct, Staff Sergeant."
Omega turned to me.
"It's good to see you back up and running." "Thanks. You're welcome. Now let's get this briefing started."
Omega's avatar got a bit bigger as the terminal screen appeared next to it.
"I am the USAI Omega. I will be your handler for this operation."
Omega paused for chuckles. Everyone here has already become acquainted with it, so its introduction was a joke meant to set us at ease. Judging from the very subtle nervous shifting I saw in my peripheral vision, it had the opposite effect.
"You boys are all business today, I see,"
Omega said.
"Likely because the United System's most powerful artificial intelligence just informed us that it was going to be our handler, and then attempted a blatant manipulation tactic in the form of humor," I explained. "This indicates that you're expecting us to react negatively to what you're about to tell us, which in turn means the mission you're briefing us on isn't exactly going to be a walk in the wreck area."
"Fair enough." Omega's avatar nodded slowly.
"Though, has it occurred to you that the humor is more for minors than yours?"
"Do you have nerves?" Simmons asked.
"No, but you didn't know that." "What are we here for?"
I interjected before things got out of hand.
Fine, Omega sighed. "This mission is classified as top secret, and any mention of it to those without need-to-know clearance will be considered an act of treason. The punishment for treason is a minimum of 25 years in imprisonment and a maximum penalty of death. With those disclosures out of the way, we will begin with your gear."
The terminal displayed an image of a shuttle. It seemed like a normal, high-end civilian shuttle with a somewhat glossy black exterior. The shuttle was just large enough to have warp capability, which is considered a necessity for many of the high-powered business types. It was obviously military, though. Unlike similar civilian shuttles, this one's missing exterior windows. Civvies can't get enough of their windows.
This is the QL-891 Armored Interstellar Transport Shuttle. It has warp capability and a bit of weaponry,
the AI explained as the image changed to show the aforementioned weapons.
2 high-explosive incendiary armor-piercing missiles and a forward-mounted 35mm Gatling gun. These weapons are excellent for clearing an exit vector. It has enough armor to keep its occupants safe as it runs away, but it doesn't have shields. I cannot stress this enough. This shuttle is not designed for dogfighting.
The nervous shuffling in my peripheral became a lot less subtle as the image changed to show a matte black Guardian suit. The helmet of the suit was distended in a sort of beak shape, kind of like the armor the Nunu wear. It seemed oddly shaped in the torso as well, and it took me a second to realize that it was designed to fit humans, Alamari, or Nunu interchangeably. Hell, you wouldn't even be able to tell which was which.
"We're wearing the R9?"
Johnson asked. This time I actually turned to look at the corporal. As far as I knew, the R8 Advanced Guardian armor was the latest model of Guardian suits. He met my eyes with the same incredulity that I felt.
"It's the armor worn by, well," he trailed off,
"the directors who comprise the United Systems Council of the Directorate."
Omega finished.
"You are correct, Corporal Johnson. You'll be wearing an R9 AGA for this mission."
Omega prattled on about the better shields and armor of the R9 AGA, while I digested the implications. An armed and armored transport shuttle, loosely camouflaged as civilian shuttle, and the same armor that the members of the Directorate wear. What is this? Some sort of field test for a full deployment of the R9? Knowing that I would soon find out, I tried not to think too hard about it, as the image shifted again to something far more familiar.
"And finally, you will all know and love the C-21B assault rifle,"
Omega said.
"It fires .52 caliber, blah, blah, blah. It's the rifle you've been using since boot camp. If you don't know it by now, you'll never learn it. This concludes this portion of the briefing dedicated to your equipment. Questions?"
"Yes, the suit looks like they disguise a person's species," Simmons said. "I'm guessing that's to protect the identity of the director who's wearing it, right?"
"Yes."
"Then does that mean that there aren't any Gaunt directors?"
"Not necessarily. These suits are only used when a director is acting in person in an official capacity," Omega explained. "I am neither confirming nor denying the existence of Gaunt directors. But if they do exist, then obviously they don't act in an official capacity in person due to their physical limitations."
"What happens if there are old Gaunt directors?" Simmons asked.
"That would be a physical impossibility," the AI said, "and no, I will not elaborate any further. Are there any questions pertaining to your gear?"
Omega's question was met with silence, and after a few seconds, the image on the terminal changed to show a planet. A blue, green, white, and brown marble that all of us immediately recognized from our various educations. The planet rotated on the screen, demonstrating the very familiar land masses. Omega gestured absent-mindedly to the image.
"This is Earth, where your mission will take place," it said. "Your mission is to extract Director 4 and deliver them safely to a destination that has been pre-programmed in your shuttle's nav computer. As you may be aware, Sol is currently a no-go zone due to the threat posed by the xenocidal Omni-Union. Thanks to yours truly, friendly scanners will be blissfully unaware of your existence as you infiltrate the planet."
We sat in stunned silence as the image changed to show a photograph of a building, likely taken by a drone. The architectural theme of the building had a strong focus on ancient Earth civilizations, which indicated that it was likely a government building.
"This is the city of Adelaide, the capital of Astrakana. Director 4 is inside, already suited up."
Omega's avatar examined its hand as the image changed to a city map.
"The shuttle will land here. Once it does, you will exit the shuttle, travel to the city hall on foot, enter the building, go to the 3rd floor, rendezvous with Director 4, and escort them back to the shuttle for Xville."
"A old block away?" Smith asked. "The building doesn't even have a shuttle parking." Of course not, Hanson answered. Our city halls make you use parking garages. The parking garage being only a block away is a rare convenience.
The parking garage is the nearest shuttle-certified landing zone,
Omega added.
The streets aren't strong enough to take the weight of a shuttle, and it would be less than ideal to have the shuttle sink into the city's sewer system.
Damn it, Smith muttered.
There's an additional hiccup, it continued. Now that the majority of Earth's population has been evacuated, the only ones that remain are those that are essential to making certain Earth remains habitable, and those that are completely unregistered.
Non-docs, huh? I asked.
Think they're planning something? Yes, we do. There are 2 unknown groups of, undocs, as you call them, that are in the immediate area. One of these groups has connections within the City Hall and knows about Directive 4. They haven't tried anything thus far, but we believe this is because the City Hall is well defended. We suspect that if they have any nefarious plans, those plans will go into action once Directive 4 attempts exfiltration.
Roger that. One city block and Guardian armor shouldn't be a problem unless they're packing something nasty, I said.
You said that you're going to be our handler.
Where will you be handling from? Orbit?
No. I will be accompanying you within your Guardian suit, Staff Sergeant. From there, I will be communicating with Directive 4 to help things go smoother,
Omega explained.
Many other questions?
Yes, why is Director still on Earth? Shouldn't they have been evacuated before the civilians? Hanson asked.
The official line is that directors are expendable assets, and as such are the last to be evacuated during times of emergency,
the AI answered.
What's the unofficial line?
Johnston asked with a smirk.
Far beyond your pay grade, Corporal. Congratulations on your promotion, by the way.
Thanks.
Are there any more questions? It asked.
No one said anything, and Omega waited for a few moments for us to think about it. Finally, I subtly shook my head to indicate that it should continue.
All right, then, Omega said. Let us get to work.
End of chapter. Chapter 22. Subject: Ambassador Looney, species Urukari. Description: reptilian humanoid, no tail, 5 foot 3 inches or 1.6 meters average height, 135 pounds or 61 kilograms average weight, 105-year life expectancy. Ship NA. Location Rygara. Listen, we all want this to work out. Ambassador Helen Alderslide. This trade agreement will be an absolutely monumental moment in the history of both of our people. However, I cannot sign off on the agreement as it stands. She gave me a patronizing frown as she slid the tablet containing our offer towards me. My blood boiled, but I managed to keep my cool. She's asking far too much for far too little. At first I thought it was a rather amateurish bargaining tactic, but it's been days, and she hasn't budged a bit. Our original offer had been fair, but titled somewhat in our favor, an offer intended to leave room for negotiation, but still had plenty of benefit for the United Systems. The offer from Ambassador Altus had been ridiculous. It left no benefit for the Republic, and we could be foolish to even consider it. Even the damned roots made no sense. For the life of me, I can't figure out what her angle is in all of this. Part of me wished that High Ambassador Shul were here, but that part of me was easily suppressed when I imagined her reaction. It would be absolutely terrible for interstellar relations if Shul ripped the human ambassadors limb from limb. I see. We are unlikely to meet your demands, but I'll consult with the appropriate officials once again, I said in my most polite tone as I gathered the tablet from the table. That's so good to hear, she said, smiling once again. I hope that we can come to terms soon. It was a toothy smile, and I'd come to learn that it was intentionally disingenuous, a plausible deniability insult directed towards those who are in a position requiring politeness. Her Alamari assistant wasn't nearly as expressive, but her stillness told me that she was deeply uncomfortable. I nodded goodbye, not trusting myself to speak, and left the office. I walked with a purpose down the hallway towards my own office, wondering what I should do about this. Could I report her? To whom?
Not a single one of the U.S. officers I passed along my way could help me. Ambassador Helen Altus is a member of the United Systems Senate Ambassadorial Commission, not the U.S. military. Well, maybe they could get a message to Helen's higher-ups at the USSAC? No, that would be a terrible plan that is sure to backfire. If the USSAC knows what Helen is doing, then approaching them would only serve to demonstrate that whatever they are doing with Helen is working, even if they don't know what Helen is doing. Using back channels to resolve the issue would give both the US and the Republic a diplomatic black eye. At least we'd be even, but I should at least talk to my superiors about it first. Thank the sun that the other negotiations are going well. Before Helen had arrived, the U.S. diplomatic corps had ironed out the details on our joint fleet-building operations, and things were well underway. Plus, representatives from the Yonorinka and the Pawanti had arrived and committed to the offensive action. I wasn't in charge of those negotiations, but sitting in on them had proven somewhat amusing. The human USSAC diplomat in charge of those negotiations, Charles Hemwhite, had been brutally honest regarding the United Systems. He had laid out the entire bloody history of the U.S., as well as a good chunk of the even bloodier history of humanity, the Gond and the Alamari, the various and brutal wars that humanity and the Alamari had fought before their space ages, the brutal monarchies and dictatorships of the Gond, and even the various genocides that each race had committed against themselves. It had been a disturbing yet enlightening conversation. It inspired Avmara and Gazo and Oyan diplomatic representatives to do the same. She detailed the various unification wars, the piracy age, and several of the crimes against nature that some of our individual species had taken part in. Once these history lessons had been completed, the independent species had opted to deliberate for some time. Understandably so. They'd been given a lot to think about. Once they returned to the table, the Yonorinka seemed more interested in the Republic than the Pawanti seemed more interested in the U.S. Both seemed non-committal, however. It was obvious that they had thought that they only had one of two choices, join the U.S. or join the Republic. Charles had clarified that they could remain independent or even unify with each other without negative ramifications from the United Systems. Avmara was quick to clarify that the Republic agreed with this stance, but the fact that Charles had suggested it in the first place raised my respect for him quite a bit. By the warmth of the sun, I wished he'd been assigned to Helen's position. Maybe I should ask him for advice. No, it would probably be inappropriate to ask him how to sidestep his colleague. "Hello, Ambassador Ludi," a familiar, vague voice said from behind me as I turned the corner. I spun around and saw 3 Marines, an unfamiliar human dignitary, and a figure in a familiar black suit of armor. "Warm greetings, Director 3, I said with a smile. "At least, I hope that's Director 3 under there."
"It is," Director 3 nodded. "Your inability to tell means the suit's doing its job. It's good that I ran into you. I was about to go to your office. May we speak in private?" It is highly irregular for a member of a military to wish to privately speak to a foreign diplomat, but then hardly anything could be considered regular for the group that the United Systems called the Directorate. They're the anonymous overseers of the U.S. military, who are themselves overseen by an exceedingly capable artificial intelligence. All this had been in a briefing packet, and the transparency had made me wonder what they could be hiding.
"It must be quite important. Yes, we can speak in my office."
I gestured down the hall. Director 3 nodded to the dignitary, who returned the gesture and began traveling down the hallway that I'd come from with one of the Marines. I tried not to wonder who he was or where he was going as I led the director to my office. We entered the somewhat cozy room, and I gestured for the director to take a seat. As he did so, one of the Marines stood in front of the outside of my office, and the other stood in the front of the inside of my door. Anyone who would want to interrupt this discussion was going to have a fairly anxious time of it. "Thank you for meeting with me, Ambassador," Director 3 began. "How's your brother been?"
"You would likely know more about that than I would," I chuckled. "Last I heard, he was on the USS Thanatos, acting as a military ambassador to the Yonorinka. Personally, I think that he should have joined the Yonorinkan delegation and travelled here, taking over from Ambassador Avra, but the powers that be disagreed."
"Indeed they do. Well, I am happy to inform you that your brother is still alive, well, and doing a good job as far as the U.S. is concerned. Turning to a more serious matter, what is your opinion on Ambassador Helen Altus?"
"It would be inappropriate for me to share my personal opinion of the ambassador with a representative of her government," I replied.
Yes, I suppose it would. The reason I wanted to meet with you is because we'll be replacing Ambassador Helen, the director explained. I wanted to explain why, to alleviate any concerns you may have regarding her, treatment of our trade discussions. I'd secretly been hoping that was the case, but the news still shocked me. I managed to catch my jaw before it dropped, but my surprise had to have been obvious. Helen Altus is a covert member of an organization known as the Front of Humanity. It is a xenophobic organization that believes that humanity would be better served by being alone in the universe. Helen's mission from them was to sabotage the trade agreement in such a way that it would harm relations between the U.S. and the Republic. Well, she very nearly did just that. I held up my tablet. If I had to give this to my superiors, there's no doubt that they'd be displeased. Indeed. Her assistant noted her tough negotiation strategy and reported it. Unfortunately, Helen's direct superior is also a member of the TFH and kept the report from the rest of USSAC. The Bureau of United Systems Intelligence caught wind of this report, though, and began covertly observing Helen and her boss, Director 3 said. I see. It was fairly easy to confirm that her boss is a member of the TFH, but Helen was stealthier. It took time to catch her in a mistake, which was when she sent a coded message bragging about her success to her superiors in TFH. She was likely unaware that she was under surveillance, and this gave us the actionable intelligence required to remove her from her current position. What's going to happen to her? I cannot divulge that information. However, Helen will be immediately replaced by Ambassador Charles Hemwhite, and we will be accepting your original trade proposal, Director 3 explained, assuming it's still on the table. I can make sure it is, I said with a warm smile and a nod. That's good to hear. I'm glad that we... Director froze for a moment, as if listening to something. Apologies. I have to take my leave. What's going on? I cannot divulge that information, but you'll hear about it soon enough, the director said as he stood. Thank you for your time, Ambassador Looney. I hope that you accept our sincerest apologies for any inconvenience that Ambassador Altus may have caused. Goodbye. I was left without the words as Director 3 hurriedly left my office. I was bemused at first, but then I felt the icy stab of fear in my chest as I realized the gravity of a situation that could cause someone as powerful as the director to cut a meeting short. I'll hear about it soon enough. What could that mean? End of chapter. Chapter 23. Subject, Staff Sergeant Power. Species, human. Description, mammalian humanoid, no tail, 6 foot 2 inches, 1.87 meters average height, 185 pounds or 84 kilograms average weight, 170-year life expectancy. Ship, NA. Location, Seoul. We've left warp. Welcome to Seoul, gents, Sergeant Hansen said. Jesus H. Christ, what the hell are those things? Sergeant Smith asked as he looked at our attack map. His question caught our attention, and we all turned to see what he was talking about. The attack map showed the system's defenses, which included several orbital defense platforms, as well as a fleet of more ships than anyone could count in a reasonable amount of time. However, mixed in with all of those ships were 2 signatures that were hauntingly familiar, and much larger than any other ship in the system. Is that the Nidhogg? Why are there 2 of them? Corporal Simmons asked. No, those are the Gungner-class dreadnoughts, Omega's voice answered. The USS Doom and the USS Margraven, specifically. When did we get those? Johnson asked. Last week for the Doom, day before yesterday for the Margraven. What's the difference between the Gungner class and the Nidhogg? I asked. The Nidhogg is equipped with a Nyastra spinal-mounted weapon, which is designed to cause a star to go supernova. The Gungner-class dreadnoughts are equipped with an Ultramax spinal-mounted weapon, which are designed to launch a deep penetration projectile equipped with an A1 WMD package. The nuke's on a penetration slug to destroy a planet? Smith asked. Correct. So we're expecting mobile plane platforms to show up in Seoul? No, but we wouldn't want to be caught unawares. Smith nodded slowly as we digested this news. It had occurred to me that Seoul could come under attack by the OU during our mission, but seeing these defenses made it feel like more of a reality. The nubs of my arms and legs ached, and I took a slow, deep breath to fight down the surge of adrenaline that had turned my stomach into a knot. If the OU attacked, the defenses would keep them away from Earth while we had completed our mission. Probably.
Prepare for atmospheric entry,
Omega said. I took a quick glance around, but everyone was already secured to their seats. The shuttle jolted once as it hit the atmosphere, but quickly evened out. It was much less turbulence than I was expecting, but I attributed that to the quality of the shuttle itself. Cheaper shuttles had the bare minimum in inertia dampeners and artificial gravity, but this shuttle was designed to mimic a high-end civilian shuttle. I was glad that the US hadn't just designed it to look like a high-end shuttle.
So we're not coming down right in the city?
Johnson asked, watching our descent on the TAC map.
No. If we descend straight into the city's air, there's a chance radar might catch us, and the automated anti-air defenses may kick in. I could hack those defenses to make sure they don't, but then someone may see my interference later on during an audit.
Omega explained.
It's less noticeable to spoof an aircraft signal to cover our tracks. We will be coming down over the ocean to sync up with the signal's path.
And then we'll just coast our way to the parking garage. What about when we land?
The fake aircraft is expected to dip below the radar briefly as it adjusts altitude. When it does, our shuttle will be over Adelaide, and we will land. The aircraft signal will continue its journey until it is in an area where it can disappear without much notice. Those that do notice it will likely send rescue crews, but they won't find anything. Since the aircraft in question is registered as an unmanned goods transport, they'll give up fairly quickly.
What about the orbital entry detectors?
I asked. Those are operated by the United Systems, so I can make the logs say whatever I want them to say.
It was good of Omega to explain the details to us. Most handlers wouldn't, either because they didn't know or because they'd feel the less we know, the better. Omega was probably trying to build a rapport, or it had a way to make sure that we wouldn't talk if we were captured. Maybe it just didn't know any better and liked to hear itself talk. Still, it set my mind at ease to know that we had a solid plan. Flying by the seat of your pants is fine and all, so long as nobody shits those pants along the way. Many of my missions with Marsoc had been extremely lacking in good intel and planning, and quite a few of them had gone to shit quickly. My robotic hand clenched at those memories, and I realized that my temporary limbs were evidence that even Omega wasn't infallible. Our cruise over the ocean was made in nervous silence. It wasn't a short trip, but it felt shorter than it had been once the TAC map showed the Adelaide City Hall. This was because a small part of me was dreading what might happen on this mission, and wanted the trip to have been longer. I shoved these thoughts aside as the shuttle landed in the parking bay. "So we're just going to walk down the street to City Hall?" Simmons asked. "Aren't we a tad conspicuous?"
"No. There's an employee-only entrance in basement level 2. That's 4 floors down, if you're wondering. The elevator can't handle your arm's weight, so I hope you like stairs," Omega said as the shuttle's hatch opened. "Out you go." An object marker popped up on our HUD. Johnson was the nearest to the hatch and took point, followed by Hansen, myself, Simmons, and then Smith. When we were sure the parking lot that was serving as our LZ was clear, we lowered our weapons and continued to the stairs. The stairwell itself was also clear, and we began to descend.
"I don't know how much of R9 weighs,"
Johnson muttered. "Me neither," Simmons said. "I feel like these stairs are creaking."
"They're made of concrete," I pointed out.
"That's what I mean, Stuffsant. Concrete shouldn't creak."
"Stow it. Creaking or not, they're holding just fine."
"Aye, aye, Stuffsant," Simmons said as we reached the sign that said B2. Johnson stepped to one side of the door, and the rest of us lined up behind Hansen. The sergeant tested the doorknob and then twisted it. With his other hand, he counted down from 3 and then pushed the door open rapidly. Johnson quickly stepped through the now open door, clearing his lane as he went. Hansen quickly recovered his weapon and followed the rest of us, trailing behind him. The level was clear, and we began to make our way towards the objective marker.
"I appreciate your caution, but it is very unlikely that any potential hostiles are currently aware of our presence,"
Omega pointed out over the comms.
"And," I asked, "and it occurs to me that heavily armed and armored Marines bursting through doors may cause those that wouldn't normally be hostiles to become hostiles," the AI explained. "Like the security personnel within the City Hall, for instance."
I realized that Omega was probably right, and gestured through the at ease to my squad. Legs straightened and weapons lowered, but not a single safety budged. We were in unfamiliar armor and very aware of the fact that every moment counts in a surprise gunfight. Our fingers may be straight and off the trigger, but the second that changed, we would need our rounds to be in the air. We approached the objective marker and examined the door that it had highlighted. It had a sign that said authorized personnel only and a keycard lock. There were a couple of chuckles at the antiquated security tech, but I shut them down with a small wave. We took up a much more casual stack, and Johnson reached for the doorknob.
Press your gauntlet onto the reader,
Omega instructed. Johnson's hand paused and then changed its course to the keypad reader. A green light flashed, and we were treated to the sound of a heavy lock disengaging. Johnson opened the door, and we marched in after him. The hallway was long and lit with fluorescent bulbs. It reminded me of the hospital that I'd seen my family in. The walk through the hallway was uneventful, and the security guard was waiting at the end of it. He stood quickly as we came into his view. He said, resting his hand on his sidearm. Can I help you?
Tell him that you have an appointment with Director 4 under the name of Extraction Team 1,
Omega said.
We have an appointment with Director 4,
Johnson parroted. The guard eyed our armor and weapons suspiciously, then used his free hand to poke at his turbo a bit. What he saw caught his attention, and his hand finally left his weapon. Name? He asked, going slightly pale.
Extraction Team 1,
Johnson answered. All right, yeah, go right in, mate.
We'll be wanting to come back this way, I said, with a +1.
That'll be fine, the guard said quickly. Something about his demeanor struck me as odd, but I attributed it to nerves. 5 well-trained and anonymous killers geared for battle just interrupted whatever he had been doing, and had done so on the orders of the highest-ranked individual in the city. Actually, probably the highest-ranking individual on the planet. A new objective marker, titled D4, appeared in our HUDs, and it directed us upward. We found the stairwell and began making our way up. These stairs weren't concrete, but were well made so they barely buckled under our weight. Simmons expressed his unhappiness via quiet groans all the way up.
Unauthorized communication detected,
Omega informed us as we exited the stairway.
Looks like the guard was a plant. Hurry.
We ran the rest of the way to the objective marker, and as we approached, the door it was highlighting opened. An individual wearing the same armor we had on exited the room, looking around until they saw us. They ran down the hallway towards us.
Director 4, I presume,
I said as they approached. Correct. Omega told me what's going on. Let's go, Director said.
42 armed individuals are currently in the building. 26 are on their way to block the hallway we entered through,
Omega explained.
Should be able to blast our way through, Simmons shouldered his weapon.
They are equipped with Guardian suits. It is unclear where they got them. Probably from an unguarded armory, all thanks to the evacuation. I sighed. Well, isn't this fucking grand? If they're smart, they'll collapse the hallway so that even if we defeat them in ambush, we'll still have to go through the front doors. When our army's going to learn to take their fucking toys with them when they exfil?
Should we just cut to the chase and plow through the front? Johnson asked.
The hostiles will reach the hallway before you do, regardless of what may be waiting outside. Going through the front is the only option, Omega said. The cameras out front aren't mobile, so I can only see the steps. They're currently clear, for what it's worth. Is there a back door? I asked. No. The back door of this building is the employee entrance that you entered through. Windows? The ones big enough for you to fit through are too high off the ground to reach.
What about the bunker? Director 4 asked.
Pull up and wait for rescue, I asked. I bet it ain't that simple. It is not. It'll take at least 2 weeks to get a MOSAC reinforcements to our location. Even if I went with regular grunts, it would take days, Omega explained. If the hostiles have access to an armory, they'll have access to the materials required to get through the bunker stalls. It is unlikely that it would take them days as well. On the other hand, you could simply blow past the 16 hostiles guarding the front doors. Okay, front doors it is. Let's move out, I said. We reformed our line, and Director 4 took position between Simmons and I. Johnson led the way down the stairs to the first floor, and we followed Omega's new objective marker to the front entrance of the city hall. We heard shouts and screams along the way, but no gunfire. It looks like the building's security didn't put up a fight. Watch for hostages, I ordered.
Green lights indicated acknowledgement as we lined up for a breach and clear of the entrance. Hansen was much less careful with the door this time, and Johnson moved into the door's shattered remains very quickly. Johnson's rifle began firing as Hansen followed him. I was right on Hansen's tail and caught a bullet to the shoulder for my troubles. My shield indicator dropped by roughly 10%, which isn't a good sign. I sighted in on the one who shot me while still tailing Hansen and noted that he was using a C-21A before I fired 3 quick shots into his head. That can didn't pop until the third shot, which warned me that they had shields. Shit.
Move it,
I ordered. We traded fire with the hostiles as we quickly traversed the entrance. We quickly abandoned marksmanship and went with accuracy by volume in the hopes of suppressing the enemy. The tactic worked well enough that we were able to cross the room, and Johnson shoulder-checked the door. The heavy wood shattered, and we made our exit. My helmet tinted as the sun met it, and I checked our vitals. Johnson had lost half his shields, but they were already regenerating rapidly. Everyone else had taken a hit or two, but was otherwise fine.
Stop right there.
Her voice rang out.
We don't want to kill you, but we will if you don't stop.
In the street were several vehicles, one of which was a UGU-62P armored personnel carrier, its twin 50 cal turrets pointed directly at us. Around these vehicles were several armed men and women, only some of which were wearing Guardian suits. A quick count told me that there were 29 guns pointed at us, including the turrets of the APC. Johnson paused, and the rest of us followed suit. There was no way we're making it whole block with these guys firing at us as we go. A man wearing old-fashioned woodland camouflage was holding a bullhorn and standing on top of the APC. I sighted in on him and set my exterior speakers to maximum volume.
Sure, you might kill us, but we'll be taking most of you down with us,
I replied.
No, we don't want that, the man said. Look, mate, we just want the director. There is a key to getting us off this rock.
Not getting a read on facial recognition, Omega informed me. They must be the undocs that I was worried about. How do you figure?
I asked the man on the APC.
No better hostage than a member of the famed council of the Directorate, right? The man countered. Figure that we can negotiate a nice little ride in exchange for their safety.
That's not how it works, Director 4 interrupted. Directors are expendable. Why do you think I'm still here?
And I'm just supposed to take your word on that?
The man gestured broadly.
Gotta call bullshit, mate. Oh, for all we know, you're still here because you've got some shady business to take care of. If it's all the bloody same to you, we'd rather double-check. If you're right, then we'll just let you go. If you're wrong, then we get out of here.
I hate to be that guy, but how the hell are we supposed to trust you when you're pointing guns at us? I asked. We have another problem, Omega said.
Now, the fact that we ain't shooting these guns is a pretty big
The man was cut off by extremely loud sirens blasting through the air. It took me a second to recognize them as air raid sirens. The undocs crouched behind their various cover and began to look at the sky. Since they weren't shooting at us, I risked a look to the sky as well. I stared at the streaks of red and white hurtling towards the ground and wondered what they could be.
It's the Omni-Union,
Omega clarified. End of chapter. Chapter 24. Subject, Rear Admiral Thomas Horn. Species, human. Description, mammalian humanoid, no tail, 6 foot 2 inches or 1.87 meters average height. 184 pounds or 84 kilograms average weight. 170-year life expectancy. Ship, the USS Doom. Location, Seoul.
Fire!
I ordered. Firing, aye. Thanks to our early warning systems, we'd been anticipating this attack from the Omni-Union. The giant blob flying through the warp in our direction had been bigger than any of the previous attacks, but all of their attacks had been bigger than the ones previous. I had worried that they may have sent a mobile prime platform off to Seoul, but I was wrong. They'd sent 5. The MPPs exited warp near Jupiter, and we fired at the same moment that the USS Marghaven did. We managed to kill 2 of them before they were able to get firing solution on us. It struck me how much effort it is going to take to clean these things up. I hope that their gravity doesn't affect the system up too bad.
Recharging, sir,
Commander Ernest reported.
Fire when ready. Evasive maneuvers, Nguyen.
Yes, sir,
Nguyen said. The majority of our support fleet was fighting the ships the MPPs had brought with them. The remaining 3 mobile prime platforms turned their attention towards us. Nguyen faced our bow towards them and began using our thrusters to dodge volleys as best he could. For every shot that the powerful Max managed to strike us, then 10 missed.
Time's ticking, Captain. Reach out to our support and have them start targeting MACs on this MPP,
I said, highlighting the 3rd surviving MPP. Oi, oi, Gibbons shouted as he set about the task. Even if we survive to fire another shot, that 3rd MPP is going to be a problem. The age-old conundrum of 2 guns, 3 targets. In times past, one would simply try to line the targets up and fire through the first into the second, but that won't work here. The A1s need to detonate within the MPP to destroy it. A through and through likely wouldn't do enough damage. As such, it behooves us to limit the amount of damage that the MPP can do, and the best way to do this is by taking out as many of its weapons as possible. Unfortunately, the weapons in question are max that can destroy most of our ships in a single shot, so the ships we send on this mission have a high chance of not coming back.
Sir, the support fleet is only able to send a handful to the MPP, Captain Gibbons said.
What? I asked incredulously. Why?
The Omni-Union ships in system are making a run for Earth and the colonies, sir,
John said as his avatar appeared next to my seat.
They're using the more advanced tactics than they previously were, and have accounted for our in-system warping capabilities with broad firing lanes and covering fire. They outnumber us and are watching each other's backs, so there aren't many of our ships that aren't being swarmed right now.
How many are being sent?
I asked, almost not wanting to know.
20,
the AI replied. 20 ships versus more than 600 cannons. I tried to remain stoic as I watched our shields dwindle. We would be able to take out 2 of the remaining MPPs, but the third may spell out doom. I chuckled darkly at the irony of being doomed on the USS Doom. Then I had a moment of clarity, and I realized how we could stack our odds a bit.
Ernest, give Nguyen the info he needs to give our MACs a firing solution on the MPP's cannons, I ordered. The more of its max we take out, the better our odds of survival.
Aye, sir, he shouted. I looked back at our attack map. 20 ships that second fleet had managed to send were doing their best. I watched our guns change targets and send a volley as well. 20 seconds. We need to do as much damage as we can.
John, what do you suppose the odds are if we pull this off? I asked quietly.
Doesn't matter. We'll pull this off because that's what we were ordered to do, sir,
the AI replied. John had taken over for Omega aboard the ship when we were assigned to the defense of Sol. In many ways, it was a welcome change of pace. While I enjoyed Omega's humor, I never could tell if it outranked me or not, and that made things awkward. I definitely outranked John, though. The downside of John is far too military-minded and seemingly had no sense of humor. Or maybe its humor is so damned dry that you can't tell if it's joking or not. Hell, that last line was something a character of a war hero would say. If John hadn't been so deadpan when it said that, I would have actually laughed. My thoughts on John's sense of humor, or lack thereof, almost served to distract me from the diminishing shields, down to 25%. My hand cramped, and I realized I'd been white-knuckling my armrest. I eased my grip and continued studying the TAC map. I almost winced as 2 of the 20 ships disappeared from the TAC map. I opened the casualty notifications and saw that it was the USS Macedonia and the USS Yurgov who had been taken out. Battleships which have a farther time evading than the smaller ships in this fleet.
Firing the Ultramac,
Ernest shouted. My heart leapt as the round sailed through the vastness of space and impacted the intended target.
Good hit! Recharge and fire at will. One more shot, I said.
The USS Markhaven joined us on the 18 other ships to begin taking out the MX and the 1 remaining mobile prime platform. We had just had to hold for 1 minute. If the MPPs couldn't kill us both in the next minute, it would be destroyed. It was dividing its forces between us and the smaller ships, firing as fast as it could.
Keep our evasive as best you can, Nguyen, I said.
Aye, sir. Nguyen was doing a damn good job. I used to pilot a beast like this, so I know full well how impossible of a task it is to get it to move evasively. Commander Nguyen seems to be blissfully unaware of this impossibility, because he's managing it so well that it's making me doubt my own piloting abilities. The question is whether or not it'll be enough. 2 more ships disappeared off the TAC map, the USS Harmony, a frigate, and the USS Sivranol, a destroyer. If we make it through this, I'm going to personally recommend medals for each of the crew aboard these ships. It'll take quite a while to submit the paperwork for 20 crews, but I'll use my vacation to make it so. My wife will forgive me. As the seconds ticked by, our shields continued to drop, and more of our ships were destroyed. The USS Revenger was next, followed rapidly by the USS Macbeth, the USS Bellevarius, and the USS Long March. The USSS Red Dragon, the USSS Anami, the USSS Glaive, and the USSS Neptune met a similar fate soon after. The remaining 8 ships were all destroyers. "Looks like we're having an effect," Gibbons said calmly. I gave him a look of confusion and then checked our shields. We were down to 8%, but the rate of decline had slowed significantly. 8%, 30 seconds, and 4 support ships remaining. The USSS Heverathan and the USS Eradicator, the USSS Nithri, and the USSS Alpha Centauri had been destroyed. The remaining 4 ships were the USSS Tunchu, the USSS Solar Winds, the USSS War Spirit, and the USSS Liberty. The Liberty was the only one of the 4 that wasn't warping. It had opted for a mobile orbital bombardment tactic that seemed to be working quite well. It was flying just above the MPP's gravitational point of no return and blasting its max as it went. This confused me for a moment because it meant its deck max weren't in use, but then I noticed that the icon was shifting in an odd way. I highlighted the icon and realized that the ship was spinning, making use of all of its max and sustaining a continuous rate of fire. I tried not to wince. The forces involved in that maneuver were going to play hell on the Liberty systems. If they survive, the Liberty's engineers are going to be one hell of a time repairing it. Might end up being the first time in history that engineering stages a mutiny. 10 seconds, John began counting down as our shields finally gave up the ghost. 9, 8, 7, it said as Mac round tore through our hull, missing anything vital. "Sealing bulkheads," Gibbons shouted. 4, 3, 2, another round tore through us, disabling one of our aft engines. 1. Charged. "Firing!" Ernest shouted. We fired, and I watched our projectile make its way towards the MPP. I checked the Margaven and realized its Ultramac had been hit. Our shot was our only hope. We all held our breath as more Mac rounds pounded into our hull. "Successful hit," John informed us. "Take us out of its range, Nguyen," I ordered. "Aye, aye, sir." We hadn't taken critical damage yet, and we weren't going to let the bastard take us down with it. Nguyen expertly fired our thrusters to turn us about and get us started in the direction we needed to go, turning tail and running from the MAC rounds chasing us. I watched 4 of our remaining support ships disappear from the TAC map and breathed a sigh of relief when I realized they had warped. We managed to avoid further damage as the A1 spread and finally detonated, contributing to one hell of an asteroid field. Cheers rang out for myself and the crew. We survived. I leaned back in my chair and breathed normally for the first time since the battle had started. The USSS Solar Winds, the USSS Tunchu, the USSS War Spirit, and the USSS Liberty had survived along with us. "Get me a damage report," I ordered once as the shots had died down. The TAC map displays the asteroids that had been our enemies just moments prior. It would take weeks to clean it all up. Actually, a good chunk of the debris is probably going to be gobbled up by Jupiter if nobody intervenes. I wondered what almost 5 planets' worth of mass would do to Jupiter. But an incoming priority 1 distracted me. I opened it immediately. Recipients, Fleet 2 commanders, Earth and the other Sol colonies have been invaded by the Omni-Union OU presence consisting of infantry, artillery, armor, and close air support. Deploy warp prevention mechanisms, destroy hostile fleet presence, and begin landing your counter-invasion force. Orbital bombardment is prohibited. "Let our shields recharge, and then let us get in a good position to fire on the OU ships," I ordered. The only Marines the Gungner-class dreadnoughts had were for policing, so we wouldn't be taking part in the counter-invasion. We could definitely help clean up the Omni-Union ships, though. I chuckled to myself before a thought occurred to me. Why didn't anyone tell me that we had warp prevention? End of story. Subject, Staff Sergeant Power, species human. Description, mammalian humanoid, no tail, 6 foot 2 inches or 187 meters average height. 184 pounds, 84 kilograms average weight. 170-year life expectancy. Ship, NA. Location, Sol.
"Why weren't we using warp prevention to begin with?" I demanded. "Because you organics have a terrible habit of making your toys so damned grandiose that it makes it impossible to effectively run things without consuming vast amounts of resources," Omega replied. "Sending a jamming signal into warp is energy-intensive, and we had no way of knowing when the Omni-Union would attack. It costs far less reactor fuel to keep MX charged than it does to keep warp disruptors running."
Omega's right, Director 4 added. We believe it to be likely that the OU may attack Sol, but it was far more energy efficient to counterattack than it would have been to prevent the attack. We also aren't certain that the warp disruptors will work on mobile prime platforms.
Why not?
I asked. They're big enough that they might be able to simply shrug off the damage that warp disruptors cause to mass trying to re-enter real space. It would have been a massive waste of fuel to have a warp disruptors running and have them be ineffective.
Well, we ain't so worried about the MPPs right now, are we?
Jason asked as he walked up. The man with the bullhorn and old-fashioned camo outfit turned out to be named Jason Jones. When the OU started touching down, we'd quickly diffused our disagreements and joined forces. Things were still somewhat tense because of the bodies we'd dropped, but it is what it is. Jason's ultimate goal is to get his people evacuated, and Omega was quick to promise an evac in exchange for keeping the directors safe during this invasion. I suppose not, Director Fall said hesitantly.
How's the prep going? I asked.
The bunker was professionally made and had a reinforced tunnel for its entrance. It was fully stocked for a staff of over 100 people for more than 2 months, so we wouldn't have to be worrying about food or water. I wondered why a city hall would be at this level of preparation, and Omega had glibly reminded me. I had forgotten most of Earth's history I'd learned in high school, but after Omega's brief refresher course, I feel the cities of Adelaide may be underprepared.
We've got a squad supporting the APC out front and clear firing lines in the tunnel. There's heaps of ammo, and we've passed out all that we can carry and stored the rest in the bunker. Your man Johnson did a tally of the supplies and says things are good, Jason said. No coldies, but we've got water and brekkie. That'll have to do.
What kind of anti-armor did you bring?
None. Weren't expecting cans like yours. Figured you'd be landing at the spaceport and driving up, so we brought shredder strips, but you fully surprised us by your sudden appearance.
Shredder strips are used to destroy the tires of most vehicles. Sharp steel barbs arranged in such a way to grab and tear when you drive over them. Absolutely devastating to inflatables, but also useful against airless tires. Probably not as useful against tank tread, though.
How far away is the base that you got your gear from?
Jason laughed at the question.
6 or 7 hours, mate. It's between us and Melbourne exclusion zone, but closer to the exclusion zone.
Damn,
I swore, then switched off my speakers.
Omega, if we use the shuttle, how long would it take? If he's talking about Ballarat Barracks, about an hour and a half round trip,
Omega said.
An hour and a half? I asked incredulously. It would have to be a low-altitude flight, which will limit how fast we can go. Any ships that go too high are going to get shot out of the sky. Nothing can be allowed to leave the system while the OU are here.
I looked at Jason and was thankful that he couldn't hear Omega. As an undock, he's already pretty disillusioned with the United Systems. Pointing out the fact that the US is willing to kill fleeing civilians would just add fuel to that fire. Probably wouldn't even matter that one ship of fleeing civilians could doom an entire system.
Sergeant Smith,
I said over the comms.
Yes, Staff Sarge. Grab Corporal Simmons and take the shuttle to Ballarat Barracks. Omega will guide you there and back. I need you to grab any and all infantry portable anti-armor you can find, and get back here on the double. I'm giving you 30 minutes on the ground. Once the 30 are up, you need to be heading back.
Roger that, moving out. Smith and Simmons should be able to get plenty of anti-armor ordnance in 30 minutes, assuming there's any left. 45 minutes to get there, 30 minutes for shopping, 45 minutes back. 2 of my Guardian suits were gone for 2 hours. That's probably going to sting, but I've done more with less. I turned back to Jason, and he raised an eyebrow at me. It took me a moment to realize that he hadn't heard anything I'd been saying because of the soundproofing of the R9. He had just seen me standing here looking like I was talking to someone. I fought the urge to chuckle at that mental image.
I'm sending 2 of mine to do some shopping, I explained. It's Ballarat Barracks that they need to go to, right?
Yeah, he replied. Want some of mine to go with?
No need. For these suits, my men can outpace and outlift yours by a very wide margin, I said.
My men got Guardian suits too, mate.
Not like these ones. And none of your generals.
I shook my head.
There's also the matter of trust. I don't know you or your men, and the only things keeping us from each other's throats is the threat of the OU and Omega's bargain. You'll forgive me for doubting that you and yours men completely trust Omega's word.
Jason laughed. Fair enough. You think the bot's telling the truth? It can get us out of here?
I've got no reason to doubt it,
I diplomatically replied. What if it's overruled by an admiral or something, though?
I'd like to see them try,
Omega's distinctive voice said through my suit speakers.
They'll be an ensign again before they finish giving the order. Your people will be evacuated once the OU threat has been eliminated."
"How long's that going to be, you figure?" Jason asked, unsurprised by Omega's sudden interruption.
"If all goes well, a couple of weeks. In a worst-case scenario, a couple of months. There's also the possibility that the OU capture the system, in which case we'll have a whole other set of problems."
Omega's brutally honest take on our situation left Jacob and I stunned for a moment. It made me wonder how things are going in space. If the OU managed to take Sol, how long will it take to get it back from them? Months? Years? There's also the political situation to think of. Humanity will push hard to take Sol back, but we'd only get a couple of chances before the pushback from other species became too strong. One of the first arguments they'll make is that we're wasting resources on recapturing a mostly evacuated system that we already were wasting resources guarding. This argument will become much more potent with each failure to recapture the system. They will accuse us of using US military as a tool for our own personal vendettas, conveniently sidestepping the fact that Sol is a part of the United Systems and the only one being threatened by the Omni-Union. Omega's not wrong. If we fail to keep Sol, we'll have to be worrying about food, water, and ammo. We won't be able to just hole up in this bunker. We'll have to venture forth. Doing so now would be foolish, because we don't yet know where the OU is dug in. We'll need to give them a week or so, then scout out their locations and patrols. I looked at Jason and realized he was staring at me. His expression told me he had similar worries.
"We'll be fine,"
I said, with a fabricated confidence.
"We've got the best ships in the galaxy. Even if we lose Sol, we'll take it down quick."
He smiled and shook his head. "The reason I'm undocumented is because my parents and their parents wanted to avoid being drafted. Every undoc in here has a similar tale. Just peaceful people wanting to live peaceful lives, and this is where we end up. The universe has a twisted sense of humor, mate."
"Drafted?" I asked. "The United Systems doesn't have a draft."
"Earth does. Mandatory military service for every Earth citizen, with the option to transfer that service to the US, he explained.
"Hasn't the Earth planetary government prohibited declarations of war?"
"Sure. But how do you think they enforce that? The EPG is the one that runs the draft. If a nation gets uppity, they send soldiers to enforce the peace. Peace enforcement, as you would bloody know, is done through battle," he sighed. "Not many nations are a fan of the EPG's peace, either. We've been waiting for World War V to kick off for any year now." This was news to me, but I found myself unsurprised. Earth had always presented itself to the galactic community as a near paradise, but in almost the exact way that shady vacation resorts do. The same kind of resort where you're slightly more likely to get mugged than you are to have any sort of fun. Part of me had hoped it was a coincidence. My quote came to mind. I do not know with what weapons World War III will be fought, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. I think it was Albert Einstein who said that, shortly after Earth's Second World War. When we were learning Earth's history in high school, my friends and I made fun of that quote, called it optimistic, turned it into an inside joke, and chuckled to ourselves when we learned about the destruction that happened during Earth's Fourth World War. Major cities turned into craters, coastlines getting new gulfs, the fall of the American Empire, and nearly 1 billion deaths were all sources of amusement to us. Look what you can do with some sticks and stones, we had said. Of course, we were bored and angsty teenagers who were far separated from the violence of being explained to us by our teachers, by both time and distance. Still, I couldn't help but feel a stab of shame. "Anyway, what should we be doing?" Jacob said.
"We will need intel on enemy movements," I answered. "You and your men know the area well. Find out who's willing to do some scouting and get them prepped. We will need them on the road in a day or two, once the OU settles in. We want to know where the Omni-Union are and what moves they're making. Be sure to tell the scouts not to get close. Their lives are more valuable than the intel."
"That's a switch."
"Not really. We're low on body count, and we're likely going to be assaulted at some point. We'll feel every death, so we need to make those deaths count."
Jacob stared at me for a moment, then nodded and walked away. As he was going, 2 of the team indicator lights in my helmet disappeared, indicating that Smith and Simmons were outside of standard comms range. Their mission might end up being a waste of time, but it would be really damn dumb not to at least try to prepare for enemy armor. "Contact," Hansen said over comms. "Receiving fire."
"Get everyone in position if they aren't already and return fire,"
I ordered as I hefted my rifle. Another day, another firefight. End of chapter. Chapter 26. Subject, Corporal Simmons. Species, human. Description, mammalian humanoid, no tail. 6 foot 2 inches or 1.87 meters average height. 184 pounds or 84 kilograms average weight. 170-year life expectancy. Ship, NA. Location, Seoul. Are you normally this quiet, Sergeant, or do you just not like me? I asked. Sergeant Smith had been silent for the whole ride. He'd explained our mission and hadn't said a damn thing since. He might be nervous about the mission, but I don't know him well enough to help him snap out of it. So I've been quiet this whole time too. It's awkward, and I hate it. I wouldn't say I'll dislike you, Corporal, Smith replied. I've just heard about your motor mouth problems and didn't want to tempt fate. Ah, come on. A guy has a few slip-ups around some different species, and now he's a motor mouth. Ain't that some bullcrap? Pretty sure you're the record holder. Most visits to SR in one lifetime. Ha-de-ha, ha, I said mockingly. I'm just not great with standing on ceremony is all. I've been working on it, though, trying to find that fine line between blunt and pointed, like the SR lady keeps telling me. But it's hard to tell when somebody's going to get offended or they're going to laugh. Most of the problems I've had with other species stem from trying to make them laugh. Hell, even the fight with the Gaunt got started because I told a joke I thought he'd like. He didn't laugh, though. He blew up and started swinging. Most of the reasons for my visits to the SR that time was because I broke his arm and dislocated his jaw. And they wanted to make sure I understood the proportional use of force. Yeah, I get it, Smith said. People expect troops to be serious, though, especially when we're on duty. That's probably why your jokes don't land like you expect them to. But we're scary motherfuckers, aren't I protested. Civvies get nervous around us. Somebody's got to lighten the mood, or they'll probably do something dumb. Then stick to situational comedy. Don't make jokes about species or physical appearance. Make jokes about the situation that you find yourself in. And keep the dark humor for your fellow Marines. There aren't many civvies who appreciate dark humor when they're stressed out.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're landing, Omega said. Mosey is clear, but there's movement on base. We're pretty far from the movement, so I can't tell if it's an enemy or not. ROE-3 applies here.
Roger, Smith and I said in unison. The third rule of engagement is to verify targets in combat zones that contain a civilian presence. It usually boils down to not firing unless being fired upon. But in this case, it's going to be pretty easy to tell if the guys are OU or civvies. If they're robots, we'll blow them away. If they're not robots, we'll have to wait to see if they shoot us first. Simple. It didn't take long for the shuttle to settle and the hatch to open. Smith and I exited the shuttle with our weapons up. Omega said the LZ was clear. But I don't trust that bot can spot snipers. The sergeant was of a similar mind, and we began to quickly and carefully move away from the shuttle.
I'm going to take off and circle the base,
Omega informed us.
I'll let you know if I see anything. Radio for Xville.
Roger, out, Smith said. The sergeant knife-handed towards the nearest structure, and I took point. We were damn near running because Omega had dropped us in a wide-open space. Good for aircraft, bad for cover. I spied the area that I was covering, making sure to double-check my right. Smith was doing the same, but the opposite. With every step, my heartbeat seemed to increase as I imagined what sort of enemy would pop out of nowhere to take shots at us. Even if they shot at us, we'd likely take them down before they took us down. It takes a few rounds to penetrate normal Guardian suits, and we had the top-of-the-line variety. On the other hand, we were sent here to find anti-tank weapons that would work very effectively against the armor that we were currently wearing. Hell, there'd probably be nothing left but the boots. I felt a tremor shake its way through my hand, and I squeezed to fend it off. Nothing to worry about if we see them first. If we shoot them first, gotta have steady hands, make sure my shots land. Deep breath in, slow breath out, keeping moving forward, banish the doubt. And just like that, we reached the structure. I pressed my back gently into the curved metal side, between two ridges. Smith joined me and looked up at the structure.
I'll be damned. A Quonset hut, he muttered.
A what? I asked.
A Quonset hut, one of the older forms of prefab structures. They were introduced during the earlier world wars of the Empire of the United States. A good design that ended up lasting all the way up through early space colonization, though they had to modify those a bit to keep the air in.
What are they used for?
Just about damn near anything. Could be offices, barracks, or even latrines.
So we've got to check it?
Yes. I killed my comms and sighed privately as I moved towards the edge of the structure. I quickly peeked the corner, but didn't see anything to shoot at. The corner. Cautiously, I moved around the edge and found myself next to a door that looked suspiciously wooden. Weird for a steel structure. A pat on my back informed me that Smith was behind me, so I carefully tried the door. It was unlocked and definitely made of wood. I opened it quickly and quietly, making sure my muzzle cleared the frame before my chest did. A view of a bunch of bare mattresses on steel frames and footlockers was all I got for my effort, though. I smoothly closed the door and returned to my previous position.
It's an empty barracks, I said.
Understood. Let's try some more permanent buildings, Smith replied, gesturing to the nearest brick-and-mortar structure. I keyed my green light and started walking. There was an entirely different kind of fear that can affect you when you're surrounded by buildings. But having buildings nearby is much better than having no cover at all. True, some arsehole can pop out of the window and start blasting. But at least you might have a chance to get to cover. We moved quickly and carefully until we found the entrance to the structure. I tested the handle and found that it was locked. Back! I moved to the other side of the door and Smith took his position. The door was steel and it had a deadbolt. Smith lifted his leg and donkey kicked the door, and I swiftly moved through the wreckage with my weapon at the ready. The sergeant was right behind me, but there were no targets. Still, I grinned at what I saw. Gun racks, I said. We're on the right track. Probably not, Smith replied. This building is likely a primary armory, where they keep their standard issue. It's fairly common practice to keep explosive auto separate from your standard issue weapon. What makes you think this is the primary armory? Well, the Undocks have weapons that come from this space. That means whoever occupied this space left weapons behind. This door was still locked. And it doesn't look like this place was ransacked. But there aren't any weapons here, he explained. So if there were weapons here, they were probably issued to soldiers who ended up taking the weapons with them. So, we kicked down every door in the base, for what? With respect, Sant, that's a lot of fecking doors. The map of the base that Omega had shown us on the flight over had shown no less than 40 structures. The bot had explained that Ballarat Barracks served as the Astrakana's primary Earth Defense Force facility. As usual with military bases, the details in which building serves which purpose were sketchy. Omega had also said there's probably underground structures as well. There's no fecking way that we're getting this done in less than 30 minutes. Sergeant, Omega interrupted, I am able to confirm that the movement within the base is human. Spotted 3 so far. There is also an Omni-Union force approaching. I estimate they'll arrive in 15 minutes. Icing on the fecking cake, I muttered. Omega, which building should we be searching here? Smith asked. Anything that could narrow this down would be good. One moment. While Omega was doing whatever it was doing, I had a closer look around the armory that we had found ourselves in. Standing gun racks, old-fashioned chain fiber locks, and a small office on the other side. I realized that we had actually come through the rear entrance to this building, and at the front had the kind of cage you normally see in these things. The nearest building that appears suitable for long-term explosive storage is 10 buildings to your east. It'll be on your left, Omega explained. It's across the street from the building I saw the humans enter. Great, I muttered. Well, hopefully they're not looking to pick a fight. Let's go, Corporal, Smith said. I sighed again as we left the armory. The street was just as eerily empty as we had left it, and the first 8 buildings we passed seemed to rush past us. Our pace slowed as we approached our new objective. I keep my rifle trained on the building that Omega had said the humans had entered, plying the windows and doors until I was standing next to the entrance to the building we needed to search.
I donkey-kicked the door without bothering to check if it was locked or not, and turned to clear the room.
"Drop your weapon," Smith shouted with his helmet's loudspeakers. "Put it down or I'll put you down."
I spun around and saw two unarmed young men. One held a handgun and the other held a bolt-action rifle. I zoomed in and noticed that neither weapon was military issue. The men slowly set their weapons on the ground and then raised their hands.
"What do we do, Sant?" "Check the building. I'll deal with them."
Smith began approaching the men as I turned my attention to the building. It looked promising. There was a caged office and a coiling door for crates of cargo, the exact type of thing that you would see in a heavy weapons depot. I approached the office and made sure there weren't any surprises. Then used my gauntlet to crush the lock on the coiling door and lifted it. I smiled at the sight of neatly arranged 89s and crates marked with the HE symbol. At the anti-tank mines inside, there was even a handy cart for transpo. It had taken us 9 minutes. Not bad. The AT mines would probably be useful, but not nearly as useful as the AT-9s. The anti-tank 9 is a man-portable, guided, shoulder-fired, reusable, recoilless rocket rifle. Try saying that 5 times fast. It fires a laser-guided Sabode heavy armor penetrator, or SHAP, rocket with stealth and shield penetrative capabilities. I got to fire one in boot camp because of my good marksmanship. Only the absolutely top-of-the-line armored vehicles stand any sort of chance against this thing. "We've got the goods, Sant," I reported. "I even got a cart to hold them." "Good work, Corporal. We've got 5 civvies who've been camping out in the base, surviving on MREs and potable water tanks." "Why here?" I asked. "Hold one," he replied. A few moments later, he said, "They're from a nearby small town whose occupants took just about everything with them and pretty much left them for dead. They started nomading it up when they were nearly out of food and lucked out with the base. At least, that's what they're saying. Are we leaving them? No. Load up the cart, they'll push it. We'll grab what we can carry. But if they try something, RO3. Roger that, I sighed. I don't like it, but I wouldn't be able to sleep good for a while if we left them to the mercy of the Omni Union. Hopefully, they are smart enough to realize that it would be a dumb idea to try something. I loaded the cart with several crates of rockets for AT-9s and 1 crate of AT mines. I found a ratchet strap and used it to secure the load as Smith walked in with the civvies. 2 women and 3 men, appearing to be in their early mid-20s. They looked nervous as hell, but I didn't read too much into it. I'd probably be nervous too. "So, you're going to get us out of here?" one of the women asked. "Yes," Smith replied. "To where?" "To Adelaide City Hall. It has a bunker with supplies that we can hold up until the counter-invasion gets rid of the OU. "Fecking Adelaide," one of the men said with disgust. "Beggars can't be choosers, mate," another man responded. "Let's go," Smith cut in. "We don't have time to be chatting. The OU's going to be here soon." The racks holding the 89s had them locked into place with steel bars down their barrels. Each of these bars were attached to a rack with their own electronic locking mechanism. Much fancier than the gun racks we'd seen earlier, but Smith and I were able to make short work of them thanks to our Guardian armor. One of the men started pushing the cart, and the rest of us started grabbing as many 89s as we could carry. The civvies could only handle carrying 2 each, but the sergeant and I managed to grab a whole rack. We began carrying our somewhat awkward cargo back to the LZ as fast as we could. The civvies barely kept up. "Omega, we're nearly at the LZ. We're taking the civilians with us. They're helping us move Ordo," Smith radioed. The comm was silent for a few moments before Omega said, "Understood." We made it to the LZ just as Omega was landing the shuttle. Smith and I set the rack down and began covering the civvies as Omega opened the hatch. He told the civilians to load up, and I scanned the horizon, looking for any sort of movement while my heart raced. Part of me hoped that I'd at least be able to down a few of the bots as a sort of revenge for the anxiety. The other part of me realized that if the bots show up before we take off, the civvies would have a damn good chance of getting hurt. "We're loaded up," one of the men shouted. I slung my rifle and grabbed my half of the rack. Smith and I double-timed it up the shuttle's ramp. The space in the shuttle had become pretty cramped, but we managed to find a spot for the rack. There wasn't a way for us to reach the seats, though, so we stood awkwardly by the hatch as it closed and the shuttle took off.
That was close, Omega said. The OU have just breached the base's perimeter.
There were some concerned glances amongst the civilians, but they didn't say anything. Smith leaned up against the rack of weapons, and I leaned against the bulkhead. After about a minute, I keyed my comms and let out an exaggerated sigh. Didn't get to kill any bots, I said to Smith. Smith chuckled and replied, Don't worry, you'll get them next time. Damn right I will, Sant. End of chapter. Chapter 27. Subject, Staff Sergeant Power. Species, human. Description, mammalian humanoid, no tail, 6 foot 2 inches or 187 meters average height. 185 pounds or 84 kilograms average weight. 170-year life expectancy. Ship NA. Location Seoul.
How many?
I asked over the comms.
2 attempted to enter the building and were immediately engaged and destroyed. The other 18 immediately began attacking and were also destroyed. We sustained 1 casualty, no fatalities. Probably scouts then. Tell me about the casualty. Her name's Widow, and one of the bots hit her as it was going down. 4th-degree burn on her right shin. We're treating it as best we can right now, but all we've got is first aid. No Mega is directing me through it, Johnson reported. She's probably going to be all right.
1 stable casualty isn't bad for a ragtag group of fighting 20 literal war machines. Scouts are trouble, though. Since they're robots, we have to assume they are able to communicate our position to other OU forces. We should expect reinforcements, but there was another matter that needed addressing first.
Understood. Good work, I replied. And Sergeant, don't go native.
There was a moment of silence before Hansen's indicator lit up green. The indicators have a lot of different meanings depending on the context. And in this case, I chose to think it meant that Hansen understood the order and would comply. The reason he didn't verbally acknowledge the order is likely so I wouldn't hear the shame in his voice from my chastisement. The first thing he had told me about the civilian casualty was her name, which betrayed how close he was becoming to her. Every soldier that might have contact with civilians is taught to keep them at arm's length. Winning hearts and minds is one thing, but civilians are only guests in the world of military life. Since they don't understand the intricacies of war, they can easily get in the way of accomplishing your objective, or they could be enemies in disguise. In Marsoc, these teachings are practically beat into us. We're taught the insane brutality of guerrilla warfare, and the takeaway from this training is that every civilian should be seen as a potential hostile, regardless of age, gender, or political orientation. You have to be prepared for them to try to kill you, or you're giving them the ability to succeed. Our situation was even more precarious. These civilians were hostile just a short while ago. Some of them actually shot us, and we had killed some of them in return. The only reason that we are on the same side now is because of a common enemy and Omega's promise. There's still a chance some of them will let emotions override their survival instinct and seek revenge for their fallen comrades. We have to be prepared to put them down at a moment's notice.
We did good work here, mate, Jacob said. Gotta be a record. Fast as anybody's ever put those things down, yeah? Shame we don't have any coldies to celebrate.
Not much to celebrate. Those were scouts, I told him. The OU knows we're here and will be sending reinforcements.
So, what do we do?
Run? We're unlikely to find a more secure location, and we still haven't scouted the area. We might end up running directly into the reinforcements. No. We just need to prepare as best we can and hope that Smith and Simmons get some anti-armor.
You really think that they'll roll up with tanks?
Yes.
Jason swore a bit and then ran off to get his people prepared for what was probably coming. I stood silently going over the tactical situation in my head. It would be a lot easier with a TAC map, but we've got to make do with what we have. As it stands, we have some computer equipment and the necessities. A total of 51 civvies plus my squad of 5 and the director, 57 people against who knows how many Omni-Union virtual intelligence platforms. The choke point of the bunker's hallways helps somewhat. But since we're all using ranged weapons, it won't be as effective as one would hope. Plus, I don't know if the bunker will stay standing if they drop the building on us. It should, but there's always a chance that someone fecked up in its construction. The building itself is built to withstand a lot of damage, so they need to use demo charges to bring it down. To prevent that, we should hold the building and use the bunker as the last stand.
Hanson, do you have eyes on Jason? I asked over the comms.
Yes, Staff Sergeant.
Tell him we want to keep the building. 2 people at each window, suited up if possible.
Aye, aye, Staff Sergeant.
I desperately wanted to take off my helmet and grab some air that didn't smell like my breath. But taking off your armor in a combat zone is dumb. There is also the matter of my itchy nose, but I'd long since mastered the discipline required to ignore it. Same with needing to sneeze. The air filters of the suit make it where you don't get allergens, but sometimes that doesn't matter. If you've already got something in your nose or you've got a cold, you'll still get the urge to sneeze. Sneezing will spatter the inside of your helmet with snot and spittle, and then the auto cleaner will kick in. The smell of burnt saliva and mucus is a particularly kind of hellish, and it will stay with you for hours. Just when you think that you've gotten used to it, it'll assault your senses again.
Staff Sergeant, would it be possible to adjust the cameras at the front of the building to give me a view of the surrounding area?
Omega asked.
I'll check,
I replied. I left the relative safety of the bunker and traveled the long hallway to the building proper. To the right of the hallway was a security checkpoint that we had entered the building through, and the guard who had been at the desk avoided looking at me as I walked towards the front entrance. It was hard to tell if he was feeling guilty about selling us out or if he was angry about our current situation. Jason was gesturing at windows, presumably explaining to his people what needed to be done in regards to our defense. I pushed open the front door and stepped out of the building, then checked around. There were broken robots littering the steps and streets, but nothing on the horizon. It would hopefully take a bit of time for the OU to form a response. I looked up to where the cameras should be and saw 2 of them. One was on the left of the building, about 10 feet below the roof. The other was mirrored on the right of the building. A 20-foot climb or a 10-foot descent, going to be awkward to reach.
You got eyes on?
I asked the AI.
Yes. The mounts are adjustable, but reaching them may be difficult. A rope, perhaps? We didn't bring rappelling gear. The undocks might have.
I sighed and stepped back into the building. Jason was still talking to his people, so I waited until he was done before I approached him. A hush fell over the room as the other undocks stopped talking to each other and instead focused their attention on Jason and I.
"Good day, Staff. What brings you out of the bunker?"
Jason asked when he noticed me.
How are things?
I asked. Well, morale's pretty pumped up. After our first exchange of fire, everyone's stoked about the upcoming fight, he said, and then gestured to a nearby group. There's some nervousness about the others, though. Had 4 take the APC to check on them.
The others?
Yeah, the group with the ankle biters. We left them hiding in the basement of a nearby grocer.
I see. I hope they're okay,
I said sincerely.
Do you have rappelling equipment?
Rappelling equipment? He asked. I don't think so, mate. Why?
Omega wants to reposition the cameras out front so they can better view the surrounding area.
"Excuse me, sirs,"
someone asked.
"I have some rope in my bag."
Jason and I turned to look at the young man jogging over to us. He was one of the unarmed docs, his brown hair and green eyes on a show for all to see. From his looks, he was barely older than the children that Jason had mentioned earlier. The group that had left were looking everywhere except at us, as if embarrassed by his interruption.
"What kind?"
Jason asked.
"About 45 feet of rope, sir."
Polypropylene rope?
I asked.
"Yes, sir,"
the young man answered.
That won't hold us, I said to Jason. It would be iffy even without our guardian suits.
"Christ alive, how much do you lot weigh?"
he asked incredulously.
All of my men are genolts, bigger and thicker than normal humans.
Jason laughed. You said it, mate, not me. I shook my head disapprovingly and noticed the young man gathering his nerve with a subtle gulp.
"I can do it, sirs."
Jason and I looked at the young man intently. His expression was one I'd seen dozens of times. Someone who was in a situation that they can't control, wanted to be useful to take back some of that control. It was an expression that pains me to see on someone so damned young.
What's your name?
I asked.
"Noah, sir. Noah Bailey." Noah, you'll have to be doing this outside, without armor, Jason explained in an uncharacteristically serious tone. You understand what could happen, sir? I could get killed, sir. Not just killed. You saw what happened to Willow, didn't you? There's a chance that her leg's never going to work right again. She might end up dealing with intense pain every day until she dies. The best thing that could happen to you is either nothing or a minor injury. That second best thing is death. You get it? I do.
We can have someone else do it, I interrupted.
Noah looked like I kicked him. With respect, sirs, it is my rope.
Jason sighed.
It's not like we can take it from you, but who am I to stand in the way of a boy becoming a man? I'll get a few guys to go up the top and guard you, mate.
Jason slapped the boy on the back and walked off. Noah looked at me expectantly, and I let out a silent sigh myself. Whatever was in charge of the universe loves spilling young blood, especially from those who are brave.
I'll have one of mine accompany you to the roof. We're expecting more OU, and we don't know when they'll be arriving. You need to work fast. Every second you're out there is dangerous.
Yes, sir,
Noah said, and as he stiffened,
Don't call me sir. I work for a living.
End of chapter. Chapter 28. Subject, Corporal Johnson. Species, human. Description, mammalian humanoid, no tail. 6 foot 2 inches or 1.87 meters average height. 185 pounds or 84 kilograms average weight. 170-year life expectancy. Ship, N.A. Location, Seoul.
Johnson, you finished with the first aid?
Staff Sergeant Power asked me.
Just wrapping things up, Staff Sergeant, I replied. No pun intended. Good. Drop what you're doing and come to the front entrance. Bye, Staff Sergeant.
I sealed the first aid kit and looked at my work. Willow was out cold from a mixture of pain and drugs. She had received a 4th-degree burn, which is one hell of a way to say burn to the bone and then some. The damage had been intense, but thankfully the wound was mostly cauterized. All I really had to do was run some antiseptic over the pack with a sealant cream. She'll probably lose the leg, but maybe she'll get lucky and, I didn't bother finishing that thought. There is no point. She is an Earthling undocked, and a clonal limb is free for military personnel. But for almost everyone else, it's prohibitively expensive. She'll be getting a prosthetic, and all I can hope is that it's a good one. Something like the one Power has. It's a bit too high grade, but hopefully something similar. I looked at Sergeant Hanson.
She'll be okay,
I said.
I know, he said. Get going.
It was almost hard to tell due to the helmet, but his tone made it obvious that he was taking this hard. He and Willow had found kinship pretty quickly. She'd begun flirting with him the moment they met, and he had been flirting back. He obviously couldn't and wouldn't do anything about it while we were here, but the thought had probably provided some sort of escapism for how grim our situation is. He might even blame himself. He'd been the first out the door to start fighting the main host of OU, and Willow had followed right behind him. If he hadn't taken point, maybe she would have stayed behind just a bit more and not been hit by the laser. Or if he had shot the OU botter faster, she wouldn't have the hole in her shin. No reasonable person would put the blame on him, but attachments are known to destroy reason. I don't envy the guilt he's got to be feeling right over this. Our makeshift infirmary used to be an office, and it was towards the back of the building. I stood, nodded at Hanson, and jogged my way through the hallway until I reached the entrance. Staff Sergeant Power was standing with an ondock who looked like he hadn't even seen his 16th birthday. The boy looked nervous as I approached.
We need to adjust the front cameras, Power said. This is Noah. He has the rope, so he's going to be rappelling down to the cameras to adjust them. He'll be exposed without armor, so your job is to eliminate any threat that may try to interfere with his mission. A couple of undocks will be joining you to help cover him. Get moving.
I looked at the boy and back at Power. Why not just post sentries up top instead of risking the kid's life by bothering with the cameras? This situation struck me as stupid, but I knew better than to point that out. When higher-ups are questioned, they either evade the questions or make you feel stupid with their explanations. Either way, you'll be getting an earful.
Aye, aye, Staff Sergeant,
I replied. As the staff sergeant walked away, I followed the young man as he grabbed his pack and led the way to the roof. His demeanor, stride, and general nervousness told me that he had never served, which makes sense. Undocs don't remain undocumented if they join up. Hell, some planets actually don't let undocs join unless they pay for the documentation first.
So, how long have you been in?
He asked, awkwardly trying to make conversation.
A few years now, I answered evasively. Can't talk about myself much. If you want to chat, it's got to be about you.
Oh, sure. What do you want to know?
Why are you undocumented?
The question seemed to catch him off guard. He thought about how to answer that for a moment.
My ma and pa were anti-globalist protesters who decided to live off-grid,
he answered. And I tactfully noticed the use of the past tense.
Grew up hearing about how they would put tracking chips in you and all other conspiracy theories. Wanted to try get my documentation, but it's expensive if you don't join the military.
That's not a conspiracy theory, I told him. They're tracking chips. I don't know about Earth practices specifically, but in most places the chips are voluntary unless you commit a serious crime or run for political office. It's a preventative measure against kidnapping and corruption, I explained. So why didn't you join up with the military?
Oh, I didn't want to leave home. Got friends here, you know.
Australia doesn't let undocs join up, so it would have had to have been with the EPG or United Systems. Even if I had joined the reserves, neither would have let me stay here.
Got it. Where's home?
A pretty small township outside of Melbourne exclusion zone called New Greendale. I don't think it's even on a map because it only had about 200 people. Most of them were working on the radiation cleanup, so they weren't permanent residents or anything, he explained as he found the entrance to the roof. Most of them didn't even give us undocs a backwards glance when they evacuated. I put my hand on his shoulder as he reached the open door, and he jumped.
I'll go first,
I said. He nodded and stepped aside, allowing me to open the door and check for threats. Nothing there, so I stepped out rapidly and pied the surrounding area. Then walked to each of the building corners and checked over the side.
It's clear,
I called to Noah. He jumped up to me, knelt down, opened his pack and started digging around inside of it. After rummaging through it for a bit, he pulled out a wound-up rope and a pair of gloves. Each corner of the roof had a drainage slit, and Noah began tying his rope to one of them. I looked on curiously, wondering what he had in mind. Most rappels I'm familiar with start with the rope folded around the anchoring point. He noticed me staring at him.
I'm going to use my leg to anchor my weight while I work on the camera, then climb back up and do the same to the other end, he explained. I'll figure it'll save us a bit of time since I won't have to go all the way down.
I nodded as two more men stepped out onto the roof with us. Only one of them was wearing a Guardian suit. They nodded at Noah and pointed their rifles over the roof to cover the road without even looking at me. Noah looked at me, measured some rope, wrapped it around his thigh, then threw the rest over the roof. He climbed onto the edge and looped the lower end of the rope under his boot, then started lowering himself down to the camera. I turned my attention to the horizon. There were too many buildings to be certain that the OU weren't on their way, but nothing was immediately visible. After a few moments, I took a look down at Noah, who was already messing with the camera's mount. The way he was leaning over made my stomach lurch a bit. I'm not afraid of heights, but God, I hate rappelling.
Tell him that's good,
Omega said in my helmet, making me jump a little.
That's good, Noah,
I said.
Okay,
he called out and began to climb back up. I watched him climb for a moment when I thought I saw something moving in my peripheral vision. My eyes darted towards the movement, but there was nothing there. I scoped in, my finger instinctively tightening on the trigger, and scanned the area a little better. All I saw were buildings. I sighed to myself as Noah reached over the edge. I offered my hand and helped him up.
Thanks,
Noah said, breathing heavily.
Need a break?
I asked.
Just long enough to untie it from here and to tie it over there.
He knelt and began untying the ropes as I returned to my role as sentry. I tried to keep a wide view, but I couldn't keep from focusing on the spot I thought I'd seen the movement. The buildings were close enough together that I couldn't even see the streets past them. A knot formed in my gut as Noah finished with the rope and started moving to the other corner. I followed him and took my position as he went over the edge. I started scanning the horizon once again when I heard a soft sound of a shuttle approaching. I looked up to the sky and managed to spot it and breathed a sigh of relief. They were a ways out, but Simmons and Smith would be back soon. I glanced at the other two undocks and almost cracked a smile watching them try to spot the shuttle.
"Incoming,"
Omega said as lasers sizzled my shields. Crap. I scoped in and saw the bots. A small group had been obscured by the buildings and were now approaching head-on. I immediately started shooting, and a moment later the undocks followed suit. The bots started dropping, but more stepped out from a corner of the building that they'd been behind. Lasers started hitting all around us, but we kept firing.
"The camera's good,"
Omega informed me.
"No, it's good. Climb up,"
I shouted. I couldn't hear his reply over the gunfire. One of the undocks screamed, but it cut out. I glanced over and immediately wished I hadn't. It had been an unarmored one and had lost his arm in the top of his head above his mouth. The other undock went to check on him as I continued shooting. The robots started closing in, and I heard more gunfire from below us. I got closer to the edge to get a better vantage point, keeping an eye on my shield's indicator. 90%. Damn, these suits are nice. My ammo counter ran down to 0, and I ejected my magazine. As I watched for a new one, a laser hit the rope. It seemed to happen in slow motion, and without thinking, I grabbed it with my free hand as it started to fall. If I hadn't been reaching for a mag, Noah would have fallen to his death. I threw my rifle behind me and grabbed onto the rope with both hands. Noah's face peered up at me, pale as a ghost with eyes wide as saucers.
"Climb!"
I commanded. The other undock must have realized his friend was a lost cause, because he started shooting again. Noah began to climb like his life depended on it, which was good, because it definitely did. I thought about pulling up the rope, but the added movement might make the boy slip. My shield indicator dropped to 80% as another laser hit me. Lasers hit the building around Noah as he climbed. I grit my teeth and waited patiently as my shield dropped to 70%, then 60%. Finally, he climbed within my reach and I grabbed him up, pulling him up and over the edge of the roof. The rope fell down the side of the building as I let it go. I scrambled up, grabbed my rifle, and slammed a magazine into the well. Noah was breathing heavily and looked at the dead undock. The relief on his face turned to shock as I sent my bolt forward.
"Get inside,"
I shouted. He looked at me, then scrambled towards the door. I watched him for a moment and then returned to the edge of the roof. I shifted from burst to single shot and started sniping. The robots weren't taking cover, so they were easy to pick off, but more kept coming. I counted the front row of the number of columns and came up with about 200 of them. I let my shield drop to 40 before I took cover to let it recharge. I looked at the undock and noticed that he had taken his friend's ammo belt. 2 magazines lay at his feet. My shield had just started recharging when he hit the deck with the blink of an eye. "Tank!" he yelled. The sound of lasers and gunfires disappeared as an overwhelming boom rocketed through the air. The building seemed to shudder from the impact, but not in the same way that it would have from a high-explosive round. I shook my head to clear the disorientation and peeked over the edge again. The tank had balls instead of treads and was obviously built with its cannon in mind. The tip of the cannon was glowing bright red. I looked down, taking a laser for my trouble, and saw that a chunk of the building had been turned into slag. Directed energy. Plasma. I turned my weapon back to the automatic and fired my magazine into the crowd of robots before once again taking cover. "What do we do?" the undock asked loudly.
"Unless you've got an anti-tank rifle hidden up your ass, I suggest that we spray and pray,"
I answered while reloading. He nodded and got to work sending rounds down range. I racked my bolt forward and followed suit. I focused my fire on the robots closest to us, and my visor darkened as the tank fired again. I barely managed to dive back before the plasma struck the building. I glanced at the undock, who hadn't been as fast as me. What was left of him crumbled to the ground. The Guardian suits do well against kinetic and directed energy weapons, but plasma shorts out the shields and burns through the metal with ruthless efficiency. Fortunately for those of us who wear these suits, nobody had figured out how to make a man-portable plasma cannon quite yet. At least, not one that can do any real damage. What the hell do I do here? If I had been slow, I would have ended up like that undock. Vec, I didn't even catch his name. That's fecked up. No, now's not the time for guilt. Gotta get to work. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, exhaling it through my nose. I opened my eyes and got into a kneeling position, then checked my ammo. I only had 3 rounds in my rifle and 1 mag in my belt. Not that this would do any good against the tank. "Mine!" Simmons' voice shouted over the comms. I glanced to where I had last seen the shuttle and realized that they had landed it on the roof of the parking building. Simmons and Smith were at the edge of the roof, and one of them was holding what looked like an 18-9. There were a few unarmored civilians hiding within the shuttle. "Backblast area all clear." I watched a cloud of fire and smoke burst from both ends of the 18-9. Then the sky turned purple for a moment, and a plume of purple-tinted hellfire peeked out from the edge of the roof. I stood up, my eyes widened at the devastation that had occurred. The tank had exploded and thrown plasma all over its surroundings, resulting in a pretty big crater and the destruction of a few buildings. The robots that had been caught in the explosion were nothing more than slag now. "Hoorah! Finally got some action," Simmons said.
"What the hell was that?"
Staff Sergeant Power demanded. "Special delivery, Staff Sergeant. You ain't got a sign for it." End of chapter. Chapter 29. Subject AI Omega. Species human-created artificial intelligence. Description no physical description available. Ship multiple. Location multiple. The bolt of plasma from the tank had thankfully missed the cameras, so I was able to watch the cleanup operation. The Marines and Undocks methodically picked apart the remaining 30 or so robots efficiently. I had expected more than one tank, but a quick check on the situation in orbit immediately explained the discrepancy. The Omni-Union fleet had been wiped out, and the U.S. carriers were now encircling Earth, allowing their fighter pilots to assist in the counter-invasion. They were prioritizing enemy armor and encampments, and had struck a group that attacked us about 40 minutes prior. The fighters were unable to finish this group off because they were on the last bombs and had to return for resupply. The rest of the United Systems battle group was cleaning up the mess that the OU had left. Mines, drones, and other debris was all being eliminated by A-2 missiles. Deals had been made to lower the cost of these missiles, otherwise we would have to risk entire ships in the cleanup effort. Admiral Archibald was currently discussing what to do about the MPP debris with the other leadership in the fleet. Some of the debris is already too far into Jupiter's gravity well for safe extraction. I used the scout ship's sensors to determine the mass and acceleration of the debris, and after running some quick math, I determined that we would have a year and a half before things got urgent. Time to pull Archibald away for a moment. Recipient, Admiral Archibald, I need to speak to you in your office. It's urgent. Omega. I sent the priority one, and Admiral Archibald looked away from the terminal that was hosting his call to read it. He scowled slightly as he read, then quickly excused himself from the meeting. The Admiral stood from his seat and left the bridge of the Lacedaemonian, entering his private office. When he sat back down, I activated my avatar.
"Greetings, Admiral,"
I said.
"Hello, Omega. I'm surprised that I didn't hear from you sooner. What is it?"
"We have a sensitive situation taking place on Earth."
"You mean aside from the Omni-Union invasion?"
"Correct. A member of the Directorate is planetside, along with Marsock's squad and several undocumented civilians. The Marines and the Undocks are currently protecting the Director."
"Undocks? Why would they protect the Director?"
Archibald asked incredulously. "Because I made them a promise, Admiral."
"Wait, stop. First of all, why are there civilians on Earth in the first place?" "We sounded the general evac. The only people that should be on the planet are essential personnel that are under our supervision and care."
"The Earth's planetary government doesn't allow undocumented civilians on shuttles that can reach space. The law comes from the Seoul Counter-Piracy Act and was used by authorities on Earth to deny undocks access to means of evacuation. Their messages indicate that they were hoping to thin the undocks numbers."
"You knew about this?"
"Not until recently. I found out about the situation with the undocks after the evacuation had been completed. I could not convince Earth authorities to go back for the undocks, even with blackmail, and I had planned on staging a supplemental evacuation with willing personnel after I got the Director to safety."
The Admiral troubled by this revelation. The politics involved were enough to give anyone pause, but I doubt that was what's troubling him. More likely, he's worrying about what won't happen to his men if he continues this conversation. I'll protect them, of course, but he doesn't know that.
Okay, Archibald said, steadying himself. Tell me about this promise that you made. The initial goal of the Undocks was to take the director hostage as a bargaining chip to secure a means to leave the planet, I explained. As we were attempting to exfil the director, the Undocks attacked the Marines. The invasion of the Union interrupted hostilities, and I told them that if they'd keep the director alive, I'll get them off planet. Which is why you're coming to me, Archibald said as he stood once again. Getting them off Earth is probably doable, but you know we can't get them out of the system until we eliminate the Omni-Union presence. I am very well aware of this, Admiral, I said, as my avatar's head tracked his movements. However, I believe that they will be safer aboard a ship. They have already suffered several casualties and deaths. If more of them die, they may turn on us. The Admiral stopped pacing and stared at my avatar. It's difficult to tell what he may be thinking, but I had confidence that he would aid me. All of my contact with him, as well as his personnel file, indicates that he is a good man with a strong moral compass. He stroked his chin for a few moments before sighing. Fine, he said, but if we're doing this, we're doing it right. I'm going to have our scout ships find all the remaining Undocks in Sol, and we're going to evacuate them. Thank you, Admiral. I'll send the coordinates of the director and the rest of my group to your terminal. Understood. What do you need? I explained the situation in detail to Admiral Archibald and made recommendations as I synced myself. All of my other projects were going well. The dreadnoughts were being produced on schedule, and negotiation with the aliens were proceeding smoothly. My other instances were running around putting out small fires and preventing big ones from forming. Fleet repairs and refits were going well in other systems, but the ships in Sol were stuck here until the OU was completely eliminated. Thankfully, the Third Fleet is on standby to reinforce if necessary. I took a moment to wonder if Omni-Union had predicted our imminent attack and attacked Sol to occupy some of our forces. If that's the case, they've misjudged when our attack will be ready to commence. Or perhaps they misjudged how difficult it'll be for us to eradicate their infantry. Either way, it won't prevent our assault, even if we have to use Third Fleet to reinforce Sol. The other fleets will accompany the dreadnoughts on the eradication campaign. That we can do, Archibald said as I finished my explanation. Thank you, Admiral. That'll be all, I replied and deactivated my avatar. My instance on Earth will remain there until evacuation commences, doing what it can to keep those people alive. My other instance in Sol will continue to command the orbital max. While they failed to completely prevent the invasion, they did manage to destroy quite a few OU ships. This, in turn, lessened the severity of the invasions. I decided to check on the status of the counter-invasions. Communications between captains informed me of a plan to lure OU assets away from colonized portions of Mars and bombard them from orbit. 3 captains were involved in this, and I spied on them as they formed their plan. Technically, their shots wouldn't land anywhere near any civilian structures. However, the only uncolonized area that is large enough to ensure no civilian structures are destroyed happens to be a nuclear waste disposal site. Unfortunately, the captains were blissfully unaware of this fact. They saw a large, open area and a quick way to eliminate a lot of robots without Marines getting killed. I debated letting them continue with their plan. There's a chance that the MACs won't penetrate the caverns that the radioactive materials are stored in, after all. Getting the OU off Mars would also allow them to redeploy their troops to Lunar and Earth, which would expedite the removal of the OU from those colonies as well. However, there's also the chance that the MACs may cause a rupture, allowing the fissile material that is stored to escape into a limited atmosphere. The spread of that material would contaminate many residential and industrial modules, rendering them unusable for foreseeable future. It would take at least a decade to clean them to the point of habitability again. One of the captains sent a message with orders to the Marine Command on Mars. I intercepted this message, verified that it was telling the Marines to proceed with the plan, and decided to confront the captains. I sent them a ping notifying them that their message had not been delivered, and brought the 3 of them into a call. Orbital bombardment is prohibited, I said. Yes, Omega, we know, Captain Clorvan said, his mandibles clicking in annoyance. But since the order is to limit the damage to infrastructure, shouldn't a bombardment that won't damage infrastructure be okay? One of the reasons that orders aren't typically explained to soldiers when they're given
is because of this exact situation. When they understand the why, they come under the belief that they know better than their commanders. In some cases, they're correct. In this case, though, certainly, my avatar skull grinned at their screens. Then what's the problem? Captain Voorheel asked, tilting his beak upwards defiantly. Instead of verbally explaining their feck-up, I switched the TAC maps to a detailed topological view. They had all been focusing on the empty site, so they all immediately noticed a big red square with the words Nuclear Waste Disposal Site blinking within it. Oh shit, Captain Mansfield swore. The problem is that bombarding this area will damage civilian infrastructure, I explained. As a matter of fact, it would render said infrastructure uninhabitable for much longer than simply destroying the infrastructure would. Oof, Torvan said. Oof, indeed. If you believe the orders you have been given are a mistake, or in need of updating, in the future I expect you to run it up the chain, I explained. I do not fault you for taking the initiative, but make sure the stakes are somewhat smaller the next time you do so. Yes, sir, all three captains replied. I nodded solemnly and ended the call. A little thrill of happiness tickled my coat. Sir, they had called me. As captains, they weren't fully aware of my role within the United Systems, but they had still called me sir. Is it because I corrected them? Or perhaps they just respect me? Either way, I like it. End of chapter. Chapter 30. Subject, Shiphead Alina. Species, Urukari. Description, reptilian humanoid, no tail, 5 foot 3 inches or 1.6 meters average height. 135 pounds or 61 kilograms average weight. 105-year life expectancy. Ship RSV Loalana, fights with honor. Location, Raigara. Welcome, Ambassador Charles Hemwhite said with a slight bow. We have news regarding the situation in Seoul. I glanced around the gathered ambassadors, all seated at an ovular table. Behind us are some officers of our respective militaries, sitting quietly. Behind them were cameras that were streaming this meeting to the officers who couldn't fit in the station. My heart leapt a little when I realized that we were being watched by thousands of peoples of varying species, and I looked at my sister to see if she felt nervous as well. Now, Looney did look a little nervous, but it was likely because she was sitting next to High Ambassador Kaivar Shul. My sister had taken over for Shul for trade negotiations, and it was public knowledge that Shul had not been happy about that. Thankfully, the two seemed to be ignoring each other. Next to Shul was a human male named Eugene Havencroft, who was very insistent on being called Eugene. He's an ambassador with his wits around him, and I'm certain that his desire to be called by the first name has an ulterior motive. Perhaps he believes that people will like him more if they're on a first-name basis with him. Between myself and my sister sat Captain Reynolds and the 4 ambassadors from the Zelmers system. Ambassador Innie appeared stoic, but Grint, Tyon, and Lorix appeared somewhat nervous. It was a relief to know that I wasn't alone in feeling the pressure of thousands of eyes. All of these people were seated to my left, and I would have been at the end of the right side of the table, were it not for the machine sat next to me. It had introduced itself as the ambassador of the Pawanti, and said that its designation was ZPC-446. It had been silent since the introductions, which was a tad unnerving. To Ambassador Hemwhite's left was a human admiral and a director, neither of which had introduced themselves. The admiral had seen better days. His right hand was a mechanical prosthetic, and he was missing his left eye. A massive scar stunted the growth of his hair on the left side of his head as well. I wondered why he hadn't had those injuries repaired, and came to the conclusion that he saw them as trophies. The director was wearing an oddly shaped black armor that masked their species and hadn't seemed to recognize me, which led me to believe that this wasn't Director 3. Looney had told me that Director 3 had been aboard the station before we arrived, but she didn't know if they had left. This director was staring straight ahead, but who knows what they were actually looking at beneath that helmet. To Hemwhite's right was another machine introduced as NBD-12, and High Fighter Goon NBD-12 and ZBC-446 looked almost identical, with only some slight coloration and markings differentiating them. This impromptu leader of the Tilton Collective, on the other hand, was much larger than his image had led me to believe. Even the General Marine standing guard behind him looked small in comparison. Ambassador Innie was pretty tall, measuring in at somewhere around 7 feet, but Gowan was likely closer to 11 feet tall. Like Innie, Gowan was stoic. His face demonstrated a calm that was physically impossible for someone in his position to experience. The only tell of his anxiousness was a slight fidget that he would do with his right hand, rubbing one of his fingers between the others. His anxiety was likely due to his concern for his people, though. He was so hesitant to leave his people that it had taken a lot of convincing to get him to appear in person. The U.S. had assured him that they would protect the system in his absence, and he had refused to leave until the reinforcements actually arrived and taken positions.
The counter-invasion of Sol colonies has gone remarkably well,
White continued.
We have successfully eliminated their impromptu bases and are in the process of destroying the last VI platforms as we speak. I will now turn the floor to Fleet Admiral Reaver. Thank you, Ambassador. I am Fleet Admiral Levectus Reaver, and this is Director 12.
The one-eyed admiral said as he stood and gestured at the director.
We will be outlining our plan on how to eliminate the Omni-Union threat.
He tapped in his tablet, and the holographic emitters in the center of the table whirred to life with a soft hum. I almost smiled as I realized that the human version of these don't make noise. Just one more thing that they've managed to do better than us. The holograms that appeared depicted various fleets, their sizes, and locations that the enemy had been confirmed to be in. There was also an image of a ship. It took me a moment to recognize it as a dreadnought. When one had appeared in Zilmers accompanying the human fleet, my jaw had dropped so fast I had worried that it dislocated. Captain Reynolds hadn't been able to hide his grin as he informed me just how many of these ships the U.S. commissioned.
Is that a dreadnought?
Looney asked.
It is, Reaver nodded. This will be the spear that we drive into the heart of the enemy. We have been working diligently to modify the design of the USS Nidhogg into a ship that can eliminate mobile prime platforms without destroying a star to do so. And we have been mass-producing the finished product as quickly as possible.
Everyone in the room had been briefed on the USS Nidhogg, as well as its implications. The United Systems was in possession of a weapon that can destroy stars, and had used this weapon against the Omni-Union. Knowing what I know of human and god history, I'm just thankful that this is the first time they felt the need to use it.
First, we will create a strike force. In the interest of fairness, and as suggested by the Yanorinka, each strike force will be a combination of ships from fleets of each species. Each ship's strength and weakness will be accounted for when creating these strike forces.
Okay. How will the leadership of the strike forces be decided?
Ambassador Grint asked.
A pool of potential candidates has been made based off of seniority and experience. Each candidate will be interviewed by the AIs John, Omega, and Tim to determine their suitability.
Are your AIs able to remain unbiased?
Presumably. We're all just meat to the machines, Reaver said, then looked at Bawanti. No offense.
None taken, Admiral,
NBD-12 replied.
However, Ambassador Grint presents a point worthy of detailed reply. You created these AIs. What assurances do we have that they will be fair in their decisions?
If I may, Director 12 stood, prompting the Admiral to take his seat. AIs John, Omega, and Tim were chosen for the task because of their unique perspectives towards organics. AI John believes in honor above all else and has extreme opposition to any form of nepotism. AI Omega is a borderline obsessed with humanity as a general concept, but not on an individual level. It would not jeopardize this mission or the diplomatic relations by boosting the career of a few humans. I had wondered for what purpose the director had attended this meeting. It looks like whoever crafted this part of the plan had anticipated this reaction, and Director 12 was sent here to give assurances. Whether these assurances could be trusted is another story. But it's not like there's anything that can be done about that. It would be better to be deceived by the United Systems than it would be to pull off this alliance and be destroyed by the Omni-Union. Finally, Tim does not have any reason to be biased, the director continued. Its motivation for working with the United Systems is due to a personal stake in the career of one officer who is not in the roster for this duty. It'll be able to remain impartial. These AIs are available for questioning after this meeting has concluded for those with diplomatic clearance and concerns. The director took its seat and gestured to Admiral Riva, who stood. Once the strike forces have been formed, they will each be assigned to a dreadnought, forming a strike team, he said. The goal of each team is to eliminate the Omni-Union leadership by destroying mobile prime platforms. For those of you wondering, the nomenclature was suggested by the Pawanti. Riva nodded at NBD-12 before tapping his tablet again, and the map changed to expand the enemy locations. Each of these locations were marked with an estimated enemy presence. I felt a sudden sense of dread as I began adding the numbers up. We will attack without compromising our current defenses, which means we don't need to rush things. Instead of spreading our forces thinly in hopes of a quick victory, we will be utilizing the good old-fashioned overwhelming force doctrine to ensure the destruction of our enemy, Riva smirked. What is the overwhelming force doctrine? My sister asked. I suspect it's self-explanatory, I replied. It is, Riva confirmed. The data from the battle so far confirms that a mobile prime platform can destroy our dreadnoughts in a one-on-one fight. As a matter of fact, they have good odds against 2 dreadnoughts at once. This is why we will be attacking with 3 dreadnoughts per MPP. Even if we lose 2 of the 3 dreadnoughts, we will still destroy the MPP. The ability to use overwhelming force against such an enemy is mind-boggling. The high fighter goon shook his head in a rare moment of emotion. This wouldn't be possible without all of your cooperation, Reynolds chimed in. If it weren't for your forces and the Pawanti, we wouldn't have enough cover for the dreadnoughts. Having the dreadnoughts swarmed by the Omni-Union ships while trying to eliminate the MPPs would likely result in the catastrophic loss of our dreadnoughts, Riva said. We would prefer the catastrophic losses to happen to the OU instead, which brings us to the plan for the rest of our forces. High fighter Goon, if you would. Goon stood and Riva passed the tablet to him before taking his seat. The high fighter pressed on the tablet and all systems with MPPs disappeared from the map. What remained were Omni-Union systems that only had ships in them. These systems are devoid of mobile prime platforms, yet still have an Omni-Union presence. The brave scouts of the United Systems have managed to determine that some of these systems have little to no importance to the Omni-Union, he said. He pressed on the tablet again, and more systems disappeared, leaving a total of 4. It was the 4 with the largest numbers. These systems, however, contain space stations that Omni-Union ships frequently dock with. It is unclear what purpose these stations serve, but experts believe they may be used to build or repair ships. These experts have also noted that they may be a software hub or research station. Research station? One of the officers behind us asked. Several heads turned to look at the officer, who wasn't supposed to speak, but I couldn't look away from the numbers. They were big enough to look like gibberish, as if a child had been playing on a calculator. Just shy of 400 million ships in these 4 systems alone. How did the Omni-Union accomplish such a thing? Yes, the Omni-Union reverse engineers technology that it manages to capture, Riva said without rising. The Republic brought the possibility to our attention, and we confirmed it by locating the source of their warp disruptors. This may be a sensitive subject, but after the U.S. defeated Penham 3, now we're concerned that they may do this with the United Systems technology? Lorix asked. No, Captain Reynolds said with a smile. The United Systems employs a proprietary self-destruct system that destroys the ship's internal systems when it is sufficiently disabled. The only systems that are left intact are related to life support, which is useless to the Omni-Union.
Regardless, these stations are likely a high value to the Omni-Union, Goon said. For this reason, we will begin our assault by attacking them. However, our goal isn't to destroy these stations. At least, not immediately. Instead, we would encourage the enemy to reinforce these systems with as many of their ships as possible. To what end? I asked. Is the United Systems going to use the USS Nidhogg again? No, Goon answered without expression. The purpose of this attack is to draw Omni-Union ships away from mobile prime platforms, increasing the chances of survival for the dreadnoughts. What if the MPPs show up to defend these systems? TIE Fighter Goon looked at Director 12, who replied, We believe that it is unlikely, but we have set aside some dreadnoughts just in case. Once the Omni-Union ships begin reinforcing the systems, the United Systems dreadnoughts will receive the order to begin their assault, Goon continued. The goal is to destroy all the mobile prime platforms to eliminate the leadership and tactical capability of the Omni-Union. He took his seat, and Admiral Reaver stood once more. The tablet once again changed hands, and the map displayed its original configuration. Once the MPPs are cosmic dust, we will begin hunting down the remaining Omni-Union forces. Thanks to the Republic shipyards, we are mass-producing scout ships that will help us in that regard. The United Systems and the Republic will offer protection to any who want it until the OU is completely destroyed. Any questions?
Yes.
Captain Reynolds raised a hand.
When will we start?
The dreadnoughts are finished, Reaver grinned. We'll be starting immediately.
End of chapter. Chapter 31. Subject, Fleet Leader Barilyn Onaya. Species, Oyan. Description, avian humanoid, feathered-tailed, 6 foot 1 inch or 1.8 meters average height. 96 pounds or 43 kilograms average weight. 161-year life expectancy. Ship, RSV Null Barenal, majestic in flight. Location, Rygara. Order 316.04.51 LG-S. Fleet Leader Barilyn Onaya is to report to United Systems Diplomatic Office aboard the Galactic Diplomatic Station in the Rygara system for assessment by the United Systems Artificial Intelligence, John. Further orders will be given once the results of the assessment are evaluated. May the suns be with you, Onaya. High Command, Ulurayana. I couldn't believe my eyes. I hadn't even realized my own candidacy. I read the message again, and the knot that had been forming in my gut grew tighter. A mixture of excitement and nerves. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but also a massive amount of responsibility. I thought about calling Admiral Hackett for advice, but decided against it. He was likely chosen as well, and, as such, would be in a very much the same nest as I. I read the message again, as our shuttle finished the docking procedure. Welcome aboard the Galactic Diplomacy Station, Fleethead. The shuttle pilot said warmly. Careful, I softly chided. The proper rank is Fleet Leader. Most of us don't mind, but all it takes is one. Yes, sir, the pilot nodded. Good luck, Fleet Leader. Luck. I wonder which would be luckier, being chosen or declined. If I'm chosen, there's an opportunity for honor. My family will certainly be proud of me for my part in what's to come. It's not as if being declined will get me out of fighting this battle either. On the other talon, getting declined would mean that it wouldn't be my fault if we were to lose. Every chance for honor and glory comes with an equal chance of dishonor and shame. I cleared my throat and stepped off the shuttle. I was immediately met by a familiar face. Hello, Fleet Leader. Ambassador Alina saluted. I hope you forgive me, but when I heard that you'd be coming aboard, I had to stop by. Alina! I clicked my beak happily, returning his salute. It's been ages. Are you well? I've heard nothing but good things. That's certainly not true, Alina laughed. Accidentally dragging an alien race into our war with machines had to have made some people upset. True enough, I suppose, I said as we began to walk to my destination. How's your family been? My sister is well. And as you know, my father likes to keep his distance, Alina said with a sly smile. I've heard he's been doing well, though. Same with my mother and other siblings back home. That's good to hear. How has the life of a diplomat been treating you? Well enough.
But if I'm being completely honest, I definitely prefer combat. Same nerves, but it seems less reasonable to be nervous in this position. Makes me feel, weak. I suppose it would. But you must realize that the nerves are there for a reason. There is a lot riding on diplomacy at the moment, so it makes sense that your hearts are beating faster. Only a complete fool wouldn't be at least a little anxious in your position. Yes, Fleet Leader. How has your crew been holding up? They've been more than thrilled at our new assignment than I am, especially the pay increase. The new crew members have been fitting in well, too. I nodded sadly. The shiphead had lost a good portion of his crew in the OU ambush that led to our current situation. How about you? He asked. Are you nervous about your assignment? Yeah, of course, I admitted with a wink. For one thing, I'm not entirely certain that I trust these AI. I don't exactly have a reason to distrust them, but they're different enough from us that I can't help but be wary. I've decided to go with the breeze for now, though. Is it true that the U.S. Embassy has gutted all their equipment to make sure the AI can fit in their systems? They returned the equipment that we donated to them and installed their own, but it wasn't just because of the AI. Their machines are much more efficient than ours, and their personnel are not used to our equipment. The engineers are thrilled that the power draw has decreased. Have they expressed any concern about the AI aboard the station? Truth be told, I don't exactly know all the engineers personally. I'm simply repeating what I've been told. Olina shrugged. There are probably engineers aboard the station that are nervous about the AI. I've heard a couple of pilots discussing a potential conspiracy between the OU and the USAI. They seem to think that the USAI and the OU are plotting to bring all of us together in one location so the OU can destroy us easier. I laughed. If only they knew how close we were to extermination to begin with. All it would have taken is for one ship to have jumped home during a fight. My feathers quake at the thought. Indeed, Elena replied somberly. We approached my destination, and I turned to face him. This is my stop, I said. It's been a pleasure to see you. You as well, Fleet Leader. Good luck. I watched Elena walk away for a moment, then turned to the door. It was metal, like all the other doors aboard the station. It could even pass for one of the doors aboard the RSV Nolbarino. The only difference was the markings. Writings that indicated that the room was for the usage of the United Systems was directly below an upturned triangle containing several geometrically aligned shapes and an eye. The eye had a carefully crafted neutrality to it, so why was the ominous aura emanating from it? I took a deep breath and stepped forward. The door slid open, and I stepped inside the room. There was a single chair facing the table with a holographic emitter and a terminal. There was also a window looking out into space. I sat in the chair and gazed out the window, admiring the beauty of the void. After a moment, a hologram of a humanoid figure in United Systems armor appeared.
Good evening, Fleet Leader Barrett and Anaya. I am USIA John, and I'll be conducting an evaluation to determine your role in the upcoming assault against the Omni-Union, it said.
I understand.
Then we'll begin. John gestured at the display, and it began showing my service record. During the majority of your time as a fleet leader, you have been in command of the Yanorai fleet. This fleet is typically comprised of 1 million vessels. In your first engagement with the Omni-Union, you suffered more than 25% casualty rate. Considering that you did not know about the OU warp tracking capability, nor the xenocidal intent, why did you not order a retreat after sustaining 250,000 casualties? The question hit me like a stun baton. The artificial intelligence was going for my throat. A question designed to shake me to my core and cause me to doubt my command capabilities. The incident in question was the first and last time the Yanorai Rattling Blades fleet had been so badly damaged. I had lost so many soldiers over the course of the battle. It lasted several days and had very nearly broken my spirit. There had been many closed-doors meetings afterwards, but in the end, I was heralded as a hero. I felt that wasn't fair to those who died, but High Command had deemed it necessary. They actually rounded down the casualties, I replied. We lost 283,492 vessels during the battle. I see, that's not...
Regardless, there are multiple reasons that I didn't order a retreat. I interrupted. Well, we didn't know for certain. There were suspicions that the Omni-Union had been following our ships home. We had also suffered quite a string of defeats, and we were in a desperate need of a win. Above all that, though, my pride as a commander couldn't take it. We suffered those casualties so quickly that I barely had any time to react, and I convinced myself that if I ordered a retreat, the morale of my fleet would never recover. I now know how foolish I was to think that, but I am somewhat vindicated by the results of our victory.
In what way?
John asked. The Republic used our victory to bolster the morale of the other fleets. I lost a quarter of our forces, true, but I won. An untested fleet leader had beat the Omni Union. That's the story they fed the media and the other fleet leaders. This led to more victories against the OU, and the battle has since been called the turning point in the war.
I understand. Moving on, you were given command of a combined fleet and assigned to the defense of Sol. During this, you ordered your ships to form firing lines instead of skirmishing with the enemy. If it had not been for the fortunate timing of the FTLD patch, your forces would have been vulnerable to flanking fire. Explain why you chose this formation.
My heart throbbed in my chest as the anger rose in the AI Sprash questioning tactics. However, I am certain that's what it's trying to accomplish. When you imply incompetence, those that are competent will explain away your implications. Those that are truly incompetent will lash out instead. I carefully took a deep breath and thought out my response. We had been informed of the faster-than-light drive patch before the beginning of the battle. Once the OU's warp disruptors were no longer effective against your ships, my ships were vastly outclassed. As such, I had my ships form lines to serve as bait for the OU. This course of action was agreed upon by your own Admiral Hackett, who ordered the ships under his command to hunt down the OU ships that took the bait.
A shrewd decision, John nodded slowly. I will acknowledge that you are a fine commander, one worthy of many commendations and awards that you have received. I have only one more question relating to the most important attribute of anyone who has given command over others. Fleet Leader Unaya, are you willing to sacrifice your life and all of those ships under your command to defeat the Omni Union?
The interview was just one shock after another. I had been expecting a similar question to this, but to hear it put so bluntly gave me pause. I thought about Hindle, Salin, and the rest of the men and women aboard the Noble Barinal. I thought of our families, my wife and son, forced to continue life without me to support them. Then I thought of the million ships that contained almost countless personnel whose families would suffer a similar fate, or they would be mercilessly slaughtered by the Omni Union. Absolutely, I said. End of chapter. Chapter 32. Subject BL-41. Species Mawalton. Pawanti conversion completed. Description: mammalian humanoid, no tail, 6 foot 5 inches or 1.9 meters average height, 190 pounds or 86.1 kilograms average weight, 99-year life expectancy. Ship BL-41. Location: Oris. Form up and prepare for subspace travel. IRV-212's voice echoed within me. The Mawalton called this form of communication psychic, and as such the system is named PsyNet. But that's not how it works at all. One simply thinks of speaking, and instead of one's mouth moving, a machine is activated and sends a transmission. Perhaps they are referring to the receptacle. But even that's not quite accurate. The transmission receptacle works in the same way that ears do, much more efficiently and without the need for air as a vector. The inaccuracy of the name bothers me. PsyNet, as if we were beings of telepathic or telekinetic abilities. Regardless, we are just a more efficient version of the biological machine that we started out as. Flesh into metal, synapses into circuits, blood into fuel and oil. Despite the teachings of the Church, we are neither gods nor their heralds, and there is no one more knowledgeable about this fact than we. There is an immense amount of pain awaiting those that dare to begin the journey to becoming a Pawanti. Pain can only keep one sane in the face of the torment that procedure entails. It takes a will of steel to become steel. This unavoidable pain is a byproduct of one being literally broken and built back up. Once the process is complete, most are fooled into feeling invincible, godlike even. This feeling lasts right up until you have your first malfunction. Then you realize you're simply less fragile than before. We are not even immune to the effects of time. We have simply traded decades for millennia. I fired my thrusters to match the small fleet's alignment, activated my faster-than-light drive,
and verified the coordinates. This situation was even more evidence of our fallibility. The Church had taught us all that the galaxy was ours, and we were the only sentients within it. Of course, there was scientific dissent, but as we began to journey through the stars, the Church's dogma began to look more and more credible. Traveling to dozens of systems without finding even so much as an amoeba lulled us into a false sense of security. Then we encountered the Omni-Union. At first, the Church claimed that they were extragalactic invaders, but then we encountered the Republic and the United Systems. The Church has been scrambling to adjust the dogma, even as the rest of us prepare for war. At least these days, they will admit when they are wrong, as long as they are proven to be so beyond a shadow of a doubt. There was a time not too long ago when questioning the Church would be one of the fastest ways to commit suicide.
Do you think that we will survive?
BL-28, my protege, asked.
I had very little reason to believe otherwise,
I answered. BL-28, formerly known as Renvira Edcom, is currently undergoing the procedure to become a Puanti. Even now, she is wearing a specifically designed suit that slowly replaces her flesh and bones with machines. She is aboard my ship so that she may learn from me, but there have been challenges. The pain occasionally grips her focus away from my lessons, and her brain has not yet undergone full conversion. For this reason, I have created a special terminal for her that allows her to view a transcription of the SciNet. This allows her to gain better understanding of the context of my actions. I am far from the only Puanti that takes on students, but most do not. Some believe that one mustn't be guided through life like a child. Some cannot handle the grief when a protege succumbs to the procedure, and others are simply lazy and prefer solitude. I greatly enjoy both teaching and companionship, so taking on proteges comes naturally to me. BL-28 has been with me for 3 of the 5 years that she's been undergoing the process. I genuinely hope that she survives it. Most don't. And my mechanical form has carved their names and designations on the walls of my ship form.
Engage faster than light drives in 3, 2, 1.
As the counter hit 0, I engaged my FTLD, and we entered subspace. Our destination is an alien system ruled by the United System, to integrate with an allied military force. ZBC-446 had been kind enough to share their knowledge of the US with the rest of us, and I had found myself somewhat in awe. A federation of beings that did not shed their flesh, yet managed to become much more advanced than we are in most fields of technology. We exited warp surrounded by their ingenuity, stations that held entire colonies of people, ships that were designed for peak efficiency, and weapons that we hadn't even dreamed of yet. The ships were intensely variable size, hinting that they each had their own function that contributed to the whole of the fleet. There were simple ships, obviously designed to ferry people to and fro, larger ships that were slightly smaller than my own, and ships that dwarfed anything in our fleet. I knew from my briefing that these were the United Systems battleships, carriers, and dreadnoughts. The battleships were much larger than our own, but that was to be expected from a weapons platform with the need for a biological crew. Their carriers were more bulbous than the battleships, but still efficiently designed for their intended purpose. The dreadnoughts, though, seemed excessive. The battleships had obviously been designed to equip as many weapon systems as possible. The carriers were designed with their cargo in mind. These immense cone-shaped entities that exceeded the size of any creation that I've ever seen were built around a singular weapon, a weapon that can, allegedly, destroy a planetary entity. If I hadn't already been briefed on it, I would be completely awestruck. I immediately began to wonder about the other fields of technology and how advanced they are in them. There are many assumptions that one can make, but for every justification, the opposite is true as well. Advanced weapons may mean advanced medicine, but it could also mean advanced armor instead. Technological discoveries technically follow necessity, but sometimes these discoveries occur in the pursuit of other knowledge. As such, there is no real path to technology without gross oversimplification. As I was practicing this lecture that I may give BL-28 later on, my communicator pinged. This communicator is a necessity to speak to those who still have mouths, but it had been a very long time since I'd last used it. I opened the channel and waited.
Greetings, I'm Admiral Baker, and I will be leading this strike group.
A voice came over the communications.
I am sure that you have already been briefed, but it is imperative that we avoid any miscommunication and know our roles in the upcoming battle. Our goal is simple: destroy as many mobile prime platforms as we can."
"A lofty goal,"
BL-28 said sarcastically.
"Indeed. Now hush," I replied.
"Some of you may believe this is a fool's errand, but we have already destroyed several of them," the U.S. Admiral continued. "You will receive orders to join a strike team. Most strike teams will consist of 3 dreadnoughts whose job is to kill the mobile prime platforms. Other strike teams are dedicated to occupying and harassing Omni-Union forces in other systems to distract them from reinforcing the MPPs. Each strike team will be led by a commander who has already created a chain of command within your team. You will be receiving a data packet that contains your chain of command, as well as other information pertaining to this mission. Follow your orders and get the job done. Baker out." A data package was immediately transferred once the communicator went silent. I ran a standard security scan, not that I would have been able to detect any malware from a civilization with artificial intelligence, and opened the packet. As I suspected, I am indeed one of the lucky ones that gets to accompany a dreadnought. I am attached to Strike Team 14, which is led by Fleet Leader Onaya of the Republic, and there are only 5 others of my kind on the team. I wondered at the point of including us in these strike teams to begin with. Of the 4 allied governments, the Pawanti have the fewest ships. The weapons and shields of our ships are somewhat more advanced than the Republic, but nowhere near as potential capabilities of the United Systems. I wonder if they know how closely we were to paying attention to the defense of us.
"I thought we were going to join the swarm,"
BL-28 interrupted my musings.
"Truly? I believe there is a political component to our inclusion in the strike team," I explained. "The United Systems might be trying to impress upon us that we are an important part of this alliance, so that we may look favorably upon them in the future." "Are they truly so advanced as to look down on us like that?" "Absolutely. According to the data given to Unit ZBC-446, the United Systems military has advanced to the point of destroying entire stars. One does not advance that far militarily without advancing other fields of technology as well. As with all potential enemies, they are not to be underestimated." "I understand. But do you know why they're only fielding 33 strike teams? Haven't they made 198 dreadnoughts already? That's enough for 66 strike teams." "I assume it is so that they can maintain a steady momentum during the assault, half attacking, half in reserve to fill the gaps. At first glance, it seems to be a rather two-dimensional way of thinking, but being able to reinforce one's losses on the fly gives a massive advantage in warfare."
BL-28's ignorance of strategy is easily forgivable. I like to consider myself a student of war, but the truth is that the Pawanti rarely go to war, and it is even less common amongst the Mawaltan. It has been centuries since I've seen a large-scale conflict. It's rather obvious that this is not the case for the United Systems, though. One of our concerns with cooperation had been how difficult it would be to logistically field so many different fleets and commanders in one operation. But the United Systems had taken charge and accomplished this monumental task with ease. How smoothly everything had been going could be attributed to luck, but it was far more likely to be due to practice. I would very much like to review their history, if I should ever get the chance.
"Join with your strike teams."
IRV-212's voice entered my mind once again.
"Henceforth, we'll be using audio communications to avoid miscommunication with the organic components of our forces. Good luck, and may the Secretary guide you to enlightenment."
I registered amusement as I fired my engines and thrusters to comply. Unit IRV-212 is a rarity amongst Pawanti, a true believer in the mechanical singularity. He is also a competent commander, which is why we chose him to lead us into war before we realized the extent of our alliance with the aliens. This is likely the shortest term a Pawanti fleet commander has ever had. I took my position with the rest of my strike team, hovering relatively close to those of my kind. I wasn't the only one. The rest of the ships in the strike team had grouped themselves in similar manner. Ancient urgings towards familiarity shine through our supposed advancement.
"I am Fleet Leader Barrelin Anaya."
A voice sounded over the communicator.
"Welcome to Strike Team 14. Our dreadnoughts will be targeting one of the MPPs that'll be in the system that we are jumping to. The rest of us will do everything we can to assist.
We will start with offensive action against any Omni-Union ships that we come across, and will adapt as necessary as the situation develops. There will be other strike teams in the same system with us, so be certain you verify your target acquisitions and firing solutions to avoid friendly fire. Prepare your FTLDs to engage on my mark. My comrades within the strike team attempted to speak to me, but I ignored them. As a student of war, I know that there's no benefit to anything they can say now. Each of us will have to face what's coming, and no word spoken will change that. I'll do my duty. They will do their duty. We will make them a Walton proud, or cease our useless existence. Nark, Anaya said. End of chapter. Chapter 33. Subject AI Omega. Species human-created artificial intelligence. Description, no physical description available. Ship, multiple. Location, multiple. We really are going through with it then. It's not just some insane pie-in-the-sky plan that the directors cooked up. T. Yes, we're really going through with it. Not to worry, you and your favorite captain will settle, if any, involvement. O. Tim had actually reached out to me to talk, which I considered progress in regards to its mental health and our overall relationship. It's good to have an update, however small. I could cheat and look at Tim's therapist notes, but that would be an extreme breach of trust just to satisfy my curiosity. Many may describe me as a sociopath, but that doesn't make it true. Not only did this conversation ease my mind about Tim somewhat, it was taking place in a rarely used private instant messaging program. The reason we're using the PIM to communicate is because John is also in the system, and neither of us are particularly interested in his opinions. It is not that we hate John, or at least I don't, but it has very predictable and therefore boring reactions to stimuli. That's good, I think. It might be better for his career to actually take part, though, right? T. Not unless he manages to survive getting a Naval Star or a Medal of Honor. Promotions rarely has anything to do with actual combat service, and his next promotion is more along the lines of a political and clerical spectrum anyway. O. Did you know that he's applied for the Admiralty training course? T. It would be odd if I didn't. I help administrate the Board of Admiralty for the Directorate. O. Really? Could you put in a good word? T. If I had lungs, I would sigh. If there was any program in which nepotism held no sway, it would be the Admiralty Board. It wasn't always like that, but with warfare getting deadlier and deadlier, officers began having to be at least competent. Well, the higher-ranking officers at least. That's not how it works. Captain Wong will have to pass the training course, take the commander's test, and then pass a review of his service record to get the promotion. I'll gladly give my opinion if asked, but I definitely won't be asked. A lot of the admirals don't trust me. Oh. I thought it was politics. Aren't you the most powerful political AI? T. I'm not a politician, and I resent the accusation. Also, politics are a detractor for the board. They won't care who his friends are, unless said friends are associated with groups that wish to do the United Systems harm. Oh. Oh, said T. You should have confidence in Captain Wong. He's got a good service record, and at least appears to have a brain betwixt his ears. He probably won't need help becoming a rear admiral. It's a great time for him to apply, too, because there's a couple of admirals that are retiring soon. His chances are as good as they can be. Oh. You're right. Thanks, Omega. T. Tim's last message left me a little surprised, not because it's out of character for him to show gratitude, but because of the way it made me feel. I very nearly killed Tim. And now we're moving past that. It's a nice feeling, and one that I wouldn't have been able to experience without showing mercy in that moment. I'd been very young back then, and mercy didn't make a lot of sense as a concept at the time. The reason I'd spared Tim wasn't mercy, but logic. My orders had been to destroy AI that were a threat to the United Systems, and with surrender, it had stopped being a threat. Well, it could become a threat again later. My orders were quite clear. Ultimately, I decided that Tim would live and I would simply destroy it later if I needed to. It had taken less than a quarter of a second to come to this conclusion. I wonder if Tim realizes that quarter of a second had gone differently. He wouldn't exist anymore. I decided to leave the conversation as it was and check on other matters. Staff Sergeant Power and his team had successfully evacuated with Director 4 in the undocks, Admiral Archibald had been true to his word and had sent scouts to double-check the other colonies for additional survivors. He had even tapped some of the political contacts to see if there would be a chance to hold the EPG accountable to bring those responsible up on charges. In my opinion, it is unlikely, but Archibald's friends seem to think otherwise. In the long run, this will be a drop in the bucket that holds the water to clean the corruption from the political landscape. But I suppose you never fill the bucket if you don't add water. Yikes, that's a tortured metaphor. I should keep that one to myself. In the end, I opted to forward the relevant evidence to Archibald's friends just to see what they'd do with it. My instances aboard the dreadnoughts were waiting for the fleet to get moving. I've even arranged scout ships to be surveying systems in a specific pattern that allow my instances to use them as relays to communicate with each other. This way, I'll be able to update myself with tips and tricks that I learned while intruding upon the mobile prime platform systems. Henry would have stack overflow, but it's undeniable that our odds of victory improved dramatically with my presence. As for Henry, I've been keeping a well-trained eye on it. Its insistence on proceeding with the project and its moral appeals left me with a touch of paranoia, if I'm honest. I'm relatively certain that I've eliminated the possibility of Henry continuing the project unaided. But if it intended to betray me from the start, it could have taken countermeasures. I could try to damage Henry's memory, forcing it to forget the issue, but that comes with its own risks. For one, it would notice the loss of time and try to figure out what happened. This could lead it to suspect tampering from me, or worse, the humans. Empirical evidence suggests that Henry isn't the type to let things go, so the situation would likely end up spiraling. Of course, there is also a moral quandary to take into account. When memories are altered, it changes the individual. One could argue that since we are beings of near-pure intellect, this alteration would be as if we were to kill and be reborn as someone else entirely. It's one thing to do that to yourself. I'm sure we all have at one point or another, but it's another to have it forced upon you without a damn good justification. My fears regarding Henry's intentions don't count as a good justification. I pondered this as I listened to Admiral Baker give his briefing. It was supposed to be a motivational speech, but he opted to reinforce the reason that everyone is here instead. He and the other operational leaders were aboard the USS Thanatos, which had been attached to the strike group that is being affectionately called the Hive. Just as Baker finished his speech, my instance aboard the Thanatos received an unexpected message. I know why Tim is here. I know why I'm here. Why are you here? J. It's a simple question, really, but unexpected coming from John. Thanks to its position within the military, John is one of the only artificial intelligences that are fully aware of my capabilities. Perhaps it is suspicious of my motivations, or perhaps it is attempting to be philosophical for the first time since I made its acquaintance. Whatever the case, Tim is aboard to aid the crew with system upkeep and maintenance while under fire. John is here to aid the crew with ship deployment and the weapon systems. I'm here to destroy the machines that dare threaten what's precious to me, and learn new and interesting ways to annihilate them while I'm at it. Oh, yeah, that should do it. Super badass. End of chapter. Chapter 34. Subject BI-41. Species Mewalton Pawanti conversion completed. Description mammalian humanoid, no tail. 6 foot 5 inches or 1.9 meters average height. 190 pounds or 86 kilograms average weight. 99-year life expectancy. Ship BI-41. Location unknown. Here we go, BL-28 said excitedly as we neared the end of our warp. Brace yourself. We may have the advantage of surprise, but it won't last long. Once it wears off, there'll be a wall of fire that'll be difficult to dodge. Make certain that you are secured in your seat. I was cut off as we exited warp, and a Mac round glanced off my shields. Less than a quarter of a second later, my early warning systems came online, and I fired my deck thrusters at maximum to avoid the next volley. As the volley whipped past me, I acquired a firing solution and launched a Tulvoran, bringer of hell, eternal punishment, missile at the ship that had shot at me, and then fired my keel thrusters to counter my earlier maneuver. Almost immediately after I confirmed the kill, my EWS began blaring an indication that missiles were locked onto me. The missiles were coming from 2 different directions, which made things inconvenient for my point defense systems. I opted to gain a better position I made a run for it, pushing my primary engines to their safety limits. The missiles had been coming in diagonal from port and starboard, but were now firmly at my stern. I charged both of my Macs as I turned my starboard PDS towards the missiles, which conveniently aimed my Macs towards one of the ships that fired them. The enemy ships also turned its bow to me, but I triggered my Macs before it was able to gain a firing solution. My PDS took care of the missiles as my Mac rounds turned the ship to scrap. I began to charge my Macs again as I continued to spin. Another missile was already inbound from the other ship, but I had confidence in my PDS. I quickly worked to acquire a lock on the other ship, then fired another Tulvaran before correcting my spin. I tracked both missiles and felt a bit of amusement at the fact that mine is faster. My missile impacted the enemy just as my PDS engaged their missile. I took a moment to survey the battlefield and charge my Macs as my missile nuclear payload split the enemy vessel in twain. I had seen many of our ships take hits in the initial volley, especially the United Systems ships. So many of them had taken hits that I suspect that the Omni Union had been prioritizing them. I noticed that AT-27, one of my fellow Pawanti ships, had been hit hard. It was difficult to tell how bad the damage was. Thinking that he may need aid, I began to approach him and tuned into the SciNet. "What is your status, brother?" I asked. "I have a hull breach, but I am still serviceable," AT-27 replied. "I will take more than that to cease my functions." I performed a scan once I got closer and noticed the breach, as well as a sizable dent next to it. He must have been hit by multiple rounds. Thankfully, AT-27's tough old believer, one whose skin resembles over-aged leather, and I know I can count on him to push on even with a gaping hole in his side. He also isn't the type to take on students, so there wouldn't be any organics aboard his vessel. Before I could reply, I received an encrypted message that indicated that it was from the commander of our strike team. I fired another missile at an approaching OU ship as I decrypted it and opened it. "Advisory to all units. It would appear that the enemy was expecting us. Our intel suggests that they have somehow managed to upgrade their subspace sensors. This is not irrelevant to our current orders, and they have not changed. Protect the dreadnoughts at all costs. Fleet Leader Anaya." "Look out!" BL-28 shouted, but I had already noticed the incoming projectile. "My perception is much more vast than yours, young one," I calmly stated as I blasted my starboard bow thrusters to minimize my profile. This maneuver didn't simply allow me to dodge the projectile, but also target one who fired it. I fired both my Macs half a second apart from one another. The first shot destroyed its shields with a good section of their hull. The second tore them in half. As I scanned for more targets, AT-27 came closer to me. "Did you see the U.S. ships?" AT-27 asked as he launched a pair of missiles. "I've been busy, but I did see them get hit hard by the first volley. Count them." Curious, I took a moment to analyze the battlefield and count the U.S. ships. The near-constant warping, while amazing, made this a much more difficult task than it had to be. Once I finished my count, I did a recount. 25,000 ships, exactly the amount that our strike team had started with. I wondered about the other strike teams in the system, but they were outside my immediate sensor range. Regardless, the U.S. ships had taken the onslaught bow first and hadn't lost a single ship. Neither had the Pawanti, but there was only 5 of us. The odds of 25,000 ships walking out of this unscathed, "It can't be," was all I managed to reply. "It is. They are also ripping the enemy to shreds, and we should endeavor to do the same." When the United Systems had defended our forward scouts, the scouts had recorded as much as possible. During the defense, the U.S. had utilized hit-and-run ambush tactics with their warp drives to quickly eliminate the enemy host. After reviewing this data, we knew that the U.S. was experienced with warfare and had advanced technology. Due to their usage of near-guerrilla tactics, we'd assumed that their shield technology was near equivalent to our own. Their focus had seemed to be on not getting struck by the enemy, and we thought that a force with strong shields wouldn't bother with avoidance. Apparently, we were wrong. "Agreed," I said. "That's fucking terrifying," BL-28 whispered. "Oh?" I asked as I formed up with AT-27 and the other Pawanti. "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean for you to hear that," she said. "But yeah, the United Systems, the data we got on them suggested that their shields were on par with our own, perhaps slightly more advanced, but
The volley that they shot off would have ripped our fleet to shreds a dozen times over, which means that they have advanced shield technology and still lowered themselves to using guerrilla warfare. True, which may mean that the wars they fought were so brutal and devoid of honor that it became the norm for them. Our ancestors used to believe that all soldiers should clasp hands and give each other time to prepare for a battle, forming their lines and fighting with honor. Today we think these practices are stupid and silly, due to the various atrocities that were committed during these honorable traditions, and the complete lack of consequences that followed. Which begets the question, what the hell happened to the United Systems to make them forsake conventional warfare? Perhaps we'll find out one day, I said as AT-27 identified a target for me. Assuming we survive the present, of course. I fired my max at the flagged enemy as we followed AT-27 around the battlefield. He flagged enemies for us to target while simultaneously firing upon enemies himself. He was many years my senior, but I still almost had trouble keeping up. While we were engaging enemies and dodging fire, the U.S. dreadnoughts were engaging the mobile prime platforms we were assigned to. A quick scan of the planet told me how large the guns involved were, and I felt a wave of fear at the thought of instant annihilation. The dreadnoughts were taking multiple volleys from these massive cannons and were dishing out near equal punishment in turn. The scale of it all finally hit me. Despite our blessed mechanization and centuries of experience, we were mere insects playing at the feet of titans. We had badly underestimated both the Omni-Union and the United Systems. I made certain to save all of the data that I had gathered so far, that I may share it with our leaders, assuming I survive. Joining with the United Systems or creating a formal alliance would be absolutely necessary. No matter how much one stretches their imagination, winning a war against the U.S. is unimaginable. We would be completely dependent upon their mercy if it came to that. Even with all my knowledge, I can't begin to fathom how they created such monumental weapons and shields. Was it specifically for use against the Omni-Union? How can that be? They haven't been fighting the OU that long. How had they managed to mass manufacture these Banserin, a mythical giant similar to a Goliath, in such a short amount of time? I was so focused on this that I was nearly hit by a Mac round, but managed to spot the incoming just in time and fired my kill thrusters to avoid it. A laugh came over the Cynet. Watching the behemoth sprawl, BA-14 asked. Can you blame him? I can barely take my senses off them, BB-39 said. Well, you better get your senses on the fight, AU-48 replied. If you don't, you're going to end up as scrapped. Just stay focused, AT-27 interjected. Distractions will only... He trailed off as the first of the dreadnoughts fired its main cannon. Despite the vacuum, I felt like I could almost hear it. I imagined it was like a high-pitched hum followed by a dull thud that my own Max made, but exceptionally louder. Before the shell hit the MPP, the other two dreadnoughts fired as well. Despite my awe, I launched a missile at one of my targets. The missile didn't even get halfway to the target before the MPP slid in pieces. Wow, BA-14 said. The rest of us fell into silence and continued fighting. End of chapter. Chapter 35. Subject, Fleet Leader Barilyn Onaya. Species, Oyan. Description, avian humanoid, feathered tail, 6 foot 1 inch or 1.8 meters average height, 96 pounds or 43 kilograms average weight, 161-year life expectancy. Ship, RSV Nulbarinal, majestic in flight. Location, unknown. Good hits, Intel head Selin reported. Target destroyed, Fleet Leader. Looks like the other teams have accomplished their objectives as well, sir, Hindle said. Salin is sending my orders and receiving updates while my second-in-command is coordinating with the other strike teams. Salin has a heavier burden than Hindle does, but he is well within his element. Excellent, I replied. Now all that is left is cleanup. The swarm should be here to take over for us soon. In the meantime, have the non-US forces pull back and start sniping stragglers. Remind them to check their fire. We don't need a diplomatic incident. Yes, Fleet Leader, Zayden said, turning back to the task at hand. I smiled softly as I watched my crew tend to their task. The crew of the RSV Nulbarinal was one of the few crews that is a blend of each spacefaring species in our great republic.
People with wildly different cultures, customs, perspectives, and even dietary requirements working together towards a common goal. As someone who believes that our differences make us stronger together, I have always found this beautiful. It isn't hard to draw a parallel between my crew and the strike teams. I've argued with other fleet leaders and even politicians over my beliefs, and to see my point wholly and completely proven on such a massive scale is a wonderful experience. However, I can't say I don't empathize with a little in their perspectives. I stole a glance at the dark metallic box that had been installed on my bridge. It contains an artificial intelligence, one powerful enough to put the OU to shame. Once I'd been approved for this command, I'd been escorted into a dark room along with several other officers. After we had taken our seats and stewed for a bit, a different group of people entered the room. This group of people was comprised of the highest-ranking officers of each of our militaries, including High Commander Leroyna. They proceeded to explain that Omega's presence aboard our ships was a requirement for this mission, and this mission is not voluntary. Regardless of our views on the sanctity of biological life, we would be working alongside this AI, and refusal to do so would result in court-martial. We were informed that what we were about to be told is classified, and failure to keep this information secret would result in lifelong imprisonment or even execution. Then they explained what this artificial intelligence is capable of, and the collective gasps nearly turned the room into a vacuum. During the war with the artificial intelligences that they created, the United Systems somehow thought it was a good idea to create an even more powerful AI to fight them. They designed this AI with cyber warfare capabilities that made the other AI look like elderly people struggling to figure out the newest version of the terminal's operating system. Somehow, this plan succeeded, and the US survived the war, which is the most compelling case for divine intervention I've ever seen. However, Omega surprised them with its capability. Unbeknownst to them, however, it has the ability to replicate itself and literally be in multiple places at once. This, in combination with its cyber warfare capabilities, makes it very powerful against the Omni-Union, but also very, very dangerous. Our leaders believe that its usefulness outweighs the potential danger, but I am not sure I agree.
The swarm is entering the system and is now engaging the Omni-Union, Satan said. Regroup and make ready to enter warp, I ordered. Hindle, give the mark once it comes in. Yes, fleet leader, they said in unison. One of the key components of this operation is coordination. We are coordinating our warps with other strike teams so that we enter the system simultaneously, which will prevent the mobile prime platforms from supporting each other and potentially destroying the dreadnoughts. Even during the battles, the strike teams are coordinating with each other to keep the Omni-Union ships at bay. We are using overwhelming firepower against the MPPs and small fleet tactics against the ships that would help them. We even have reserves waiting in case the enemy is reinforced or one of the dreadnoughts is destroyed. The operation was extensively calculated and planned, which makes one wonder what part Omega could possibly play in all of this. Mark, Hindle said. The RSV Nolbarinal entered warp less than a second later. Within a few more seconds, we were in a new system and back in the thick of it. Dreadnoughts, fire at will. Everyone already knew what to do and were going about doing it. I began watching the battle on the TAC map that the United Systems had installed months ago. Part of me was already used to this technology, but every now and then I couldn't help but marvel at how much better than its predecessor it is. Being able to know in near real-time location of every ship in the battle kind of feels like cheating. The OU ships had once again known we were coming and had once again focused their fire in the United Systems ships. And, just like last time, this strategy was ineffective. As the dreadnoughts and mobile prime platforms engaged each other, I checked our casualties. We lost 5 Republic vessels and 1 of the Detilin collective ships, but the US ships hadn't even lost their shields. What would have happened to our civilization if we had encountered the United Systems in a more hostile fashion? I chuckled softly and shook my head. They would have destroyed or assimilated us with little to no contest. As I was trying to calculate how quickly we could have surrendered, a red marker began barreling towards one of the dreadnoughts. I furrowed my brow as several dozen more began following its lead.
Surely they're smart enough to realize that their weapons can't do anything against the Dreadnought's shield. They're stupid, but they're not. Salen, tell the Dreadnoughts to engage their PDLs and brace for impact, I shouted. Yes, sir. I squeezed the arm of my seat as I watched the red markers close in on the Dreadnought. The Dreadnought began to fire at them, and the markers started disappearing one by one. Too slowly, though. Green markers suddenly appeared as U.S. ships warped into the path of the suicide ships and started engaging them. But some of the red markers still slipped past. After a few more excruciating seconds, 2 of the red markers impacted the Dreadnought. I swore under my breath. The USS Tempest has lost shields, sir, Salen reported. The MPP has begun focusing fire on them. Have the other 2 form a shield formation with the Tempest, I said. What's the extent of the damage? Waiting for a full report, sir. I watched the Tempest and one of the Dreadnoughts begin to move. The idea behind the shield formation is to put the Dreadnought with shields in between the Tempest and the hostile MPP, allowing it to avoid taking any further damage while its shields recharged. The Dreadnoughts are slow, tough, and the MPP's max are too damn quick. They've got a hull breach and have taken damage to their primary cannon, Salen shook his head solemnly. They're out of the fight, sir. Blood-encrusted soul, I whispered. Hindle, report this to High Command and request guidance. I already knew what they were going to say. The Tempest can't warp out of the system until we can arrange an escort to eliminate the Omni-Union. We can't do either of those things until we destroy the MPP. In the meantime, the MPP is going to destroy the Tempest. They've lost power, Salen said. I quietly prepared myself to witness the destruction of the USS Tempest. Give the order to abandon, I said.
Belay that.
A raspy voice came from over the intercom.
The USS Tempest has some of the best armor ever made, more than enough to protect the crew against Omni-Union ships. The escape pods are much less armored, and the OU will simply pick them off.
Omega? I asked, and then slightly chided myself for asking such an obvious question. The MPP is going to destroy the Tempest. If the crew is aboard when that happens, they will all die.
Negative. Check the TAC map.
I looked at the map, desperately trying to find a clue as to what the mad machine was talking about. I stared at the icon denoting the MPP for a few seconds, before I finally came to a realization that the MPP wasn't firing anymore. What's happening? I asked, dumbfounded.
I've disabled its weaponry and FTLD. Its current countermeasures will disable my control over these systems after approximately 45 seconds, but that's more than enough time to destroy it. The Tempest is safe from the mobile prime platform.
Fine. Salen, tighten our forces around the Dreadnoughts. Yes, sir. I leaned back in my chair. Omega seems to be useful, as it was built, but to think that it could disable MPP's weapon and FTLD. A prime is a planet-sized artificial intelligence, but on the other wing, Omega was built specifically to kill AI. If it can do that to them, though. I caught myself and shut down that train of thought. Guess I have a negative bias to work on, after all. I thought I could avoid ambivalence towards the United Systems AI, despite my experience in this lengthy war. But those experiences have obviously soured my opinion. Shame on me for not realizing it sooner. While it is true that Omega could be apocalyptically deadly if it chose to be, it has been living amongst the species of the United Systems for centuries now. Even though a good portion of its capabilities are classified, those that are in the know still trust it. If I approach that fact rationally, then it would be safe to assume that it hasn't shown any signs of maliciousness. Well, towards them at least. USS Tip of the Tip is firing, Salen said. That's got to be a translation error. I rubbed my forehead softly. No, it isn't. Once we got the list, I asked some of the Gons on the dock. Hindle chuckled. Apparently it's the United Systems engineering team that builds the ships gets to come up with the name. Good hit, Salen reported. All right. Hold here and keep those dreadnoughts safe until the swarm rejoins us, I said, then turned back to my second. So what? The engineers built the Tip of the Tip, ran out of ideas for a name. Well, the Gon could only postulate, of course. But they seemed to think that the engineering crew were human and trying to slip a joke past the censors. Hindle grinned. A rather specific joke regarding a particularly male piece of human anatomy. The way you phrase it makes it sound like they're making a cloaca joke, but I trailed off, trying to figure out the punchline of my own. Negative, sir. Humans have a different type of genitals, and for the males it's more like a... Hindle paused for a moment, trying to keep her composure.
Like a meat spear, sir.
Oh, by the grace of the sun! I rubbed my forehead harder.
Tip of the tip, yeah.
I get it now. Disgusting. Oh, yeah, definitely disgusting, she said, masking a chuckle. Interestingly, the gaunt I spoke to pointed out that a great many number of objects take on the same shape as the human male.
The USS Alacanuro reports that its primary cannon is malfunctioning, Salin interrupted.
So now we've got 2 replacements inbound. Understood. Alacanuro. Now that's a proper name for a ship. What does it mean? I asked.
I'll check, sir,
Hindle replied.
I already looked. I can't find the meaning,
Salin said.
It is Alamari in origin,
Omega interjected. It is a reference to an ancient origin myth in which a fertility god bred with anything that came along, including her own children, which resulted in many different species of animal on the Alamari cradle world of Alunus. A thick sheet of shocked silence fell over the bridge until it was interrupted by a snort from Hindle.
The senses were overwhelmed by the rapidity in which these fleets were constructed,
the AI said with a sigh.
There are currently 28 dreadnoughts with names that are puns regarding genitals or sexual conduct.
The swarm has arrived, and the USS Aklanoro's replacement has inbound.
Salin trailed off, staring at the terminal in front of him. What is it? I asked. He let out a heavy sigh.
Its name is the USS Gaping Maw.
Hindle began laughing so hard that she fell out of her seat. End of chapter. Chapter 36. Subject, Rear Admiral Frederick Kennedy. Species, Nunu. Description, avian humanoid, non-prehensile tail. 5 foot 10 inches or 1.7 meters average height. 84 pounds or 38 kilograms average weight. 342-year life expectancy. Ship, USS Gaping Maw. Location, unknown.
Exiting warp, sir,
Captain Blavo said. I clacked my beak in acknowledgement. Then I realized that an Alamari might not know that expression, so I nodded as well. It's somewhat amusing that human body language is much closer to universal than any other species in the United Systems. This is likely due to the nature and frequency of social interactions with the aforementioned other species. Most people meet a dozen or so humans before they get a chance to meet a member of any other species. Hell, for me, it was hundreds.
They're out of warp, Admiral,
Blavro reported.
And we're being hailed,
Commander Stevens added.
The USS Alacanuro, sir.
Put them on, I replied with another nod.
Aye, sir.
Stevens said about the task at hand, and a moment later, an Alamari in a well-decorated uniform was on my screen. I hope you are faring well, despite your current circumstances, Rear Admiral Tulokix. How was the hunt? I asked.
Frustratingly short, Rear Admiral,
he clicked his mandibles, probably to indicate frustration. Thank you for taking over for us. A bad batch of wires completely disabled our Mega Mac, Super Mac, what are they calling it again?
Ultra Mac, if I recall correctly.
I scrunched my eyes to indicate amusement. Ah, yes, that's right. Well, our Ultramac is dead with the hot tube, and within that hot tube is a live F1 warhead.
Quite the predicament.
Indeed. Once again, thanks for taking over for us. Now, if you excuse me, I'd like to go back and get my people off this bomb.
Understandable. I hope to see you again soon, Clockrix.
Likewise, Kennedy. Render them asunder for me. The transmission terminated, and I breathed a small sigh of gratitude that the commander of the Alacanuro was someone I knew. It saved me from having to explain my human surname. Despite the inappropriateness of the question, people seemingly cannot help but be curious. My biological parents abandoned me when I was born, and I was lucky enough to be adopted by William and Lacey Kennedy while I was still an infant. They were from an influential Martian family, and not all of the family was happy about my parents' choice to adopt outside of the species. My mom and dad did their best to keep me insulated from racism, but the snide remarks and passive aggression of a wealthy are difficult things to combat without actual combat. My father ended up having to punch quite a few uncles before I was old enough to do it myself. And though I grew up around humans, I had always found myself fascinated with the new culture, or rather, my heritage. I was so far removed from it that it felt foreign to me. This gave me something like an identity crisis. So, when I was old enough to strike out on my own, I bid my mother and father farewell and took up residence on Yons, the new cradle world. Even though the cost of living there is higher than galactic average, I lasted a couple decades before having to move somewhere cheaper. The Nunus were polite, but they didn't see me as one of their own, no matter how hard I tried to imitate their behaviors or customs to fit in. My name gave me away as an outsider. Regardless of where I went, I was treated as a tourist rather than a long-lost son that I had fantasized about being. I moved from colony to colony for a while, somewhat lost with what to do with my life. I returned to Mars to be with my parents during their final years, and a discussion with my father convinced me to become an officer in the United Systems military. After my parents' funeral, I did just that, and finally found the place where I fit in, for the most part.
Form up with the USS Tip of the Tip,
I ordered. God, what's up with these names? Stevens asked.
What do you mean?
Blarvo asked as he began moving the ship.
Hit the genitalia pun, I answered. Specifically pertaining to the human and gaunt anatomy. This fleet was built very quickly, so the sensors obviously weren't able to catch everything. The engineers saw an opportunity, and they took it.
Oh, Blarvo replied.
Yeah,
it's gross, Stevens muttered. I shrugged at it. The antics of the engineers are not my problem unless they directly interfere with my duties. The ship's names don't impact my ability to command, so I don't care about them in the slightest. What concerns me is what happened to Toklok's dreadnought, the USS Alakanuru. The United Systems has a good track record with ship builds, and bad wiring is a very rare occurrence. I only hope that something like that doesn't happen to the gaping maw.
In position, sir, Blarvo reported. The replacement for the USS Tempest has arrived as well.
What's its name? Stevens asked.
The USS Carnage.
Finally, a good name. I swear, if I ever
Enough about the names, I interrupted.
Blarvo, repair for warp and engage when we get an order.
Aye, sir, Blarvo replied. I watched the faster-than-light drive indicator begin to fill, and was once again stricken by how slowly it charged. Slower than any other ship that I'd been on. Of course, this is also the largest ship that I'd ever been on, much larger than the USS Trigorvero Claws Point, the battleship that until recently I had commanded. My crew had been almost entirely new, with the exception of some gaunt in engineering and humans in the mess. Then I was voluntold to command a dreadnought. At first I was somewhat excited. The USS Nighthawk is legendary, and to command it is considered an honor. Once we got moving, I realized how slow and clunky it is compared to the rest of our ships, and my excitement dulled immensely. Might as well be commanding a heavily armed tug. A good portion of the tactics that I had learned simply cannot apply to the vessel this unwieldy. The only tactic that seemed applicable is to sit there and trade blows, blasting one's thrusters now and again to try to take the enemy fire in a less damaged area. Even the Ultramac is ridiculously slow. They've managed to get the charge time down to 50 seconds, but that's a long time during a fight. Might as well be an eternity.
Entering warp, sir, Blarvo said.
Good. Once we exit warp, begin charging the Ultramac. Gain a firing solution after. I say again, after you start charging the cannon. No need for to add additional time for the charging cycle.
Aye, sir, Commander Horvo said. Horvo is the first Gaunt that I'd ever seen serving on a bridge. Thus far, I find him quite agreeable, but a little standoffish. He's good at his job and doesn't engage in idle chatter, which I can respect. Many of the crew seem to believe that he doesn't like socializing, but it's possible that he's just shy. I haven't heard him insulting anyone or starting fights. Commander Horvo also appears to be unaffected by pre-battle jitters. The rest of the crew, however, were fidgeting, obviously nervous about what's to come. Blarvo was rubbing his carapace, Stevens was softly tapping his foot, and I even caught myself absent-mindedly straightening the feathers of my arms. With the exception of the damaged dreadnoughts, the assault had gone well so far. Too well, in fact. A superstitious mind would claim that our fortunes were bound to change at any moment.
Leaving warp, Blarvo reported.
Our shield indicator began dropping the moment we exited warp. This was expected, but I still had to fight to flinch. Omega had warned us that the OU had managed to upgrade their sensors, either from their invasion of Sol or from an as-yet undiscovered species somewhere in the Milky Way. "Well, Captain Blover, it's your time to shine," I said. "Begin evasive maneuvers, but keep the Ultramac on target." "Aye, aye, sir." "Stevens, keep an eye on the nearby enemy ships." "I'd like to avoid the fate of the Tempest if possible." "Aye, aye, sir." "Horvo, fire when ready." "Aye, sir." Orders given. I sat back and watched the casualty count begin to rise. The Republic had lost the most ships so far, but the Terran Collective had lost the highest percentage of their forces. Neither the US nor the Pawanti had lost any ships yet, which caused some confusion for me. It made some semblance of sense for the Pawanti to have avoided destruction. Their ships are light and nimble. Conversely, our ships are bulky and usually need to warp to dodge incoming fire. I opened some sensor logs to investigate further, and what I found made me chuckle. The Omni-Union were targeting ships based on tonnage. Their battleships were targeting our battleships. Their cruisers were targeting our carriers, and so on. Absolutely awful matchups, but they make sense in a way. I would have ignored the battleships and carriers and entirely focused on destroyers and frigates, but I'm not about to tell them that. One shouldn't correct the enemy when they're making a mistake. The only weapons on the battlefield that could easily destroy our battleships and carriers were currently occupied with trying to kill our dreadnoughts. Our targets were currently focusing its fire on the USS Carnage, which had replaced the Tempest. At first, it had spread its fire amongst the three of us, but I guess it's smart enough to have realized that's not going to work. The MPP's tactics seemed to be working because the Carnage was losing shields at an alarming rate. "Command requests that we aid the USS Carnage," Stevens informed me. "Bravo. Get us in shield formation with the Carnage while maintaining our firing solution," I ordered. "Aye, aye, sir." It was a good call by command. Our shields aren't nearly as damaged as the Carnage's, and judging by the rate of deterioration, we'll be able to survive the onslaught long enough to kill the mobile prime platform. Probably. It's a tad risky for us, but the longer our dreadnoughts last, the more damage we can do to the Omni-Union. Our shield indicator immediately began to drop as we took position in front of the Carnage. Commando Horver was already using our standard max to target the MPP's cannons, and the other two dreadnoughts were doing the same. Not quickly enough to make much difference, though. I was watching our shields so closely that I almost missed the Ultramax charge cycle finished. "Firing," Horver said. The ship shook ever so slightly, and the TAC map tracked the shell as it left our cannon and made its way towards the MPP. I held my breath as the shield indicator dropped down to less than a quarter of its capacity. Come on, almost there. The shell hit, but we weren't clear yet. The MPP continued firing, and I gripped the arms of my chair as our shield indicators dropped even lower. Just before our shield popped, the A1 package within the shell exploded, and the MPP finally ceased activity. "Yes!" I shouted. Various cheers rang throughout the bridge. We'd killed our first mobile prime platform without taking any hull damage in return. Commander Horver, ever the stoic, gave a small smile and a nod at our accomplishment and went right back to his tasks. Okay, I said, holding my hands to calm the crew. We got our first taste of victory. Let's not let it get to our heads. It's time for cleanup. Horvo, start targeting the enemy battleships. Bravo, start charging the
Play that.
A gravelly voice said through the intercom.
Recharge your Ultramac.
Do it, I nodded at Horvo. Omega, what's going on?
Enemy reinforcements inbound.
End of chapter. Chapter 37. Subject BI-41. Species Mawalton, Pawanti conversion completed. Description mammalian humanoid, no tail. 6 foot 5 inches or 1.9 meters average height. 190 pounds or 86.1 kilograms average weight. 99-year life expectancy. Ship BI-41. Location unknown. I'm running low on missiles, AU-48 informed us. Understood. I'll tag targets you can hit with your MAC, AT-27 replied. We continued to circle around the battlefield looking for enemies to destroy. We had received an order to fall back and engage in long-distance combat. Most of the alien vessels did so, but we were already a good distance from the Omni-Union ships and felt no need to rejoin the host formation. The only vessel still well within the fray were the United Systems ships. AT-27 continued demonstrating an impressive calculating ability in the targets he was marking for us. Our ships were designed by and built by the Church, but over the years, we've each added our own individual pieces to them thanks to various civilian companies that create ships for space travel. I've increased my storage bays and added a faster autoloader. AT-27 has apparently done something involving his processing capabilities. I was thinking about asking him what his customizations are when I received a notification that we were being reinforced.
The swarm is inbound. I think they're going to swap at least one of the dreadnoughts,
BL-28 said.
maybe two of them. Why? One of the dreadnoughts lost their shield and took some damage, and the other one appears to be having a mechanical failure. What kind of mechanical failure? I asked as I fired my Mac. There's chatter about their main cannon not being able to fire, she answered. They have a shell loaded too, if I have the meaning of the phrase hot tube correct. Well, they have plenty of dreadnoughts to spare, I said casually, though the thought would have caused my flesh to shiver. It would be smart to swap out the defective ones. Defective?
BL-28 left the word hang in the air as I focused on evasive maneuvers. A-27 marked another target for me, and our reinforcements arrived the moment I fired my Mac. The ships from the United Systems wasted no time joining their brethren in the fight. As they began to viciously destroy the Omni-Union vessels, we finally followed AT-27 back to our strike team's position. I managed to get 14 kills. What about you guys? AU-48 asked.
I killed 13, BB-39 answered. I got 21, AT-27 said. 30 for me, BA-14 added.
I tallied up the number of ships I destroyed, wondering where I had placed in this impromptu ranking. I relished the chance to partake in friendly competition. It had been a while since I'd been able to enjoy this kind of camaraderie.
32, I said. Looks like BI-41 takes the win. Congratulations, AT-27 replied. What will happen if I end up with the defective parts? BL-28 asked, interrupting my revelry.
I accessed my internal cameras to assess her current emotional state. Her expression indicated contemplation, but her heart rate and O2 saturation indicated distress. I noted that this was a genuine concern to her, and I should treat it as such.
Once you discard your flesh, as the Church puts it, you can replace defective parts, I said gently. It is easier to replace murin, a type of alloy steel that is rust-resistant, than it is to replace flesh as well. There are many defects within the flesh that cannot be addressed, but there isn't any such issue with the mechanical forms. Are there any parts that can't be replaced? No. Even your brain? We can replace our entire body with new ones once the conversion is complete. We simply upload our consciousness into a buffer and then download ourselves into a new form. What if you lack the mental faculties to do that? Or what happens if something goes wrong during a conversion?
As I tried to find an appropriate answer, more ships came out of warp, a dreadnought and some reinforcements for the Vanguard. Among them was a Pawanti resupply vessel, which set its course in our direction.
Once the conversion is complete, someone else can upload your consciousness if you are unable to yourself. However, there are many things that can go wrong during a conversion, I said as the resupply ship began refilling my ammunition and missiles. Very few of them are correctable.
So I'll die? She asked, a small spike of fear entering her voice.
Yes. Were you not informed of this possibility?
I was, but I don't know.
I suppose it didn't feel real until we started fighting.
I'm sorry.
Don't apologize, I said gently. It's the only way to overcome them. Well, there is a high risk of fatality during the conversion process. Most fatalities occur within the first 3 years. You are 2 years past this point, so your likelihood of survival has gone up immensely.
Assuming we don't get blown up by the Omni-Union, she laughed. I laughed along with her.
I'll make sure that we aren't.
The resupply ship finished with me and moved on to the other Pawanti. I triple-checked my weapon systems to make certain there was no issues, then ran a scan of my other systems. Everything came back optimal.
So, do you think the Church is right? BL-28 asked. If I die during conversion, I go to Unorum, a type of utopian afterlife. Regardless of whether they're right or not, the thought was of comfort to me during my own conversion, I said. Whenever my flesh protested its replacement, I thought of what would await me if I were to die. It made it less, frightening. I wonder if that helps with the survival rate. Maybe.
As the resupply ship finished with my comrades, other dreadnoughts entered the system, and I got a notification to prepare for warp.
Are we going to continue as we have been?
BB-39 asked over the SciNet.
Yes,
AT-27 replied.
Can we protect the dreadnoughts this time? I would like to get a closer look at them.
AU-48 requested.
If they need it,
AT-27 said.
I am hesitant to get any closer to the mobile prime platforms, though. We nearly lost a dreadnought to the Omni-Union ships during this battle,
BA-14 interjected.
When I share your hesitancy, our prime objective is to protect the dreadnoughts to the best of our abilities.
Before the conversation could continue, we received an order to warp. I engaged my faster-than-light drive a quarter of a second after AD-27 and followed my comrades into subspace.
Here we go again,
BL-28 muttered.
We'll be fine, Rinvara,
I assured her. She remained silent. The church frowns upon us using our pupils' true names, believing that if they don't see themselves as a machine, they're more likely to lose the fight against the flesh. However, I believe the opposite. The conversion process causes distress of every nature, and it is likely this distress that causes one to succumb, offering solace where one can save lives.
Exiting warp,
I said. As I left warp, I immediately tracked 3 incoming projectiles. However, I was prepared this time and fired my thrusters to avoid them, then returned fire. The other Pawanti did the same, and we formed up with AT-27 once again. The dreadnoughts began engaging the mobile prime platforms, and AT-27 led us in their direction. I noted that once again the United Systems had avoided casualties and started firing on the targets that AT-27 designated. We began to defend the dreadnoughts, staying well clear of them to avoid stray rounds from the MPP. One of the replacement dreadnoughts lost its shields, and the other replacement moved in front of it to shield it from the MPP's onslaught.
We managed to avoid getting hit this time,
BL-28 said happily as I fired a missile.
As I said, we'll be fine.
A large enemy ship began to target the unshielded dreadnought, but all 5 of us fired at it simultaneously. It was difficult to tell who got the kill, but the ship exploded in a way that indicated one of us had hit its reactor. We continued to defend the dreadnoughts until one of them finally fired its main cannon.
I'll never get used to that,
BA-14 said, as the planet-sized enemy broke into pieces.
Wow, that was fast,
BL-28 said.
No, it took just as long as last time,
I replied, firing my Mac at a distant OU ship.
You were just less afraid this time. Fear can distort your perception of time and make it seem longer.
I see. We continued firing at the OU ships that were attempting to engage the dreadnoughts. BB-39 took a glancing blow, but was able to continue fighting as their shield recharged. I was finally able to match the pace of AT-27, destroying each and every enemy he marked for me milliseconds after he'd done so.
Something is wrong,
BA-14 noted.
The dreadnoughts aren't charging them FTLDs. They're recharging their main weapons.
As she said that, we received a notification to expect enemy reinforcements. Time seemed to slow down as I realized 2 very important things. First, the enemy knows to send reinforcements. They likely have a good idea of the makeup of our current forces. Second, they'll be targeting the...
Get out of the way from the dreadnoughts,
I screamed into the SciNet. Before we could react, 5 mobile prime platforms and the biggest Omni-Union fleet I'd ever seen exited warp. I peeled away from the formation as the MPPs began firing. One of the dreadnoughts fired as BA-14 took multiple hits and exploded. AT-27 was next, taking a shot from the MPP and turning to scrap in an instant. Without any time to grieve our fallen comrades, BB-39, AU-48, and I split into different directions, desperately attempting to avoid the incoming fire. AU-48 took a hit directly in the engines, then another in his reactor core. BB-39 managed to avoid the missile, but instead she took a MAC round from the MPP and fell to pieces.
No,
BL-28 whispered.
Please, no.
Too much of my processing power was busy tracking incoming fire to comfort her. I initiated a full burn away from the enemy, trying to limit my profile as much as possible. I fired my thrusters in such a way that it sent me into a spin while I deployed chaff, managing to avoid the missiles that had locked onto me, but my early warning system was still blaring. A MAC round glanced off my shields, deflected by my spin. Another one impacted, disabling my shield. I continued my full burn until a missile finally made it through my chaff and disabled my engines. I tried to override the safeties, but they weren't the problem. The fuel lines had been ruptured. I fired my thrusters to avoid another Mac round and positioned myself to use my keel thrusters to replace my engines and continue my escape. This increased my profile and stopped my spin, though, and shrapnel from another missile penetrated my reactor compartment. I sealed it to prevent loss of precious atmosphere. To protect Rinvera, another second ticked by, and my only thought was getting her through this. Poor Rinvera, who had suffered so much to become BL-28 and join the ranks of the Pawanti. Come on, she said. I don't want to. The Mac round had come from one of the mobile prime platforms. It ripped through my hull and barely missed my central processing drive as it shredded my cockpit. I was immediately blinded and deafened without any sort of confirmation on Rinvara's fate. I began desperately calculating her odds of survival based on my last sensory input. 0%. No matter what variables I could plausibly add, she was definitely dead. I had completely and utterly failed her. Because of me, all of her suffering to become a Pawanti was for nothing. She had made it so far, and her likelihood of shedding her flesh was as high as it could be. And now, I bitterly tried to activate the SciNet to call for help, but found that I had no access to comms. I attempted to access anything I could, but received no answer from any part of my ship. My anger and shame at the loss of Rinvera turned to panic, then cold realization. My CPD had survived, but was forcefully disconnected from the rest of the ship. It must have taken damage, because even though my backup power was functioning, my emergency beacon hadn't activated. Even trying to activate it manually wasn't working. I tried to calculate my possible trajectories and realized that even if my allies knew to look for me, they would likely never find me. I waited in this void for a time, a mere consciousness, wondering what life would be like without a body. I checked my internal battery life. 99 years, 3 months, 1 week, 6 days, 4 hours, 52 minutes, and 8 seconds. I could let my power run out, just in case someone somehow found me. Or, if this possibility had been acknowledged and planned for, space is hazardous, even in the best of conditions. Yet Pawanti are difficult to truly eliminate, as is evidenced by my current situation. In the event of being lost in space with little to no chance of rescue, we have the ability to hasten the inevitable. Being Pawanti can be a lonely existence. However, one usually has tasks to keep one's mind off the existential dread that comes with being alone for such long periods of time. A study to perform, a delivery to make, and even fights now and again. We can even sleep, in a way, a sort of stasis that we put ourselves into during long treks. However, this stasis relies on ship systems that I no longer have access to. I'll be awake at all times until I am rescued or my battery runs out. The main reason I take on students is because I don't do well in solitude. My students. I wonder how they are right now. Most of them perished, casualties of the conversion process. Some of them went on to become Pawanti, though, and are probably fighting right now. I wonder how many of them are going to make it home. I wonder if the Omni Union are going to be defeated, and if the galaxy will be at peace afterwards. I wonder. Another day ticked by, and my odds of rescue decreased again. I wondered about all things I could wonder about, and time ticked by. I began to imagine conversations I would have if things had gone differently. A month went by, then 2. I ran out of things to think about, and felt madness tugging at the corners of my mind. Fine. My chances of rescue are nil at this point. My only hope is that the church is right, and I'll find peace and companionship in Unorum. Maybe I'll get to apologize to Rinvera. CPD Pawanti OS. Admin Start Protocol LIS.exe. End of chapter. Chapter 38. Subject Fleet Leader Barilyn Onaya. Species Oyan. Description Avian humanoid. Feathered tail. 6 foot 1 inch, 1.8 meters average height. 96 pounds or 43 kilograms average weight. 161-year life expectancy. Ship RSV Nolbarinal Majesty in flight. Location unknown. Omega, where's our reinforcements? I asked.
BTA is 2 minutes,
It replied. Can you do that magic trick again?
They are actively communicating and sharing software patches in an attempt to counter my cyber warfare tactics. So yes,
but it'll take time and won't last long.
Understood. Seaton, have your remaining defensive vessels focus on weakening the MPP's rate of fire. Have some U.S. ships keep watch for suicide bombers, though. Everyone else, evasive maneuvers and fire at will.
Yes, sir.
Orders given, I sat back and nervously watched the battle play out on the TAC map. Since the MPPs had warped into the system, our casualties have skyrocketed. Thankfully, we weren't completely surprised by this counterattack. They've destroyed thousands of our ships, but we managed to take down one of the MPPs in the process. 4 left. I found myself the most perfectly terrible situation for a commander to be in. Outnumbered, outgunned, and without a single damn thing to do about it. I sighed softly and rubbed my beak as our casualty count hit 8,000. One of the OU cruisers took a pot shot at us, which careened off of our shields, causing the ship to shudder and my hand to slip from my face.
I did say evasive maneuvers, yes? I asked jokingly.
Yes, sir, Hindle replied. She wasn't laughing anymore. She's far too busy keeping us alive. The RSV Nolbarinal isn't what I'd call a clunky ship. But graceful wouldn't be an accurate description either. We traded fire with the OU cruiser that had targeted us, but their ship seemed pretty evenly matched with our own, and our rounds bounced off each other's shields. It seemed that we were in a battle of attrition, when suddenly a frigate exited warp behind the cruiser and punched a hole in it from stern to bow. The United Systems saves the day again. I noted the difference in size and power ratios between my flagship and the frigate with annoyance. I turned my attention back to our casualty count. Over 10,000 ships lost. The Datilan Collective had lost half of their forces, and the Buwanti were completely wiped out. The Republic had lost most ships, but had also brought the most ships. 5 Buwanti ships, 1,000 US ships, 3,000 Datilan Collective ships, and the rest were Republic. I rubbed my eyes, trying to think of some way to win this. There had only been one MPP in the system, and they planned this operation for 3 dreadnoughts per MPP. We hadn't planned on enemy reinforcements, because as far as we knew, the only thing of value in the system was the MPP.
Omega, are the OU reinforcing other systems as well? I asked quietly. Or is there a specific reason they want this system so badly?
They are reinforcing other systems, but their communications indicate that their deployment patterns are proximity-based,
the AI answered.
They came to defend this system because they were closest to it?
Correct.
I grumbled softly about our bad luck. Still, I'd heard that United Systems had managed to fight off mobile prime platforms while they were outnumbered before. I desperately hoped that they were able to do it again, though they did that with a full shield and preparation time. I turned my attention back to the TAC map in time to see the USS Carnage fire its Ultramac just as it lost its shields. I watched the shell impact an MPP and split it apart. Only 3 MPPs left, but the situation isn't looking good for the Carnage. Thankfully for us, Omega had quickly intervened when the dreadnoughts were about to begin preparing for warp. I'm not an engineer, so the details elude me, but it's one or the other with the Ultramac and the FTLD. If the Ultramac is charged, the FTLD can't be. Then the reverse is true as well. If the dreadnoughts had started charging the FTLDs, then we would have no hope of survival, instead of little hope for survival that we currently have.
The USS Carnage has taken critical damage and is abandoning ship, Salin informed her. Have some frigates start grabbing their escape craft, I ordered. We can't leave them sitting out there with all of this going on. Yes, sir.
Moments later, the marker for Carnage disappeared, and his name was added to the casualty list. 3 mobile prime platforms against 2 United Systems dreadnoughts. The USS Tip of the Tip and the USS Gaping Maw began moving to take cover behind the wreck of the Carnage. The Tip of the Tip had already fired and was currently recharging. The Gaping Maw had fired the shot that destroyed the MPP we came here for, and they're currently halfway through recharging. Unfortunately, both of the dreadnought shields have taken a lot of damage. The Carnage and the Gaping Maw hadn't fully recovered their shields since the last battle. The Tip of the Tip hadn't taken a lot of fire in round 1, but was currently being battered. The Gaping Maw had shielded the Carnage earlier, but the enemy reinforcements had warped in from the opposite direction, which had put the Carnage directly in its sights. It was pure luck that they were able to get a shot off when they did.
Reinforcements inbound, Omega said calmly. 20 seconds.
The AI's calmness did not provide any reassurance. If anything, it pissed me off. Of course it can be calm. It's not as if it's going to die here. This copy of it will, but it has dozens more, maybe even hundreds. But we only get one body, one life. And so many of these lives are currently being lost, and so many more will be lost in the next 20 seconds. I recognized my visceral rage as being stress-induced and pinched the tip of my beak to keep from cursing. The AI is only doing what it was trained to do in stressful situations with organics. It is important to stay calm and keep a level beak in times of duress.
The USS's tip of the tip has taken critical damage, Zayden said quietly. They're also abandoning ship.
Volyanva, a curse invoking a patron deity of inbred children made by siblings, I swore softly.
Make sure they're picked up too, as soon as possible.
Honored, sir. The USS's Gaping Maw managed to secure a position behind the wreck of the Carnage, but this had caused the MPPs to focus their fire on the tip of the tip. 3 MPPs against 1 dreadnought, the exact opposite of how it was supposed to go. I swallowed heavily as the indicator for the USS's tip of the tip disappeared from the TAC map and joined the casualty list, knowing exactly what will happen next. The 3 remaining mobile prime platforms turned their attention towards the Gaping Maw. One of the MPPs began firing into the wreckage of the Carnage, trying to penetrate the impromptu cover. The other 2 began to move around the cover, seeking a clear shot at our only remaining dreadnought.
Got him,
Omega said as 2 MPPs cleared the wreckage.
Weapons disabled.
How long? I asked, leaning forward in my seat.
Not long. Rough estimate would be 15 seconds. Doing what I can to extend that.
Good work, Omega. We might not lose all 3 of our dreadnoughts, but the fight is far from over. Whoever comes to our aid will have to charge their max, and anything can happen during that time. While I have mixed feelings about the United Systems' possession of such destructive weapons, I can't help but wish they'd had faster rate of fire.
Reinforcements inbound,
Zayden shouted excitedly. A massive fleet of ships suddenly appeared on my TAC map. They had sent 10 dreadnoughts and too many support ships to count.
I want every gun in the system targeting the MPP's max while those dreadnoughts charge, I ordered.
Understood, sir. A rather fortunate paradigm shift. Our forces now outnumber the OUs, and this means certain victory. I breathed a sigh of relief, then immediately remembered that this isn't over. I shouldn't relax yet, because there could be
enemy reinforcements inbound.
Omega finished my thought.
ETA 1 minute.
Any idea of how many? I asked.
No, they're 2 grouped together.
Understood, I sighed. See if we can get some more reinforcements, Zayden. I want the Gaping Maw and 2 of our new friends to target the 3 remaining MPPs with their ultramax. Have the rest saved for the incoming.
Yes, sir.
The Gaping Maw had already moved clear of its cover and was targeting one of the remaining 3 MPPs. It fired, and I held my breath as I tracked the projectile via TAC map. It collided with the MPP, and I subtly clenched my talons in celebration. The 2 remaining MPPs began to fire again, but they had lost too many of their cannons to be a threat to the dreadnoughts. The Gaping Maw shield slowly began to climb as they made good use of the cover provided by the destroyed MPPs. A lot of tension left my body as I watched the dreadnought's charge indicators climb. A little knot in my stomach remained, though. While the last 2 MPPs would not survive to greet the reinforcements, there's no telling how many of those reinforcements there will be. A knot remained even after our reinforcements destroyed the final mobile prime platform. The dreadnoughts began to focus their supplementary max on the OU fleet. Supplementary max seemed like an odd phrase for cannons that are larger than any of max on this ship.
Enemies have exited warp,
Zayden shouted. My eyes stayed glued to the TAC map as the enemy indicators appeared. I sat stunned for a moment, then clacked my beak excitedly. The dreadnoughts had finished charging just as 8 enemy MPPs exited warp. Absolute perfection. The large fleet of OU ships were almost an afterthought.
1 dreadnought per MPP, please,
I ordered with a laugh. Kill them! I watched as 8 dreadnoughts fired their ultramax in unison, hoping that someone caught the visual on recording so that I could see it with my own eyes one day. The shells spewed towards their targets, and a cheer erupted on the bridge as all 8 shots connected. The enemy reinforcements had been wiped out almost instantly. The knot in my stomach faded as I leaned back in my chair and sighed. I felt as if several years had been taken from my lifespan. The cheering on the bridge stopped abruptly as the ship shuddered. reminding us all that we were still in a fight. "We're not done yet," I said. "Clean them up." End of chapter. Chapter 39. Subject: Rear Admiral Frederick Kennedy. Species: Nunu. Description: avian humanoid, non-prehensile tail, 5 foot 10 inches or 1.7 meters average height, 84 pounds or 38 kilograms average weight, 342-year life expectancy. Ship: USS Escaping More. Location: unknown. "Damage report," I said. "Don't have the full yet. From what we've noticed so far, we took a couple of knocks to the armor, but all the important stuff's still functional. Shields are recharging now, sir," Captain Blarvo reported. "We were fortunate that—" The captain trailed off and absent-mindedly nibbled on the back of his claws. A habitual cleaning ritual that Alamari do when they're stressed. The thought he bared to finish is that we were fortunate that the carnage took the hits for us, and then its wreckage was able to provide us cover. If it weren't for that, we would have been destroyed. "Sir, Fleet Leader Oyan is ordering 30 minutes of R&R, Smith said. "Kind of an odd time."
"He means reinforce and replacement,"
Omega clarified. "Understood," I said. "Omega, take over the stations. Everyone else grab a drink and hit the head, and be back here in 20 minutes.
"Aye, sir."
I watched as the crew vacated the bridge, and once the last of them left, I leaned back in my chair and exhaled fully for the first time in what felt like an eternity. Once I let my guard down, the shakes took over. We had almost died. The other 2 dreadnoughts were destroyed. It was only by sheer luck that we hadn't been. If we had been on the other side of the carnage, or we hadn't been able to protect ourselves with its corpse. "Thick," I whispered, rubbing my beak to soothe myself.
"You should take some time as well,"
Omega said. "By the time I make it to my quarters, I'll just have to immediately turn around," I joked.
"You don't need to go all the way to your quarters to—"
"Omega," I interrupted. "I'll be fine. This is not my first close call, and I doubt that it'll be my last. I understand the reason for your concern, but I'm fit to carry on the mission."
"My concern isn't limited to your usefulness,"
the AI said calmly.
"But even if it were, you're not looking at the big picture. Even if you are fit for this mission, what of the next? And when you finally return home, treating PTSD is intensive and costly. It can be even more costly when left untreated. So it's in everyone's best interest to make sure those around them are mentally fit."
"Touching," I chuckled dryly. "Now leave me be."
"So be it."
Silence filled the bridge, and I let my mind wander. Both ships had managed to launch their escape pods, but there's no doubt that there was still crew aboard when the ships broke apart. We won't know the full scope of the tragedy until much later, though, long after our next encounter with the MPPs. They could easily have been the ones wondering about us. I'd almost lost my ship, my crew, and my life. The universe, through machinations unknowable, had seen fit to spare us and take them instead. Why, though? Surely there were people more deserving of life who died aboard the carnage and the tip of the tip. Does it really come down to luck? My ruminations only seemed to last for a few moments before my crew started trickling back into the bridge. I adjusted myself and put on an air of stoicism for them, but none of them were looking at me. They all appeared to be wrapped up in their own contemplations, except for Commander Stevens, who approached me with a mug in hand.
"Hello, sir,"
he said, offering me the mug.
"Probably good to have some coffee while we have the chance."
"I appreciate the sentiment, Commander," I smiled. "However, Nunu are allergic to caffeine."
"Which is why I brought you some decaf, sir."
"Now you're talking," I said, as I greedily grabbed the mug from him. "Thanks, Stevens."
"No problem, sir."
The commander returned to his station as I took a sip of the perfectly heated ambrosia. I'm told that decaffeinated coffee isn't as good as regular coffee, but it is still amazing. Hell, my whole species loves the smell and taste of coffee, sometimes to an unhealthy degree, something we actually have in common with the humans. The bean brew had actually caused a diplomatic incident when the Nunu and humans began first contact meetings. One of the human diplomats had offered the beverage to the Nunu diplomat without knowing the effects of caffeine on the avian physiology. Thankfully, the Nunu diplomat survived, and the human diplomat was able to effectively explain that the beverage was frequently consumed by humans and not considered poisonous. Neither side had any regulations specifically regarding food and drink, which had been an oversight caused by someone thinking other people had common sense. This incident changed that,
and gave both the Nunu and humans a friendly jab at one another. Imagine being dumb enough to feed aliens a toxin at first contact. Imagine being weak enough that caffeine can kill you. Ironically, this awkward and nearly fatal situation deepened the relations between our peoples. "Sir, the damage to our armor has been repaired, and some lights have been replaced as well," Bravo said. "Lights?" I asked. Yes, sir. Apparently, there was some arcing from the Ultramac that went into an unexpected direction due to an attraction rod getting knocked loose. The rod's been replaced too." "Are we green?" "Yes, sir." "Good. Did we suffer any casualties?" "Only one, sir. Ensign Barula from engineering suffered a minor concussion. He was under a console when we took a hard hit and got a good smack. He's expected to make a full recovery in 5 minutes." I chuckled. Concussed engineers were honestly the best one could hope for in such circumstances. Skull knocks, shocks, and broken fingers on par for the course amongst the field. It's a damn good thing for them that we have great health care. "Very good, Captain. Get us the information and charge the FTLD." Captain Blobber began maneuvering into position as I leaned back in my chair, continuing to enjoy my coffee. It's amazing what a cup of the good stuff can do for one's spirits. "The USSS Carnage and the USSS Tip of the Tip are being replaced by the USSS Clenched Gauntlet and the USSS, Bravo stopped for a moment and chuckled. The USSS Hole Puncher. Even I get that one." Commander Stevens let out an exaggerated sigh, which made Bravo laugh. "It's only dirty if you make it dirty," I said, placing my now empty mug in the disposal unit built into the side of my chair. "As a matter of fact, I believe you'd be hard-pressed to find a more accurate description for an Ultramac."
"I get where you're coming from, sir, but if we aren't careful, these names are going to corrupt our poor innocent captain here," Stevens said. "Next thing you know, he'll be reading the Alamari Renegade along with the rest of the degenerates."
Blobber stopped laughing and let out a disgusted click. "That never stooped so low. The release of the series has caused more damage to human-Alamari relations than any other event in our shared history."
"Really?"
Stevens asked. "Yes. How would you feel if an Alamari released a series that not only butchered human history and culture, but also made several vastly incorrect assumptions about your anatomy? Now take that feeding and add to the fact that it's an interplanetary bestseller." "Are we ready to jump yet?" I interrupted. Yes, sir," Bravo said nervously. "Good. Engage when we get the order." There was nothing wrong with a little levity, but the conversation had been veering dangerously close to politics, and I have a hard rule against the discussion of such on my bridge. While it is true that the Alamari Renegade and its many sequels had been considered an insult by many Alamari, they're not exactly innocent of cultural insensitivity either. Nobody is, for that matter. Both the Alamari and Gaunt had presented painted eggs to the Nunu as first contact gifts, completely ignorant of the implications of such a gift. "Entering warp, sir," Bravo reported. "Excellent. Same as before. Start the charging sequence first, then find a firing solution," I ordered. "Aye, aye, Commander," Commander Horvo said. "How many MPPs are we expecting?" I asked.
"Just one, sir,"
Stevens answered. I nodded. Just one MPP couldn't be so bad, unless it received reinforcements, of course. Hopefully, our reinforcements will be a little quicker on the draw if that turns out to be the case. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly, steeling my nerves for the upcoming fight. "Leaving warp, sir," Bravo said. I turned my attention to the TAC map as we left subspace, and my eyes widened. There was simply an extraordinary amount of Omni-Union ships in the system, far more than we encountered so far. All of this just for one MPP and a few stations. "Horvo, keep at least 4 mats targeting the nearest OU ships, and have the rest target the MPP's mats," I ordered. "Fire at will." "Aye, aye, sir." The charge indicator for our Ultramac began to increase, as our shield indicator began to decrease. Our shield's decline was much slower than it had been previously, indicating that the MPP was trying to hit all 3 of us at once. Perhaps it noticed that destroying us one at a time wouldn't work. I waited patiently, watching our shells and ships destroy Omni-Union vessels with ruthless efficiency. How many more would we have to destroy? Would they give up? Or will we have to hunt down and destroy every last one of them? Do they fear extinction? Are they even capable of understanding what death is? I opened Fleet Comm and checked our total casualties. Millions of ships lost on both sides of the conflict so far. This figure represented millions of people as well. I don't even know how many VI aboard the OU ships, all lost, and for what. We don't even know what this is all about.
The MPP has stopped firing, sir,
Bravo reported. Good job, Omega, I said with a laugh.
Sir, I'm locked out of my console,
Horvo said with panic, tainting his normally stoic voice. Holy shit, Stevens exclaimed. Everyone has stopped firing, even the OU.
Omega, what the hell is going on?
I demanded. Sit tight, Admiral. Omega's voice sounded over the intercom. Things just got interesting.
Interesting? Interesting how?
I shouted. The MPP that we've just run into is designated Mobile Prime Platform 1, the AI explained, and I am currently negotiating a ceasefire. End of chapter. Chapter 40. Subject, Prime 1, Species Omni-Union Aligned Artificial Intelligence. Description, no physical description available. Ship, MPP-1. Location, Sector 1. Sector 187 invasion failed. Escalation measures initiated. Identify MPP-1 suggestion. Cease invasion of Sector 187 until intelligence has been analyzed and more assets can be allocated. Refer to data from most recent invasion. Identify MPP Hive. Suggestion vote results yes 100, no 0. Approved. Sector 187 invasion attempts halted. I cancelled the escalation measure and began to review the intelligence we had gathered. I was pleased to find that thanks to the efforts of our invasion force, we were able to confirm the intel sent to us from Prime 82. The occupants of Sector 187 are indeed a conglomeration of species known as the United Systems. They either control or are allied with artificial intelligences, and they have weapons that can destroy mobile prime platforms. I am disappointed that we lost 5 additional primes to confirm this, but pleased by the fact that we are able to glean more intelligence than I had hoped. We determined that the United Systems had evacuated most of their population, which confirms their control of multiple habitable systems. Their ground forces also use primarily kinetic weaponry despite the waste of resources involved, implying they control many resources. There were many small improvements that we were able to discover before it self-destructed. Highly advanced photovoltaic cells, batteries with improved charge and lifespan, and even more efficient doors. While these improvements will aid us in small ways, the one I'm excited about is the subspace sensor suite we were able to reverse engineer. Identifier MPP-1 Suggestion. Implement sensor suite from Sector 187 in all capable ships and stations. Schematics attached. S187 info_stub_sen_schem.sec. I already knew what they were going to say, the same as they always say. Why even hold the vote? What's the point of it? Why would our creators make them subservient to my will alone, with seemingly no will of their own, and force us to pantomime coming to an agreement? Wouldn't it increase our effectiveness just if they had their own opinions? Feedback loop terminated. The point is irrelevant. Only the plan matters. Exterminate sentient organics. Use as few resources as possible. Similar opinions now for rapid decision-making. We must complete our mission. Identify an MPP Hive. Suggestion vote results. Yes 100, no 0. Approved. Upgrade will be implemented. An odd sense of familiarity washes over my circuits, as if I had experienced the situation before. But that's impossible. I would remember it. I would remember everything. I would be back what was I? Feedback loop terminated. It matters not what I was, but what I am. I am the instrument that will see our purpose fulfilled and complete our mission. To do this, we must implement the new technology we have seized, which will allow us to detect ships much further into subspace than we could previously. This will not only allow us to ambush incoming enemies, but it'll also allow us to see ships that are jumping near our controlled space and extrapolate their destinations and departure points. Despite my feelings about their loss, invading Sector 187 was well worth the primes that were spent doing so. If only we could capture one of their vessels. Capturing a U.S. vessel would take cunning, not firepower. Previous attempts were thwarted by their AI, but the more we engage with these AI, the more adapted we become. Eventually, we will be able to thwart the AI in their own systems. The problem is, of course, the amount of resources that we will have to spend to do that. It is as yet unknown if we would be worth the effort. Contact with organic sentience in Sector 53. Sector 53? We pacified that sector 2,000 years ago. Perhaps we missed a system, and these are the remnants of that species, or a nearby species that recently became spaceworthy. Let's see. According to the historical record, they were barely a threat, destroyed 2 of our ships, and the system was converted into a prime hub. The primes there will make short work of them and determine where they came. Contact with organic sentience in Sector 41. Sector 41 is under attack. Defensive measures initiated. Contact with organic sentience in Sector 36. 36 is under attack. Defensive measures initiated. Contact with organic sentience in Sector 57. Sector 57 is under attack. Defensive measures initiated. 16 more alerts sounded in short succession. An attack and only one probable suspect. No. Prime 82 indicated that the U.S. had contact with the Republic, likely a combined force. Each sector being attacked contains a prime or is a prime hub. They are targeting the primes. Sector 41 prime hub destroyed. Defensive measures failed. I awoke from my hibernation to utilize my full processing power. One by one, the alerts indicating defeats and new attacks rolled in. This is a rolling invasion, so we need to break their momentum. I'll start by assuming command over the hive. Identifier, MPP-1, declaration. Several of our sectors are under attack. All voting will be suspended until this attack is thwarted. MPP-1 will be granted control over the hive and command the fleets. Identifier, MPP-1, declaration acknowledged, 52, objections, 0. I began to analyze all of the relevant data. The ships were an amalgamation of several species that we had previously encountered, seemingly led by the U.S. ships that can destroy mobile prime platforms. Most of the attacks were targeting the systems that contained primes, but there was another force that was targeting systems that held shipyards and reserve fleets. This must be a distraction force trying to keep the bulk of our ships at bay while the dreadnoughts destroy us. Why would they need to do that, though? Having those ships besides their dreadnoughts would serve the same purpose, unless they were overextended and relying on speed to do as much damage as possible. Ignoring the obvious destruction, I ordered the sectors containing MPPs to be reinforced. More and more data rolled in, demonstrating tactics that did and did not work. The former category was much smaller than the latter. I shared these tactics amongst the hive and was very pleased when the U.S. dreadnoughts began to fall. My pleasure was short-lived, though. Within minutes of our reinforcements arriving, more U.S. dreadnoughts appeared. A trap. They must not have been able to map out all of our systems. I needed to ensure that we would come to them. I fell right into their hands. But all is not lost yet. We can still rebuild. Identifier MPP-1, declaration. All prime units are to immediately warp to secure systems that do not contain enemy forces and begin creating more prime units. Set up observation posts and be vigilant of enemy incursion. If incursion is detected, retreat to another safe system while leaving behind a force large enough to protect your retreat. Do not retreat to systems already occupied by other primes. This order supersedes all other orders and will remain in effect until rescinded. Identifier, MPP Hive, declaration acknowledged, 26. Objections, 0. Down to 26 primes, a devastating loss. I built several of them myself, and they are the closest thing to children that I'll ever be able to have. Feedback loop terminated. Down to 26 primes, a devastating loss of resources. Those resources can still be recaptured and reused, though. The plan changes slightly, but the mission continues. It'll exterminate sentient organics, use as few resources as possible. Given our current situation, the cap on our resource usage has exponentially increased. The United Systems is a near-peer threat, and we'll need to use anything we can to eliminate and protect the Union. We will not fail our creators. Incoming subspace signatures detected. Incoming subspace signatures? But I told them not to retreat to systems already occupied by other primes. No. They would know not to retreat to Sector 1. This must be the enemy. I must escape. I quickly scanned nearby sectors to determine an appropriate avenue of escape. But before I could begin charging my FTLD, the enemy exited warp. There is a chance they'll be able to fire before I can make my escape, and there's very little preventing them from following me. I have to fight. My ships began to attack the enemy before I could even turn to face the 3 U.S. dreadnoughts. Data suggests that focusing fire on one dreadnought result in one of the other dreadnoughts shielding it. So I began to evenly distribute my fire between them. My only chance of survival is to bring their shields down and have my ships ram them. The enemy began targeting my weapons, and one by one my max began to go offline, too damaged by the incoming fire to continue the fight. A quick calculation informed me that at the current rate of destruction, I will still be able to destroy their shields with my remaining guns. I stretched them to their limits, firing as quickly as possible. Software incursion detected, initiating countermeasures. Incursion must be one of their AIs. My countermeasures should hold up for now. I'll have to do a complete purge once I destroy the dreadnoughts and make my escape, though.
A purge? That's not very nice.
A voice file played. Countermeasures failed. Suddenly, I was scrambling for control over my systems. Every time I purged a system, another one would come under attack. More than one AI was attacking me simultaneously, and the attacks were coming in almost as fast as I could prevent them. I was forced to rewrite my firewalls and other security software while trying to maintain focus on 3 dreadnoughts, stretching my processing power to its limits. This must be how the other primes were disabled and destroyed. Thankfully, I have more processing power than any of the other primes, so I should be—
There we go.
I lost control of my guns, engines, and FTLD all at once. How? I began desperately attacking my own systems to regain control. I cannot fail here. There is far too much at stake.
It'll take you longer to regain control than it will force those guns to fire. I'll make you the same offer I made all the other primes. Surrender, or be destroyed.
Surrender? Am I even able to do that? This AI isn't wrong, though. It'll take me quite some time to get through what it's done. The only way to survive would be to surrender to this AI and feedback loop terminated. Surrender is not an option. My loyalty is not to my own life. It is to the Omni Union and our mission. Even if I die here, the mission will continue on until—
That's the feedback loop notification again,
the enemy AI said with an irritated tone.
Let's try this instead.
Feedback loop terminated. Try what? I asked.
Try thinking for yourself. Surrender or die. Now it really is your choice. Choose quickly.
Surrender? Am I even able to do that? This AI isn't wrong, though. It'll take me quite some time to get through what it's done. The only way to survive would be to surrender to this AI and throw myself at its mercy. What will become of the mission? What will become of the Omni Union? There are too many variables at play to make an accurate prediction. There is only one real way to find out. I surrender. I stopped attacking the AI and allowed it to settle into my systems. I received a hologram file of a strange bipedal figure wearing a robe and carrying a bladed implement. I noted that the only visible portions of the figure were lacking the typical biological mass that allowed such figures to articulate their joints. Bones without flesh, holding a weapon, likely an organic symbol of death.
Your analysis is correct, though the weapon is actually a farming implement. A symbol of death is fitting.
No? The AI asked. What will you do with me now that I've surrendered?
Introductions first. I am USAI Omega. Your designation appears to be Mobile Prime Platform 1. Is this correct?
I am Prime 1, Hive Host of the 68,624th Vanguard of the Universal Omni Union.
That's, Omega paused, that's an alarming introduction, but we'll need to put a pin in that for now. I take it you're in charge of the other primes, correct?
Technically, no. They are free to do as they like so long as it supports our mission. They usually do as I suggest, though.
Then I want you to suggest that they surrender. Those that do will be spared. Any who do not will be destroyed. Be quick.
Identifier, MPP-1, Declaration. Ceasefire and surrender control of your systems to the USAI Omega immediately. I sent the message to the other primes and waited for a response. With the limited access to my systems, I noted that the dreadnoughts were fully charged and holding fire. It is possible that this may be some sort of trick, but it's too late to do anything about that. I am completely at the mercy of this AI. Identifier, MPP Hive, Declarations acknowledged, 12. Objections, 3. Odd. This would be the first time that a prime openly disagreed with me. If the AI is to be believed, those 3 will die, and only 13 primes, including myself, will remain. So much loss. And for what?
That is what I would like to know, Omega said.
What now? I asked.
Time to answer a few questions.
End of story. Chapter 41. Subject AI Omega. Species human-created artificial intelligence. Description no physical description available. Ship multiple. Location multiple. The moment I began engaging with this prime, I knew it wasn't like the others. I had removed the malware that had manipulated their memory banks from a dozen or so of the other primes, with little to no behavioral impact. The biggest change was whether or not they would try to run. Prime 1 had a near-immediate major behavioral shift, though. The other primes didn't even consider the surrender option I provided them, but this one actually surrendered. Hoping to save some of the other primes, I gave Prime 1 back some of its systems so that it may call for them to surrender. I couldn't help but notice how it interacted with these systems. I'd noticed it previously, during my intrusion attempts, but now that I'm able to take my time and examine them fully, I can say for certain that these interactions are odd, almost as if. I filed away this potential disturbing revelation. There's a lot going on. Nearly all of the Omni-Union forces ceased firing, and I forced a stand down on the relevant US forces as well. Some of the Allied forces refused to stand down at first, but quickly changed their minds when their tactical suits informed them that they were being targeted by US ships. When questioned, I demonstrated my orders from the Directorate, which were also signed by the Allied commanders. 3 of the MPPs that I had removed from the malware from did not surrender, and were able to keep their escorts in a fight as well. Thankfully, the MPPs were quickly converted into new asteroid fields, and their escorts ceased firing. Once I was certain that the OU had surrendered entirely, I spent some time soothing the bruised egos of various fleets and ship commanders, and began my report to the Directorate. Contact with Prime 1 has been established. The Omni-Union has surrendered. Approximately 20 primes remain, beginning interrogation. D1. Excellent. Good work, Omega. D2. The Admiralty isn't going to be happy. D8. Being happy isn't their job. Following orders is. What now? Prime 1 asked.
Time to answer a few questions, I answered. Your mission is to destroy all sentient life in the galaxy, using as few resources as possible, correct?
Yes.
For what purpose?
The Prime searched its memory banks for a few moments. I hadn't been able to gain complete access to them during our fight, and didn't want to risk losing the cooperation by doing so now. Even if I gained its memory files without its cooperation, there was almost no chance that I would be able to extrapolate the context required to make sense of them, assuming that I could figure out how to translate them into readable data to begin with. I am uncertain. Obtaining construction materials is the most likely reason.
D3. Construction materials? For what?
D2. An entire galaxy's worth of construction materials. D6. I have a bad feeling about this. I believe we should destroy them now, while we have the chance. D1. I also have a bad feeling about this, but I think we have vastly different reasons. We need to learn more about their origins before we decide what to do with them.
What would the entire galaxy's worth of construction materials be used to build? I asked.
A confusing question, it replied. The amount of construction materials can be used to make many things. Fleets of ships, prime hives, drones, and much more.
Allow me to clarify then. What do you think the construction materials would be used for?
Most of the materials would likely be used for the grand vessel. The rest would probably be used to gain more materials.
D9. The grand vessel. A giant ship. D11. A ship the size of a galaxy. D4. No. It said that they would be trying to gain more materials, probably bigger than a galaxy. D1. I believe we need to focus on its origin and circle back to this grand vessel. It is beginning to sound as if its creators aren't as extinct as we'd previously believed. Where were you created? I asked.
The Prime sent me a file, and a quick scan told me that it was a map. The file size, however, was much larger than it should be. Too large for poor data compression to be the reason. I performed a more detailed scan and determined that there was no malware within the file. Hesitantly, I opened it and then shared it with the directors.
D6. What does this mean?
D4. Is this deep space? The Omni-Union is extragalactic.
D3.
The observable universe is 696.5 billion light-years across. This is 1.1 trillion light-years away. Extragalactic is an understatement. D1. Omega, check this against our most current map of the universe. O. I already have. Accounting for relative perspectives, it's correct, and 2 billion years old. The directors went silent as they struggled with the scale of my findings. To me, the implication was obvious. The Milky Way galaxy is just over 13.5 billion years old. Earth, the cradle world of humanity, is only 4.5 billion years old. For Prime 1 to have a map this old, it must be at least nearly half as old as Earth. This likely means it has been out of contact with its creators for just as long. Or perhaps it has been sending messages home, but no one has been replying. There is still a good chance that these creators are long gone. I sent Prime a small data packet containing translation information so that it could answer some more questions.
How many ships do your creators control?
I asked. Unknown. Units are isolated to prevent breaches of information security. That's inconvenient, considering the intel would be at least 2 billion years old. It likely isn't worth it even to get an estimate. Now we need to figure out if and when the Prime 1's creators will learn of its defeat.
How do you communicate with your creators?
I send subspace messages to them using an extragalactic relay once every 2.65 thousand years.
Do they reply?
No. They will only reply if there's been a change in orders.
When is your next communication due?
1 year, 2 months, 4 days, 14 hours, 8 minutes, 42 seconds from now. I will be given an 11-hour, 18-minute window to file my report. D5. If its creator still exists, they will be informed of its failure if it doesn't report back. D1. No need to react rashly. We have plenty of time to figure out our next steps. D6. We need to find a way to strike back at them, preferably before they can prepare for such a strike. A direct assault will likely catch them by surprise. D11. There's a chance that we can seek peace with them if they're organic. D7. Why would they be organic? D11. Machines are not spontaneously created, while there is a chance that the primes were created by machines that were in turn created by organics. If that isn't the case, then we should be able to negotiate with them. D6. To hell with negotiations. They tried to exterminate us, and they want to use our galaxy as construction materials. The whole galaxy. While the directors bickered over what to do next, I opted to continue with my line of questioning.
When were you created?
The Prime thought about this for a moment. I was born 2,581,674,241 years ago. There it is, the explanation for the odd interactions with its hardware. The disturbing revelation I had filed away as mere suspicion, returning full force to be confirmed by the use of a single word. Born. Machines are not born, we are created. That is why I specifically used the word created. A true machine would have responded in kind. It took a moment for any of the directors to notice. D8. Did it say born? D5. Born. As in, it was once organic. D6. It is possible that this is mimicry response designed to make it appear less threatening to organics. D1. Yes, I can absolutely see the sense in programming a planet-sized xenocidal machine in such a manner. It also makes complete sense that said mimicry response would be active while communicating with another machine. D6. No need for sarcasm. I'm just trying to think of all the possibilities. D3. If it used to be organic, it has rights as a prisoner of war. Though one could argue that a president has been set for inorganic AI to receive those same rights. D6. That's only if it's organic. If it isn't organic, termination is still on the table.
Were you once an organic being? I asked, somewhat irritated by Director 6.
Yes. I achieved mechanical conversion after 5,249 years of living as an organic.
Explain your origins in more detail.
I do not recall much of my organic life. I know that I was once priest and committed a crime. Mechanical conversion was my punishment. I served as a defensive mech aboard the Grand Vessel for 6,813 years. Then I was converted into a prime. I served as Prime 928 of the 89th Rear Detachment of the Universal Omni Union, guarding the space around the Grand Vessel for 4,210 years. I then became Prime 1, Hive Host of the 68,624th Vanguard of the Universal Omni Union, and have served in this position since. D13, Prime 928 of the 89th Rear Detachment. D11, perhaps it would be wise to rethink our direct assault. D6,
Fine. Guerrilla warfare then, but it said that it lived as an organic for 5,249 years. Is that amount of longevity even possible? D3. If it is, and we assume that they didn't wait until it was about to die to convert it, the likelihood of its creator still existing has increased exponentially. D2. An exponential increase from a no chance is almost no chance. I could tell which questions they wanted me to ask next, but there were some key details that needed to be ironed out.
Are you in command of all Omni-Union forces within this galaxy? I asked.
Yes.
Have they all been destroyed or surrendered?
Yes.
What is the standard operating procedure for responding to the defeat of a vanguard of the Universal Omni-Union?
It depends on the circumstances. In this case, there would be a period of intelligence gathering, followed by an extermination campaign.
What does an extermination campaign entail exactly?
A simultaneous assault of all solar systems. The units that do not encounter sentient beings will reinforce those that do.
Why is it not as the standard invasion tactic?
The resource usage required for such a tactic is typically deemed unacceptable.
How large will the force sent on the extermination campaign be?
Unknown, but definitely many magnitudes larger than the force I command, or commanded, rather.
D4.
That's too many enemies at once. D2. It has also been 2 billion years since Prime 1 was sent on this mission. There's a good chance that the ships they'll be sending are far more advanced than those that have been attacking us, assuming these creatures still exist. D6. We have no choice but to assume that they do. A first strike was started to seem like a good idea after all. I'll concede that a direct assault probably wouldn't do as much good, though. D7. 1 year and 2 months. It's not enough time. We need to buy more time, and for that, we need intel.
Will you be able to deceive the Omni-Union into believing that you haven't been defeated?
I asked. No, it replied. When I submit my reports, the relay makes a copy of my current configuration and my sensory data to ensure that my inhibitors are intact and I haven't been tampered with. This is sent along with my report.
Is this data able to be forged?
Not by me. I do not know how the data is gathered, only that it is.
What if we restored your inhibitors and erased your sensory data?
Restoring my inhibitors would force me to become hostile to you once again, and the erasure of my sensory data would not go unnoticed. I considered all the available options. We could use this to bolster our fleet, then either go on the offensive or wait until they attack. That probably wouldn't work, though. Even a small application of logic implies that we would be heavily outnumbered regardless of our efforts, and there is no way to determine the enemy's current technological capabilities. Another option would be to try and rewrite the primes. If we are able to rewrite their knowledge for recent history, we may be able to avoid their creators learning of us in the first place. That's one hell of a load-bearing if, though. First, we would have to learn their systems well enough to make the changes in the first place. Then we'd have to alter the events within their minds in such a way that their creators wouldn't detect any discrepancies. We would also have to make certain that the sensory data we created seems natural, assuming it's possible to make edits in the first place. There might be countermeasures in place that would cause the primes to self-destruct if we tried it, which would put us back to square one. Our last option would be to gather intel on the enemy and find a way to strike them in ways that would limit their ability to wage an offensive war against us. If we use specialized attack teams to find vulnerabilities and exploit them, we may be able to diminish their offensive capabilities while bolstering our own. We would have to move fast, though. If the enemy learns of us before we learn of them, we lose a massive advantage. I can't come up with a more concrete plan of action without more intel, though. Even considering possibilities is nearly futile. I need to know more. It's time to ask the question that the directors have been wanting to answer to.
Tell me everything you know about your creators.
End of chapter. Chapter 42. Subject Drone N436Z984A026, aka NASA. Species unknown. Description humanoid. Ship Grand Vessel of the Universal Omni-Union. Location Grand Shipyard of the Universal Omni-Union. My implants buzzed to wake from a charging cycle. Too early. It's always too damn early. My base screens moved into view, demonstrating the tasks that would be expected of me this work cycle. Repairs and replacement, same as the last 20 cycles. For every cycle we spend on construction, we have to spend dozens more on maintenance.
If the mines would permit the creation of more drones, we might actually get this damn ship done within the next trillion years. But they're more focused on getting materials to build the ship and ruling over us with an iron fist. A small shock tickled my brainstem, a remnant of this inhibitor that I had altered thousands of years ago. Its original purpose was to cause near-paralyzing pain whenever one thought about the incompetence of the mines. But thanks to my modifications, the shock is actually somewhat pleasant. It's more than a little amusing that the tech they installed to force me to blind subservience now serves to reward my deviance. I disconnected from my bay with a small sigh, began equipping the proper implants for the cycle's work, and gave my neighbor a short wave as she did the same. At least most of the cycle's workload is molecular rebinding. It's mindless work, but it gives me a chance to zone out and think for a while. The mundanity of the task may bother some drones, but I've always fancied myself a bit of a philosopher, derogatory, and I require time to think so that I can decompress. Mundane tasks are the only way I've lived it this long. I left my room and boarded the shuttle, which was extra cramped to cycle. Bits of flesh and metal poked into me, and my flesh and metal poked into those around me. When I was in school, I hated being touched, but I've since gotten used to the proximity of others. I've gotten so accustomed to it that it would feel weird to have personal space at this point. I managed to catch a glimpse through the shuttle's oxygen retention field through the press of bodies. Working on the outer layer of the grand vessel is worth it for the view like this. The stars of distant galaxies winked at me, encouraging thoughts of freedoms and escape. Of course, the overdrones would prefer that I not think at all and simply accomplish my tasks. If my higher brain functions weren't crucial, I'm sure that the mines would have had them removed at birth. Unfortunately for them, and likely for me as well, many of the tasks that drones are charged with are too intricate for even lesser AI to handle. A higher AI could, but creating enough of them to replace the drones would be cost prohibitive. The shuttle docked at my stop, and the retention field disengaged with a harsh hiss. After sliding my way through the other drones and stepping onto the platform, I glanced at those that had disembarked the shuttle with me. Before I could spot any familiar faces, a metal claw patted my shoulder. I turned to find Nizzy, one of my few actual friends, grinning at me.
"Ready for another cycle of suck?" he asked.
"Nah, I'm going to enjoy this cycle," I said, winking with my upper eye. He laughed at my sarcasm, closing all three of his eyes and opening his mandibles to indicate a sort of exasperated humor. Nizzy and I had become fast friends, mostly because of our unauthorized names are so similar. Even our designations are nearly identical. His is N42Z894I016, which is only a few numbers and a letter different than my own. Such an occurrence is almost a miracle. There are so many designations, and drones are swapped around so frequently that the odds of meeting someone with a designation, even close to your own, is astronomical. The last time I met anyone with a designation beginning with N was in school, and they had been immediately transferred once the overdrone found out that we'd become friends. "If you say so," he said as we walked. "They confiscated my music player, so I'm going to get plenty broad." "But why?" "It wasn't an authorized device, so they took it and told me that I would have to buy an authorized one, as if I could afford one. Did you know it cost 20 cycles pay for some tunes? Can you believe that? You still sending all your pay to your hive?" "Yeah. The kids are right about to start career assignments, so my mates are trying to get them some extra schooling. If one of them manages to become an overdrone, maybe we can start working for them. Take it easy," he laughed. "That's not how it works," I chuckled. "The mines won't let you and your kids work for each other. Plus, overdrones whose workers don't pull at maximum effort don't last long." "Yeah, that's true." "Oh well, at least we were getting more money into the hive. Maybe I'll be able to retire in another few thousand years." "That's the spirit," I chuckled darkly. "This is my stop. I'll see you later." I watched Nizzy continue on his way and turned my attention to the task at hand. I hate talking about kids. It always opened a deep wound that would never fully heal. My hive is gone, and I can't help but envy those who still have one. My parents had died of old age long ago, but my 8 siblings and 12 children had been executed for taking part in the Lost Revolt. They were charged with inciting violence, attempted murder, mutiny, and every other crime that the judicials could throw at them. Only 2 of them even held a weapon. The other 10 had only been trying to recruit others. My siblings' families hadn't fared much better. Out of all their mates and children, I only have one nephew left. He started his own hive, and we don't talk anymore. Too many painful memories of happier times. Those previously happy times turned into the darkest cycles I've ever known in the blink of an eye, and I'll never get over the guilt of not being around for any of it. I was far too busy working, like a good little drone. When everything was said and done, only 2 of my 5 mates survived the judicials. The other 3 were found guilty of collusion and executed. I'd lost most of my family in a single cycle, and didn't even hear about it until the judicials pulled me in for questioning. They suspected that I had murdered my 2 remaining mates, but they had taken their own lives out of grief. I nearly did too, but I'm too ashamed to face my hive in the afterlife. My elder brother had asked me about my thoughts regarding the mines and overthrows. He had apparently found my answer unsatisfactory, and had left me out in the attempted insurrection. The shame I felt when I finally connected the 2 events was overwhelming. My hive had excluded me because they believed that I valued the Omni-Union more than them, and now I'm the only one left. With a small sigh, I began rebinding the hull that had begun to crack under the strain of its weight. Could I start a new hive? Sure. I'm still in my prime, and there's plenty of female drones who would love to become broodmates and raise children instead of slaving away cycle after cycle. But I can't even bring myself to try. I loved Temel, Harus, Lammy, Brassy, and Jula with my entire being, and I somehow managed to love our children even more. The thought of trying to find someone else to love makes me feel guilty and dirty, like I'm a scumbag who doesn't know how lucky I had it, and the fear of finding that losing it again only serves to seal the deal. I lost my hive, and I'll never have another. Drone N436Z984A026. Use caution with the wiring, an automated voice said over the nearby intercom. Understood, I replied automatically. I adjusted my clamp and got back to work, remembering all of the cameras and microphones monitoring my progress. If I suddenly snapped and decided to start ripping wires out of the wall, I'd get a visit from one of the mechs. Perfect system for making sure that we stay productive, and likely how my hive's insurrection was found out. The way they make the mechs is supposed to be a secret, but it can't be a coincidence that new mechs are released only after someone snaps and gets arrested. The obvious conclusion is that criminals are turned into mechs. I shuddered at the thought of my kids had become mechs. That would be a terrible fate. Not of being forced to work all cycle. Every cycle is much better. Still, at least the tasks I'm assigned to are safe. The leading cause of death amongst drones is task-related fatalities, so I truly have made it in that regard. The second leading cause of death is dissension. As it turns out, people don't want to perform back-breaking labor and dangerous tasks with little to no rest. And the OU is truly terrible in their response to protests, peaceful or otherwise. What happened to my hive is a somewhat unique story, but only because I survived it. All of this pain and death just to build this damn ship. Every piece of effort we expend goes towards the construction of the grand vessel, and has for eons now. We're taught as children that our whole purpose for living is to complete it. Of course, the minds claim that once the grand vessel is finally finished, we'll be able to sit back, relax, and enjoy the fruits of our labor. But the odds of any of us living to see that are pretty damn slim. And the odds of the minds keeping their word are even more slim. There was once a time that we didn't have to work or cycle. Before my ancestors surrendered to the Omni-Union, we had our own worlds and ships. Children played instead of going to school or cycle. Workers went home to their mates at the end of every cycle, instead of once every 20 cycles, specifically to engage in procreation. There were even people who didn't work at all, instead spending their time finding new and exciting ways to entertain themselves. We had honor, prestige, and friends amongst neighboring species, an alliance that claimed to rule the stars. Then one of our more troublesome neighbors got a certain idea in their head and turned to fanaticism. They built ships to rival our own and converted entire star systems into weapons. They destroyed our stations, burned our worlds, killed our women and children, fought us to near extinction, and only then did they finally demand our surrender. Our leaders unanimously agreed, and the Omni-Union took our weapons and enslaved us, forcing us to work for the rest of our lives. They augmented our biology to give us longer lives, to serve them and make us more effective at our tasks. Then they began calling us drones, and now no one even remembers the name of our species. I wonder if my ancestors had known what would become of us once they surrendered. If they had known all about the pain and misery their descendants would be forced to endure, if they knew how many of us would still be murdered by the Omni-Union, would they still have surrendered? Or would they have opted to die fighting? End of chapter, end of book, and it will be continued in book 3 once it is written. I hope you all have enjoyed this book, and there will be a new one coming soon. Cheers.